And welcome everyone to round 9 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. I'm Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and today I'm joined by Grandmaster Christian Karila. Christian, how are you doing?
Good morning, Benjamin. I missed you. I didn't ever think that I will say that, but I missed you. It's been a while. It's been a few days. I've been traveling a little bit, but back to chess, back to the FIDE Grand Swiss. I'm excited.
Yeah, no, I miss you as well, Christian.
Oh,
Likewise, we haven't. Okay,
yeah.
but Hikaru today is playing with the white pieces against Ivan Chiparinov. I think we're gonna make a lot of hot takes today, but this is my first one of today.
All
This is a
right.
must-win game for Hikaru. What do you think?
Okay. Yep. No, there's four people, I believe, ahead of him in the standings in terms of rating, in terms of points, not of rating points, of course. In terms of rating, he's doing quite well, and we will touch upon that in a few minutes as well. But yes, I want to say this is probably a must-win situation for Hikaru to catch up with the leaders.
Mm-hmm. And we see perhaps already a slight surprise here as early as move 2. Chiparinov plays the Petrov defense, and I don't know him as a Petrov player at all. I know him as a Najdorf player, as an e4, e5 player followed by knight c6, but I have not seen him play this move a whole lot at all.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen him playing the Petrov. But again, these players are so versatile, and that's one of the trademarks that you need at the very top. And Chaparinov is one of the best prepared players on the planet, I have to say. He's been a very well-known theoretician. He's been working with world champions, literal world champions. He worked with Veselin Topalov. He worked with Ali Reza. I've seen him with Ali Reza at a few tournaments. So definitely he is on the very edge of theoretical understanding, as it can be, because, he's one of the top players. He's definitely going to put a lot of problems for Hikaru.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And for those of you wondering, we are here 3 hours earlier than
Ooh,
usual because some smarty pants
let me get
decided it
some
would be a
coffee.
good idea to push the round that much earlier. What do you make of that, Christian?
I Yeah, it's
It's a
nonsensical,
big coffee
obviously.
mug.
It's nonsense. I need it. It's nonsensical, but perhaps it has a reason behind it. I don't know. I just don't know the reason. Obviously, there must be something. Otherwise, this is not the last round. We know the last round sometimes starts a little bit earlier. It doesn't really make a lot of sense for the penultimate round to start before. But that's it. That's reality. That's the reality we're living in, Benjamin. I'm not complaining too much about that, but yes, I feel the sting of it.
Yeah, no, just wanted to get that out there. But yeah, Hikaru already on his. I mean, of course he's seen his position, but it's the Petrov is somewhat annoying because it's a very early surprise,
Yes.
and there's no good way out of it. Like, let's say you know that your opponent is gonna play the Petrov. Maybe you can play a move like Bishop c4 on move 2, and then you can steer the game. You can try to steer the game into an Italian. Whereas here, you can go into the Petrov right away with knight takes e5. An alternative you have is knight c3, but that's generally not considered to be that critical. And
Yeah.
the lines after knight takes c5 can become quite forcing.
Yeah. The funny part is that I tried to get away out of it somehow with the move bishop to c4 when I was a kid. And the guy, what am I supposed to do now? If I take on e5, he goes d5, and it makes absolutely no sense to have the bishop on c4. So I think I went castle. I don't even remember exactly what I did. I tried to give him a pawn and play for compensation. It wasn't great. Let's just put it this way. But yes,
Mm-hmm.
the Petrov is a very difficult opening to crack, and that is exactly why Hikaru is thinking right now. You can take on e5 and then knight to c3, those type of structures that sometimes leads to a very double-edged position. In fact, in this tournament, if I'm not mistaken, and knight to e5 is on the board in this tournament, if I'm not mistaken, we've seen it was, I believe, Arjun versus Sarana, Arjun Erugaisi versus Sarana, a good game. Arjun with the white pieces had some chances. But again, it's the Petrov, and Serrano managed to escape with very good technical defense. So this is it's all about that defense. In this one, we'll see if Chaparinov has it and whether he's not going to crack in the ensuing middle game. Let's see what happened? So knight e5, d5, because we're getting a
No,
lot of
he
moves right
played
now on the
knight
board.
c6. He played knight c6. He played the Stafford. Who do you expect this in the Grand Swiss?
Okay, okay.
Eric
That's
Rosen must be very happy. Yeah, no, he played the Stafford, and Hikaru's already winning here. But
that's a
Eric
good one.
Rosen gets a great. No, just kidding.
I
That did
th
not happen. D6 was played.
I
Knight
think you
jump
tricked the
back,
chat. You tried to trick the
and
chat early in the morning, huh?
yeah. And here a bit of a sideline. The move c4 by Hikaru. Now I have seen this move. And we see bishop e7 quickly by Chibrinov. Yeah, I think Hikaru wanted to try to take him out of book, but Chibrinov remains unfazed, and he's apparently still in his prep.
It seems like it. Yeah. C4, bishop to e7. And yeah, it seems like this is Hikaru's move. I would assume after c4, probably Hikaru just bounced off. He was like, okay, I need to get a breath of fresh air, just get my bearings back, because I did not expect the Petrov. But again, Chaparinov is indeed well prepared. At the same time, it is the Petrov, and you can get not necessarily out of theory, but you can try to complicate matters. Maybe start with d3 even in this position, even though it doesn't really make that much sense right now. Knight to c3 is an option as well. This is what I remember used to be some sort of main line-ish. Once you play the move c4, you just go knight to c3. Is that still the case, Bach?
Yeah, I think knight c3 also used to me. Yeah, knight c3 is an idea. I guess. Well, I guess here black takes. Then we have
Right.
something very similar as to this position. And the question
Exactly.
is, what exactly is the gain of having a pawn on c4? Like, I don't see it, to be honest. I feel like this pawn on c4, maybe if anything, could be a target.
Mhm.
And white also loses time, right? So I think,
Yes.
like you said, Hikaru might go for an approach like d3 or d4 right away, followed by bishop d3. And now I guess he's making it more difficult for black to get in the move d5. I guess that's an advantage of the move c4.
And even the move bishop to d3, I think, works. Instead of d4, just go bishop to d3.
Mm.
And this is something similar to bishop to d3. Let's go back a couple of moves. After d6, knight f3, knight takes c4. Now you can go bishop d3. It's a funny looking move, but it's an actual move, and it has been played at the top level. In fact, Wesley defeated Fabiano at the Sinfield Cup last year with this move, bishop to d3. So it's no joke. Now let's try to transpose and look at the position after c4, bishop e7, bishop to d3. And by the way, one of the main moves in that position with the bishop on d3 is d5. Now, if you go d5, now I can take, and it's a completely different story, right? You cannot take on d5 anymore. Taking on d5, queen to a4 would lose a piece in the game on the spot. So these are the type of slight differences that might occur in the position. This is something that Hikaru might be thinking about.
Yeah, but by delaying the move d4, perhaps Hikaru is also giving some additional options to Chaperunov. Black can also go for this idea of knight to g5, trying to get some pieces off the board very quickly. In case of a trade, we see the black bishop coming out of g5, and I feel like here black's doing quite fine, because let's look at some variations. Let's see, castle, bishop c2. Now you want to go d4. Now, even if you get in the move d4, we will see more traits. The black can even go for the move knight c6, and now you can't even get the move d4 in at all, because if you play it anyway, then black's going to take and win a pawn. So, I don't know. Again, it's the Petrov is annoying as a surprise, as it's more forcing often than you might think. And I feel like Hikaru, he tried to take Chaparinov out of book, but it didn't seem to have that effect at all.
Right. It could have backfired, but this must be an opening that Cheparinov had in his bag. Again, I don't recall from top of my head whether he did play, and I'm sure he played at some point in his career, but I don't think he was a regular Petrov player. But definitely for this tournament, I think he had it in his bag, because this is going to be a well-prepared Cheparinov. He's not bluffing with the Petrov.
Yeah, no, for sure. And we have the move d4 by Hikaru, putting another pawn in the center. All right, so let's see what black is going to do here. I mean, castles make sense. And really the main question is, what is black going to do once this bishop lands on d3? Is he... Wait, I remember some funny line,
d5.
Christian.
D5.
D5.
He just
Yeah.
played it. He just played it.
D5. I remember some funny line. I think it went something like this, although I'm not even sure. I think, yeah, it was like castles. Bishop
Mhm.
d3, you hit the knight went back to g5, knight c3, and here to move bishop g4 to pin the knight on f3. But I think here, white has a very nice tactic. Look at this. Bishop takes g5, bishop
Mhm.
takes, bishop takes h7,
Mhm.
king takes, and pawn to h4. You attack the bishop,
Oh,
and
oh, that's nice.
the lines work out for black, because if you move the bishop, now I go knight g5, check, hitting the king. Let's say I take with this one. I take, check, and I pick up your bishop, and I'm winning.
That's sweet. That's a sweet line right there, Bach.
Yeah, so you might have taken the queen, and then you get into this endgame, which is very nice for white. And I think Jan Nepomniachtchi won a game like this in 2016 or something, I believe. But yeah, this is perhaps one of the traps white can play for. But Shabarinov already avoiding this one with an early d5.
Yeah, d5, and again, not surprising. He plays it fast, right?
Mhm.
Definitely still within his theoretical understanding. Bishop to d3 on the board, and we have an immediate check. Bishop to b4, and that's taking advantage of the fact that you play the move c4, right? This check on b4 would not exist with the pawn on c2 because it would make zero sense. I would just simply play the move c3 and you would lose some tempos. But c4, a bishop to b4. Now, how do you cover this check is the question. Knight to d2 is an option. Bishop to d2, though I don't really think that you want to give up the bishop pair that easily, right? You want to trade the bishops necessarily, not a knight for a bishop. King to e2, does that make sense? Probably not. I mean, it's just, it feels like it's too much, though you might be in time. For example, something like king e2, castle a3, then get the rook to e1 and castle manually almost. Put the king on f1 afterwards. So those are the type of situations, those are type of things Hikaru is thinking right now, but he cannot necessarily be happy with the outcome of the opening, just for the simple fact you were mentioning this before he even played the Petrov. Hikaru is a must-win situation. You're in a must-win situation. He's probably thinking about it like that as well. And you're fighting against a well-prepared Petrov player. Yes, this is not fun. This is definitely not something that Hikaru wanted to see on the board.
Mm-hmm. And we have the move knight bd2. I think king e2, like you said, was definitely too much to put the king right there in the middle. But
Yeah.
perhaps there was something to be said for this move, king to f1, moving the king. And I guess you have some ideas here, like let's say, well, I wonder what exactly we do in case black castles, right? Maybe something like c5, closing bishop out, or perhaps moves like queen b3, attacking the bishop. And if the bishop moves, we also attack this one over here, so now we can take. And yes, we have this pretty clumsy king on f1, but for the moment we are up a pawn, and it's not that easy for black to get it back, like knight f6, knight c3, defending it. So perhaps that was the critical try. And knight bd2, to me, it does not really look like a very testing move at all. I feel like probably if black wants, maybe he can just take, let's say take here and go castles. And I don't know, maybe you have a slight initiative, but it really doesn't feel like much.
Okay, I'm going to push back on your must-win situation, your must-win recommendation for Hikaru. Hikaru gave an interesting interview. I believe it was around round 2, round 3. We kept on asking him about this rating race between himself and Ali Reza. And he did say, look, this is a very awkward situation because if at some point I'm very much ahead, going into last few rounds ahead on the ratings, he meant, probably the best practical decision at that point is to just make a couple of quick draws and get out of town. And I'm quoting Hikaru right now. He said, I just want to make a couple of draws, get ahead on the rating, get the rating spot, or potentially have great chances to get the rating spot, get out of town. He's in that situation right now because Ali Reza did lose yesterday against Sam Sevian. That was a very costly loss for Ali Reza. He lost a bunch of rating. I believe right now Hikaru is around 16 rating points ahead of Firuza,
12 and
something
a
like
half.
12 and a
12 and a
half.
half.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for fact checking me right there. But yes, 12 and a half is a large margin. That's a lot of games. Sure, I understand Firuza is playing the Sinfield Cup in a couple of weeks. Hikaru is not playing any classical chess until the end of the year, but it's not easy to win 12 rating points at that level. So Maybe Hikaru is thinking along those lines. Maybe this is not a must-win situation, but rather a game that he just simply cannot lose. So he's not going to take any unnecessary risks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's why he played 9BD2. Now, there's still time for Faruja to catch up. The one thing I'm hopeful for is that at some point Chaparino will stop blitzing, right? He still seems to be in book. Now, however, he's taking a little bit of time.
Good news.
I wonder, in case Black is just fine after those trades, or perhaps also move like Bishop 5. Why concede White some more play in the center? But you're absolutely right. Hikaru is leading Fallujah by 12.5 points, and actually, it's very weird that they take one rating list. They take the rating list of January 1st, because before it always used to be an average of, let's say, January 1st, 2023 until January 1st, 2024.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know exactly the reasoning behind it. I would assume they figured out and they agreed that this is not as easy to game. There's always going to be scenarios in which players can game the system. But I guess this one is a way in which you're not going to be able to game the system as easily, and you're still going to be required to play a lot of games throughout the year as well. So that's my guess, but again, I'm sure they had a lot of meetings within the FIDE circles before they came up with this convoluted system to qualify to the candidates. At some point, Giri was making some funny jokes after they came out with this system. They were like, okay, and one candidate spot for the guy that can actually understand how you can get qualified to the candidates. So yes, we have this type of discussions and problems. Everybody has those with Fédération Internationale d'Échecs.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's
exactly.
I think that's what FIDE stands for.
Yeah. And by the way, Chaparinov keeps blitzing. He plays the move Bishop F5, developing another piece. All right, so now let's see what Hikaru is going to do with this move. He's bringing ideas into the position of potential, like knight takes f2 or knight takes d2, taking advantage of the loose bishop on d3. So let's see what White is going to do here. I mean, I don't know. It's annoying. Like, how are these players so well prepared, Christian? I mean, well, I guess I know the answer. They're professional chess players. That's what they do. They study chess a lot. And for Chibarinov, this is a big opportunity. Right now, he's in the chasing pack. He's only half point out of first place. I think for him, a draw here would be a good result. And then, maybe if he can get 1 or 2 wins in the last 2 rounds, he might have a shot at qualifying.
Yes, absolutely. And, they're well prepared. Again, I told you, he's not going to come here to bluff. And this is one of the mainline-ish ways in which White can play this position. And it makes perfect logical sense, right? You're just simply developing your piece. You're not doing anything special as White. So this is definitely something that within Chaparinov's files had this mainline-ish status. So that's why he's blitzing out his moves. Again, I have to say, I don't think Chaparinov is playing necessarily for a win. I'm not sure he's even dreaming about the candidate spots right now. If he wins this one, he can start dreaming, right? But you cannot start dreaming too early. You just have to play the tournament. You still have 2 rounds. You're playing Black against close to a 2800 level player. So definitely you're not going to take any unnecessary risks. A draw is still a very good result if you are in Chaparinov's shoes. Forget about the candidate spot. Just win this one if you really want to, and then start dreaming. That's not how it works. So I don't think he's necessarily thinking about winning this game. He's just thinking about equalizing, keeping the position solid, and letting Hikaru. Maybe he's thinking, oh, Hikaru might think that he's in a must-win situation. I don't know if he's looking at the ratings as much. Perhaps Hikaru wants to win those candidate spots early on. Don't leave it to chance. Don't leave it to Alireza having a ridiculous tournament at the Seinfeld Cup, winning 20 rating points and then surpassing me. Don't leave it to that, right? Just get the candidate spots right now and press, make some mistakes along the way and maybe give me some chances. That's the way Chaparinov is thinking right now. But for the moment, he's just simply trying to equalize position.
Yeah, I think it will be almost impossible for Fallujah to win 20 points at the
Yeah.
single cup. But, let's say he wins 1 or 2 games towards the end of this tournament, right? Then he would only need to score a +2. He would only need to score like 10 points
A plus
at
two, yeah.
the single cup. But talking about Fallujah, let's have a look at this game. His game is definitely going to be an interesting one. We see that this started off as an the semi-tower rush defense,
Yeah.
where white plays this move rook b1, making sure that after takes there's no bishop b4 check. b7 knight f3, and Fallujah going for it with this move h4. You see takes and b6, h5, trying to go h6 to give black some weaknesses. So Arvind plays h6 himself, and now rook h3. A pretty typical idea, going for the rook lift and going for a very early attack. Now, this line can often become very sharp, and one thing that's concerning for Arvind is that he is thinking in this position, whereas if you don't really know what you're doing here with black, you can easily get into a lot of trouble.
Right, but Alireza is thinking as well. So Alireza stopped and thought about, was this the move that he was out of a theory from? Rook to h3? Because I see that he thought for like around 5, 6, 7 minutes, maybe if we include the increment. And by the way, it does seem like Aravind did not spend as much time. He did play the move knight to d7, 1 hour and 37 against 1 hour and 34. Maybe he's not exactly in his preparation. Maybe he's just trying to remember his preparation. But the plans and the games usually very much transpose in this type of position, especially if you look at the attacks via rook to h3, rook to g3, those types. You can start with bishop to e2 first, or bishop to d3, and then go rook h3, rook g3. You have all sorts of transpositions. So perhaps he's looking in his mind's eye at the file that he studied in the morning. Aravind, that is, trying to remember his stuff, played the move knight to d7. And Aravind is one of those guys which at some point had this meteoric rise, and he was one of the top Indian juniors, climbing the rating lists and so on and so forth. And then he slowed down and he kind of fell under the shadow of Nihal, of Arjun Erigaisi, of Gukesh, of course, and not a lot of people have heard about Aravind as much as all the other Indian juniors, but he's a ridiculously strong player, and he's also very, very young. He's like around 17 years of age, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, 26, 50, and gaining a bunch.
Aravind?
Yes.
Well, Aravind is like 24, but they all still look very young. Yeah. No,
are you kidding me?
He's 24 years old. Yeah.
Okay, so forget about what I just said for the last 5 minutes. All right, you put me down, Bach, with that one. 24. Okay, I in my mind he's still like 17.
Well, in that picture, like he looks like he is, I don't know, like a kid. But I guess that picture was taken a while ago, and but. Yeah,
maybe I'm confusing him.
He's still funny. Young, but he is already. Maybe you're confusing with, I don't know, Raunak or something.
Maybe let's see. Yeah, 24, right. Ridiculous. So that's why he fell under the shadow of these guys. Okay, now I understand. By the way, in the live rating lists, he's number 100. So he's just about to exit that top 100. He's right at the edge, number 100.
I see. Yeah. All right. But yeah, we have a very interesting game on our hands here. And you were talking earlier, like, hey, it's not a good time for Aravind that he is out of book, but it is a good time for him that Fallujah seems to be out of book as well. Rook g3 looks very logical, introducing the threat of bishop takes h6. Black has to move the king over, and you move it to h8. You don't move it to h7, because here you can always get checked on this diagonal, bishop d3 and e5. So black usually hides the king on h8. And then white has ideas of, let's say, queen d2, trying to sack the rook on g7, followed by queen takes here. And sometimes because of that, black preemptively puts the rook on g8. White can really bring a lot of firepower here, bishop d3, queen f4. But I think objectively, black is probably doing fine here, but we're going to see a wild game. A game that's right up Ali Reza's alley. And
I see what you did there.
The question is, like, can he break through, or will black create a lot of counterplay in the meantime?
Ali Reza's alley. Yeah, no, for sure. And Ali Reza, as you mentioned, he really needs to pile up some victories. maybe not necessarily to qualify for the candidates. I think those dreams might have been crushed last round by Sam Sivian. I don't think he's getting to the candidates through this tournament. But to gain some rating points back, he needs to gain some rating points back and try to cut that difference between himself and Hikaru. He's still fighting for that. We know he's a very ambitious young man. He said it in his interviews that this is the goal for this tournament. He wants to qualify for the candidates. So if that's the goal, he needs to pile up some victories, take some chances, and try to gain some rating, because again, it's a big difference.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, so I think, yeah, like I said, he needs to cut into that rating difference a little bit, get 1 or 2 more wins than Hikaru in the last 2 rounds. By the way, speaking about Hikaru, we have another move by him. The move a knight to b3, making sure that the bishop on d3 is never hanging. But yeah, and then he has the Singfield Cup. Do you see him sneaking in any other tournaments before the end of the year if he is behind Hikaru for the rating spot, or you don't really expect such?
Which ones?
Yeah, well, the thing is, you can try to set up your own tournament.
Yeah,
do you see him doing any funny business like that?
Yeah, no, probably not. I really don't see how that would happen. Just get his French buddies and organize something. No, on the Côte d'Azur, no, probably not. I mean, hey guys, let's have a nice vacation on the Côte d'Azur and gain some rating points. That's not going to happen, obviously. But I mean, if he does that, Hikaru can do that as well, right? And then we're going to see a funny race between them organizing tournaments on each side of the world. No, I don't think that's going to happen. I think Singfield is going to be the last chance for Alireza to try to catch up with his Hikaru on the rating list. At the same time, the Singfield Cup, you're playing against the best players on the planet. Anything can happen. I mean, you can score +2. You can also score -2. And then you're completely out, right? And again, psychologically, it's not going to be easy, especially if he loses a game early on. If Alireza loses a game early on, not for the simple fact that he cannot get back into the event, but also because of this pressure that the rating race is putting on his shoulders. So there's, as Hikaru mentioned, a very weird situation happening right now. But, I've been thinking about it a little bit. And in terms of standings for this tournament, I think Hikaru, if he wins this one, he has some very decent chances, because I know at his point bracket, he has very good tie breaks. And if Fabiano wins the tournament, he's already qualified. So that's one spot away. There's like 3 spots if Fabiano wins this one. There's 3 spots that qualify to the candidates. He's already qualified via the World Cup. I believe there was, the World Cup is the one that qualified him. Most likely the points, the Grand Prix points would qualify Fabiano as well. He's in a commanding league in that one also, so he has a lot of ways to qualify. But yes, this is the situation right now. I think Hikaru is also thinking, hey, Fabi, I could take some of these guys out. Take Bogdan out. Come on. What is Bogdan? No, Bogdan is not going to try to qualify the candidates. Take him out. But is Fabiano taking out Bogdan? I don't know. Bogdan is such a solid player. Of course, we're talking about Bogdan Daniel Deac. Maybe we can go to that game for just a second to see what's happening in that one. We do have another move from Chaparino before we leave. D takes C4. What do you think about this exchange, Bach?
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, he takes on c4. I think also with the move knight b3, Hikaru was setting up ideas like, let's say go knight c6. He was perhaps setting up ideas like c5, trapping the bishop on the next move with the move a3. So I think it's a good move to take on c4. Hikaru, of course, has to recapture. And now perhaps knight c6, bring another piece into the game. And like it's a very healthy game here. I mean, you have all of your pieces developed. You have a better pawn structure as the pawn on d4 is isolated. So I think Chaparinov can be very satisfied about the outcome of the opening here. The question is like, hey, Hikaru is the better player. He is outrating him by 120 points. So let's hope that Hikaru can still outplay him. But yeah, you said it. Let's have a look at Fabiano's game against Daniel Bogdan Deac. We have an Italian on our hands here, with all of the pieces still on the board. Fabiano going for a very early bishop to g5. which is always double-edged because this bishop can be bad, but it also provokes black to push forward with moves like g5. And we see they're going for this maneuver with a knight to f8, to g6, and usually what you do after is you try to go for h5 and h4. And Christian, you know Fabiano quite well. What do you make of the time usage here? Both players around 132. Do you think they're still in book? They're trying to recollect some thoughts, or are they both completely on their own?
I believe finally they are on their own, but definitely both players still have ideas of what they need to do in the next few moves, where they have to place their pieces, and ideas regarding the plans, as you just mentioned. They've looked at this position, this type of positions, this type of structures, this type of middle games. They have files on this particular variation of the Ruy Lopez. So definitely, yes, they've been looking at this one. Sorry, not the Ruy Lopez, the Jokopion. But yes, they've definitely looked at this variation before. I don't think they remember exactly how the engine eval looks like, or how the what the moves are proposed by the engine. That's something that they will have to figure out over the board. And this one, I have to say, Bogdan, I'm not going to compare him to Fabiano, but he's a very good, very well prepared player. His theory is top notch, really, really top notch. I say this a lot about a lot of players, but he is one of those young guns that spends a lot of time and prioritizes his theory advancement. And he has a lot of coaches that help him with that as well. Let's not forget the Romanian Federation right now. Is pushing chess quite seriously. They're infusing a lot of funds, a lot of money into the advancement of these young players, and Bogdan Daniel Deac is at the forefront of it. He's pretty much the homegrown talent. He's 2700, something that Romania hasn't seen in a very long time. So definitely a lot of resources behind this young man, as it should be, and he's making use of those resources. He's preparing very well. He's a very well prepared player, and he's going to put a lot of problems for Fabiano.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we'll see how this game develops. In the meantime, we have another move by Chaparinov, and actually, it's the first new move of the game. And
Okay.
actually, one of our viewers told us that knight c6 was played in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Anish Giri in 2011. Wow,
What?
you know, but
2011.
2011, yes, these guys have been around for a long, long time. But knight d7, first move by Chaparinov, also looks very fine. I guess perhaps the knight can go to b6 or to f6. If it goes to b6, it attacks the bishop. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Perhaps this gives him a little bit more a play. The knight is putting less pressure on the d4 pawn. But Christian, I wanted to ask you. You said, Deac, he's a real homegrown talent. He was born and raised in Romania. He got a 2700. Romania also has some new players.
Yes.
With Richard Rapport and Kirill Shevchenko. What do you make of those two transfers? And what do you think of Romanian chess in general? You guys should really have a strong team now for upcoming Olympiads and European team championships.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No, they're great transfers, obviously. Richard Rapport was not happy with his situation, and Romania gave him a hand in that regard. And I think, that was a great transfer. The same with Kirill Shevchenko, obviously, because of the situation in Ukraine. He was looking to move and continue his chess development. And again, Romania was a perfect spot for him. So yes, these are great transfers and great talents all together. Kirill Shevchenko is only early 20s, in his early 20s, so definitely still a lot of room to grow, very close to 2700. We do have a very good team. We have some coaches, some very good coaches as well. Sokolov has been working with the Romanian Federation. Now we have Alexander Motilev as well, who working with the Romanian guys. So a lot of resources for the advancement of the Romanian Olympic team and the Romanian chess ecosystem. And I think this motivates a lot of the youngsters as well, seeing all these strong players. A lot of the youngsters in Romania are motivated, and I think we're going to see beautiful things coming from that.
Mhm. But that also means that it's going to be more difficult for you to join the Romanian
Oh,
Olympic team. So
I'm a retired guy. I'm a retired player, Bach. You know what I mean? I did play for the Olympic team in 2016, I want to
yeah,
say,
yeah,
or the
in
18.
Baku,
I
yeah,
don't know. It might have
or
been 18.
20.
No, in Baku, I did not play. In Baku, I was
You
there.
were there. Uh-huh.
I was
Yeah.
helping Eric Hansen.
Uh-huh.
And then 2018, I played for the Romanian team in Batumi,
Mhm.
in Georgia. So that was my one and only participation at the Olympic Games. The problem is, in order to qualify for the Olympic team, you have to play the national championship nowadays. And this is something that they changed in the past few years. And unfortunately, I just simply don't have time. I haven't played the Romanian national championship. I don't live in Romania. And I haven't played it in many, many years. So I won't be able to qualify even if these players wouldn't be on the roster.
Mhm. Yeah, but no, I just had a look. Yeah, right now, yeah, there's Rich Rapport, there's Deak, there's Shevchenko, and then also players like Nisi Piano and
Hispano is back
Votila.
also. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He switched
Mhm.
from Germany. So yeah, I mean, they have a great team. Great team.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely a team that can compete. All right, so 97 on the board here by Cheparinov. Let's see what Hikaru is gonna do. Perhaps a move like a 3, kicking the bishop away. You can also still go for ideas like bishop d3 and queen to c2, but I don't know. I feel like Cheparinov is doing quite fine here. And what I don't like is this isolated pawn on d4, right? Which already really defines the position. It feels like, you know, um, we can't ever get a big advantage. Maybe we can get a very small advantage, but the position can't ever be too bad for black, I feel here.
No, absolutely. Still a very balanced position, I think. But I believe Hikaru might have gotten something that he can work with. You see an imbalance in the structure. Again, obviously, it's going to be very difficult to take advantage of that. You will have the e5 square, as white black will have the d5 square, e5 and c5. Those are the squares primed for the white knights. As you can see, the knight on b3 ready to jump to c5, potentially the knight on f3 ready to jump to e5, and that's why the knight is on d7. That's why you see that last move from Cheparinov. So there's going to be a very thorough strategical discussion in the ensuing middle game, but there's going to be something to work with at the same time. Ivan Cheparinov, very well prepared player. I was calling one of the games from this tournament with Hanti a few days ago, and he was playing against Levon Aronian. I think it was, in fact, round 2. And he blitzed out with the black pieces some crazy sacrifices late in the game. And Levon was like, okay, I'm going to try to liquidate everything, find a way to equality and make a draw. You got it, boss. That's kind of the situation that Levon was in with white pieces. So definitely a very well-prepared player. Is not going to be easy, but Hikaru will try.
Mhm. Yeah, and I talked yesterday about with yesterday talked about this with Alex Ostrovsky, but the dynamic of the Grand Swiss. And in the Grand Swiss, you probably will need 8 out of 11. You will need plus 5. I think plus 4 might be enough, 7.5 out of 11, but you will need a good tiebreak and
The
a lot of luck.
tiebreaks.
I think 8 out of 11 will get you there, though. And the thing is, 8 out of 11, yes, it is a big score, but it's not a humongous score, right? And like, let's say you might be, kind of in the middle, but then if you win like 1 or 2 games in a row, all of a sudden you're in it. And that's what we see in Chaparinov's tournament. He won the first game, and then he made 5 draws in a row, but he won the last 2 games against Arjan Tari and Jan Christoph Duda. And now we see that he's all of a sudden up here in the standings. And I just had a quick look at chess results. The first tiebreak seems to be average opposition, and Chaparinov's tiebreak is quite good in that regard.
Yeah, that's an interesting tie breaks. I did not know about that. But yeah, again, we should probably discuss about tie breaks later in the tournament as we go into the last round. I'm sure we're going to continue touching on it, but it's going to be very interesting to watch as this tournament progresses into the last round. Now, I want to take you to this game of Vidit and Espenko. These are the two players that are also in the lead. And we've been, I mean, what happened with Vidit's tournament? Vidit started off with a loss. And then I think he scored something like 5.5 out of his next 6 games, something absolutely ridiculous like that. What just happened with Vidit? How do you bounce back like that in such a strong field? This is incredible.
Yeah, no, Vida definitely is showing a lot of mental fortitude. Like I said, he lost the first game with the black piece against Aaron Lamy, a game he arguably should have won. Yeah, quite a heartbreaking loss for him, but he managed to bounce back. Very impressive. And I like what he is doing in this game as well. He's tied for the lead with Fabiano Caruana and Deak. So let's have a look. This started out as a reload pass. Esipenko here going for A6 instead of the Berlin. And he wants to perhaps go into the Marshall or other, variations in the close to Rui. But Vidit avoids it with A3 and knight C3, knight A5, bishop A2, B4, white gaining some space. We see this trade. The players, Vidit gaining a move here with bishop G5 and moving the bishop back to D2. And now he goes for this move, queen to A1. Quite a peculiar one. I mean, A4 is not an idea just yet, as you hang the pawn, but maybe you want to go queen B2 and then A4 on the next move. And also, you're discouraging black from playing knight D8, which is often a pretty typical maneuver, knight D8 to E6, because if you do that right now, here A4 will be annoying with all of the pressure along the A file.
Yeah, that's right. You pointed out, you painted a beautiful picture there about queen to A1. Very interesting move. And right now he's thinking, Andrei Esipenko is thinking. And again, another player that's so well prepared. We've seen what he did yesterday with that piece sacrifice against Vincent Keimer. That was exquisite opening preparation. So seeing him being surprised early on in the game, and we're saying it's early on because sure, it's move 16 or whatever it is, but this type of ideas, these type of sequences have been seen before. This is not a completely novel position. So queen to A1, Vidit seems to be still within his, maybe not preparation, but he's looked at this line before. He's had this idea. Otherwise, you just simply don't play queen to A1. He knew about it, and he's putting a lot of pressure with the white pieces against Esipenko. And I have to say, I mean, Vidit is looking good. At the same time, given that he lost the first game, and you just mentioned that the first tiebreak is average rating of the players that you've played, perhaps Vidit's tiebreaks are not great from that regard, because he did play, I don't think he played any 2700s except Hikaru.
Yeah.
Since the first including the first round. But after that, he played 2609 against Gupta, 2633. Those are low 2600s, right, in this tournament. So the average is probably not as high for Vidit. He's looking to punch those tickets to the candidates, but I don't think he's relying on tie breaks. I don't think he can rely on tie breaks if he wants to get the candidates.
Yeah, and it will be a little bit risky. Again, like 7.5 keeps you unsure as to whether you actually make it or not. I do think you need 8, but with Fabiano in the mix, a third place will. I mean, I think Fabiano is going to make it to the top 2.
Okay, okay.
I do think that's going to happen. So I think third place will probably make it as well. That being said, what is enough for third place, right? Like 8 for sure, 7.5. Maybe. His tiebreaks are okay. He's actually in second place. Esipenko has the best tiebreaker now. He is leading the tournament. And then we have Fabiano in third place and Deak in fourth. So Deak is definitely a player who will have to win another game. But yeah, you said it. I mean, especially with the white pieces, you're gonna have to try to keep pushing. You have to keep pushing for the win, as you will also get games with black, and your opponents will try to go after you as well. So
but I don't think this is accurate. I don't think the standings that we see on chess.com are accurate.
I know on chess results.
You're looking at chess results. Okay.
Yes, I think.
But I'm wondering why is
accurate.
Score I understand, but Vidit definitely has the lower average rating compared to, let's say, Fabiano.
Well, here's the thing. Someone like Fabiano, he plays down every single. And actually, if you look at Fabiano's tournament. He did not play his Deak as his first 2700 plus opponent in the field. He's played actually quite a lot against like 2650s.
Maybe you're right. Maybe actually Vidit playing Hikaru in the last round bounced his and really increased his average rating. I
Yeah.
think that's the case because Hikaru being 2780, obviously that's a big push. There's not a lot of 2780s in the tournament. So yes, okay, now I'm starting to understand why that's the case. But Esipenko played both Hikaru and Fabiano and Erigaisi and Keimer. All of these players are over 2700. So he's okay, his tie breaks are looking pretty solid, I have to say. At the same time, he played Jumabayev, who's 2585. This is going to be quite interesting to see because it's going to be a matter of one rating point or like a couple of rating points in the average that's going to make the difference. That's going to give the ticket to the candidates. It's going to be quite an interesting one, I have to say.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an intriguing finish towards the end of the tournament. I do think though that it does seem like a fair tiebreak average rating opposition. So we'll see how exactly this shakes out. But yeah, right now Deck is not having a good tournament, and it's interesting, for these 2700s, it's a really good opportunity to try and qualify for the candidates. As you see here, they get to the top spots by beating players that are weaker than them, the 2600s, the 2650s. So yeah, it's really a big opportunity here for players like Vidit, Esipenko, Deak to make it into the candidates. We have to move a3 in the meantime by Hikaru. And the good thing is that Cheparinov is spending some time. So let's see where he's going to go. I think there's two moves, either bishop b7 or bishop to d6. Which one do you think he's going to go for? Which one looks more natural to you?
I think bishop d6, just for the simple fact that I want to, again, control those key squares e5 and c5, and bishop on d6 controls e5. I see the trade-off. Bishop to e7 also allows the retreat of the knight on e4 to d6. That's an option as well. At the same time, the knight on d6 doesn't control as many important squares. We've been talking about for white, the e5 and c5 squares, for black, the d5 square, that blockading square in front of the IQP. So definitely knight f6, knight d5 comes into mind if you do at some point, and you will most likely push my knight away from e4. I don't have an outpost. I don't have a strong outpost on e4. So at some point, that knight is going to be pushed away. Bishop to d3, rook to e1, things of that nature. I'm going to target that knight. And the question is, where are you going to put it? I see it going to d5. That's why, bishop to d6, in my estimation, is the better option.
Yeah. No,
what do you think?
Both moves.
Bishop d6, bishop b7. What's your take?
I do like this idea of bishop to e7 and knight d6, and I feel like it's just a matter. I feel like bishop d6 might be a little bit more ambitious, so to speak, because you leave the knight hanging in the air. It can get attacked with moves like bishop d3, queen c2, rook e1, as you mentioned. The question is, can you hang on, right? If you can with like rook e8, knight f6, I think you're doing absolutely fine. But, this knight can also become a little bit loose. So I feel like bishop e7, it's perhaps a little bit further. You're moving the bishop further back, but it seems extremely solid with this knight coming down to d6. So I feel like, here, I feel
safer
like
option,
Cheparinov play knight d7. He's probably going to continue in the same spirit with bishop e7 here. That's my prediction.
Yep. No, I mean, it connects much better with his overall strategy, with his overall plan from the beginning to try to keep the position tight, try to keep the game tight, right? He played the Petrov after all. So yes, bishop to e7 makes a lot of sense. Now, let's make a quick assessment, because right now you see both players have spent around 20 minutes of their time. How do we feel about the outcome of this opening phase?
I'm not thrilled. Like, I would have either liked to see Hikaru with a clear advantage or with a position where all of the pieces are still on the board, right? Here, I mean, okay, well, to be fair, only two sets of pawns have been traded off, but the position is already somewhat defined, right? A very clear pawn structure. We will probably see some trades at some point, like if black goes knight d6, maybe you go bishop d3 to trade off. So I feel like Cheparinov cannot be unhappy at all. I would have, again, liked to see a position, maybe not one in which Hikaru is better, but with more play left. That being said, right now Cheparinov is on his own. So there's definitely still chances to outplay, to get chance here with white. And Christian, I wanted to grab your attention and show this game between Hans Moak Niemann and Nikita Vichikov.
Who's that guy?
What?
Who's that guy?
I've never heard of him. Yeah.
Hans Moak
Did
Niemann?
Did anyone ever talk about Hans?
I've never heard that name before.
No. Right. But let's show what happened here. So it started out as an Italian. Both players getting their pieces out, all pretty standard. Wow, rook a5. Do you even rook left, bro? Okay, some tension in the center. And we see Vichikov coming down with his queen.
Yes,
wow.
Yes. He's coming down, yeah. He's looking
like
at some knight e2 ideas, yeah, of course.
So what about knight g3? Moving the knight up, stopping that idea. Now rook e3 is a big threat. I guess he wants to go all the way back to g6, right? Because otherwise rook e3 is just a devastating threat.
Yeah. No, knight g3 likely has to be played. Knight to g3, or maybe just get the king out of dodge with king to h2 or king to h1. Not allow, obviously, knight to e2. That's a big threat in the position. You don't have enough compensation if you give me the exchange. So knight to g3 also, it makes sense. You're getting closer to the king. There's a lot of pieces coming next to the black king, right? Especially if you give me a few more moves, maybe rook to e3, as you were pointing out, knight to h5. If my knight lands on h5, and I'm starting to look at ideas of knight takes g7, knight to f6, and do something on the g file via that h6 pawn as well. Everything is pointed towards the black king. So obviously, the newly minted British player, Nikita Vichikov, is definitely feeling the heat a little bit in this position. What do you think?
Yeah, if you allow white to get all of those moves, like I said, rook e3, knight h5, you're definitely getting moked on the king side. So you cannot allow that. But I'm sure he has something in mind. I think someone like queen g6, knight h5 is no longer possible. Maybe knight h4. I feel like probably objectively black is fine, but it's definitely an exciting game to keep an eye out for. Let's see. Let's also have a look at this game between Fedoseev and Arjun Erigaisi, two very exciting players. This game started out as a French by Arjun, knight c3, knight f6. It goes into the Steinwich variation. There's a lot of things that black can do here, but Arjun goes for bishop b7, a3. I guess that definitely took him out of book. The main move here is queen e2.
And a3 is one of the topical ones, right? He should have at least looked at it on occasion.
Yeah. Now what often happens here is white going queenside castles, but Fedoseev goes for rook to d1. And I think what white can often do here is go for this pawn push with f5 and make black take, and then you take on d5. This is often an idea in the French.
Yeah. Yeah, no. This one, I really don't like playing the French. I like playing against the French, just for the simple fact that it just feels strategically much more pleasant for white. But obviously, as you pointed out, there's always this transitions which can favor black, and this is something that whenever I was playing e4, I was sometimes not as able to deal with. I like playing against the French, but my results were not that great against the French. Definitely still an intriguing middle game in this one, with chances for both sides. Fedoseev has been having a rough few weeks, maybe a month. In Qatar, we know what happened there. He did not play very well. He started off with 2 losses, did not recover very well after that, lost a bunch of rating. Definitely not something that he likes, but he is a perennial 2700 rated player. He was about 2720, 2730 at his peak, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely a good player. A silver medalist at the World Championship, World Rapid Championship, that is, but still, that's quite significant as well. A tremendous player in his own right, can beat on any day any of the players on the planet. So Fedoseev, not a pushover by any means, definitely, in my estimation, with better chances after the opening phase in this one.
Yeah, and I called it bishop e7 on the board by Chaparinov.
Okay.
He wants to go knight d6. It looks very fine, very harmonious. Now let's see what Hikaru is going to do. And actually, since black is going to go for this one, a move I like to keep more play in the position is this move rook e1. So that in case you go knight d6, now we can go bishop f1. You can go bishop d3, but we see more trades. All of this is pretty boring. I don't really see how white exactly is supposed to be better here. I feel like black is doing very fine here. So I like Rookie 1. Let's see if Hikaru is gonna go for this one. He's back in his seat. What do you make from his body language and facial expressions?
Let's see. Well, he's in his zone. He's in the zone. He's thinking of ways to imbalance the position. At the same time, he's happy and comfortable with his rating advantage. So he's in a comfortable spot. Hikaru, that is. I think he's just cooking right now. He's cooking. He's in the kitchen. You know,
Exactly. Yeah. And I don't know
he's
if
looking
I've
at the
asked you.
pieces, at the ingredients. He's cooking.
Yeah, and I don't know if I've asked you, but like these player cameras are definitely something new.
Oh yeah.
Do you see the St. Louis Chess Club implementing them?
I hope they will. I hope they will. I mean, I hope every single. I think they're going to be a mainstay in every self-respecting broadcast moving forward. They're absolutely historical in my understanding. I mean, they look like a movie, right? If we think about what's the name of the big movie that came in 2020, Queen's Gambit, right? Queen's Gambit. These are the type of shots that I remember from the Queen's Gambit, especially in this hole, in the hole that they were playing in Isle of Man. Very beautiful, very high ceilings. It's definitely a tremendous shot. And if it's not too inconvenient for the players, why wouldn't you have it? Why wouldn't every self-respecting broadcast have it?
Yeah, I like it a lot. I like it a lot. It is really right now we see Cheparinov's POV, right? Whereas sometimes we have Hikaru's POV. Like you can really see what the players are looking at.
It gives us so much information, right?
Yeah, of course, a slightly different angle. And often Hikaru does this. He does the side eye. He looks at the position like this. What do you make of that expression or that look at the board?
Can you show it to me again? I did not see.
Yeah, he does the side eye. He looks at the position like this.
Oh yeah yeah. Well, I guess he's just sometimes whenever you make a blunder, you exactly know when Hikaru gives you the side eye, but sometimes it's just more of a neutral expression. He's like just trying to fine tune his vision. He's trying to fine tune his understanding and his read of the position. I don't think it's always a negative whenever you see that coming from Hikaru. But sometimes it is. Sometimes you just blundered and Hikaru gives you the side eye and then you messed it up. But sometimes it's just a neutral expression.
And we have moved by Hikaru, bishop to d3. All right, putting pressure on the knight. So now I do expect Cheparinov to move that knight back to d6 and offer the trade of bishop. Because let's say you wait a move, and let's say you play knight d6. Now white can play bishop f4. And if you go knight d6 here we can take the knight. If you recapture, you lose your bishop. And if you try to be smart and take on d3, now we take on e7, and all the same, you lose a piece.
Don't be smart. Don't be smart.
Yeah, no, don't be smart. Just go knight d6 and keep it simple. And I feel like Black's doing quite fine there.
No, absolutely. Bishop to d3, Cheparinov thinking it's all about. I mean, it's all about the pressure, the amount of pressure you're going to be able to generate consistently throughout the game. And we've seen that make an impact in yesterday's game. I'm not sure if you were calling the shots on that one between Fabiano and Bacro. Bacro played a ridiculously strong game up until the last couple of moves of the game when he just lost the plot. So it was equal throughout the game. Bacro with the black pieces defended extraordinarily well. And unfortunately for him, just a misstep towards the end of the game cost him the full point. That's the way Hikaru is looking at this encounter. He's thinking, okay, I know I'm probably not much better out of the opening. He probably equalized. His opening was a success. But if I manage to continue piling on the pressure, keep the position imbalanced, slightly imbalanced. We see the structural imbalance right now given by the IQP and all these knight jumps. These two knights, the knight on b3 and on f3, if they land on c5 and e5 respectively, they're going to be tremendous pieces. So this type of ideas, this type of slow maneuvering ideas, Hikaru definitely has in his mind, and he's thinking, psychologically, all I have to do is continue piling on the pressure, make precise moves, keep it at, let's say, 0.20 advantage, 0.15 advantage. Don't let it go down to like 0-0 or be worse. Just keep it a little bit better for white. If I manage to do that for 40, 45 moves, then at some point, hopefully my opponent will crack.
Yep. And we have a move by Chaparino. He played bishop to g6. Very logical move. Now, people were wondering in the chat, what does that move do? Well, it makes sure that the bishop is no longer hanging. Because let's say you make a useless move like a6. There's always ideas of queen c2, putting a lot of pressure on the knight, which can easily be lost. Again, the knight can now no longer move. The bishop is often hanging. And Chaparino is making sure that there will never be an issue. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do here. We might potentially see a trade on g6, which, we changed the pawn structure a little bit. The question is whether that will be in white's favor or not. I feel like Hikaru is going to go for something like bishop 4 here, or maybe rook e1. I feel like with the move bishop d3, he's indicating that he does not mind this trade at all, and perhaps Chaparino wants to move his knight back to f6, so that in case, here's the thing, in case you go knight d6, here it's easier for white to potentially push the pawn up to d5, right, and grab more space. But if black moves the knight back here, that's going to be a lot more difficult to do.
Right. And, another issue with the move knight to f6 is that, we've been talking about knights jumps to e5 and c5. But what if I go to a5? How do you defend that b7 square? That's why I'm a bit worried about this move knight to f6. How do you defend if I go knight to a5 in this position?
I like knight a5. It's definitely a tricky move. You attack the pawn on b7, which is somewhat awkward to protect. You cannot do that with the queen, as then you hang the bishop. You cannot go b6, as that allows a fork on c6, and it's game over.
So the only way GG.
Yep. So the only way to do so is with rook to b. Oh, look at this, Christian. Wow. Oh. Wow. Look at this.
Oh yeah.
And that will be a crushing. And actually, wait. It's not. It's actually, this could happen. Rook
this
e1.
could
you attack
easily happen. Yes.
Knight here, knight a5. Are you already in trouble? If you try to take on d3 first, so that after queen takes rook b8, I no longer have that move. I might also still have knight takes b7. As I attack your queen, you can move the queen over. Now I take, and if you take my knight, now your bishop is hanging, and I've won a pawn. So this could perhaps be a nice little trick for Hikaru to get an advantage, because you can play bishop g6 in conjunction with knight d6, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? Because you didn't need to make this move to go knight d6, right?
Exactly. So, we've been talking about Chaparinov not playing the Petrov, not being a Petrov player. These are the type of details that you're missing from your repertoire, not the theory repertoire, but rather the middle game repertoire. Positions and ideas that you've seen throughout your career as a Ruy Lopez player, as a Petrov player. He's not a Petrov player, so he hasn't seen this type of details in his games. He doesn't have that well to draw from. So this is problematic. This might become problematic. Rook to e1. Now you go back to d6. You've lost the tempo with this move bishop to g6, and I can slowly build my initiative as white. Bishop to f4, rook to c1. These positions can get quite uncomfortable for black. And I have to say, you said that Hikaru might not be happy out of the opening phase. I'm going to take the other side of the coin. I'm going to say that he's very happy right now out of the opening. He has an imbalanced structure given by that pawn on d4, and he's going to try to take advantage of that.
Yeah, no, for sure. We see the evil bar slightly but surely creeping up. Bishop g6, it's perhaps a slight inaccuracy, right? But a move like knight f6, which looks quite natural, could perhaps be labeled as a blunder, as the chat likes to do, because of that move knight a5, and really that very unorthodox trick with bishop to a6. So let's see. I like Hikaru's chances more and more. He's still a little bit down on the clock. It would also be nice if he's putting pressure on the time as well. So let's see. Is there another? Well, one game I wanted to point out, which it's quite interesting from an opening perspective, because we see Serrano playing with the black pieces, Parham with white, and I've seen Serrano play this particular line with an early a3 in the Rubinstein dozens and dozens of times. So it's really interesting to see Parham playing Serrano's line against him.
Yeah, and go back just a few moves before bishop to e2.
Mhm.
Serrana's pet line is queen to d3 in this position after queen c7.
Ah,
That's
yeah.
that's his idea. He's been playing it so many times. I know it because I was looking at this line for one of my students, and Serrana was all over this line. The engine is saying that black is already slightly better, but Serrana really loves playing this one, and he manages to outplay his opponents quite often. He plays it very much in rapid chess as well, not so much
Hmm.
in classical. A lot of rapid games with queen to d3. So perhaps he's willing to take some more chances in rapid. Bishop to e2, obviously, that's one of the main lines. It leads to very imbalanced positions. White has the two bishops. White has something going on in the center as well. Black hasn't created any weaknesses, though, in the position. So definitely very, very safe, very stable position for black as well, and potentially could be trying to play against white's structural weaknesses after taking on d4. E takes d4, perhaps. I don't think you want to take with the bishop for the simple fact that that pawn on c4 is going to become a weakness after that. So you're going to do the hanging pawns, perhaps. Maybe you can take with the bishop and play with the pawn on c4. A lot of transitions are going to come in this game, but I think it's that time of the day where we take our first break. And we'll come back shortly. We've gone through a lot of games. We've analyzed everything from the first phase of this very important round. What do you think?
Yeah, no, let's take a quick break. Hikaru is in the tank. I do expect more rookie one, but yeah, let's take a quick break, and we will be back in just a few.
See you guys soon.
And welcome back, everyone, to round 9 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. Christian, we have another move by Hikaru, and I like it. It's rook to e1.
Yep. Rook to e1, a best move, a most natural move in the position. And right now, Ivan Cheparinov is in the tank, perhaps realizing that after knight to f6, this knight to a5 idea, hitting the pawn on b7, combined with your idea of bishop to a6, that's just a critical tactical hit in the position. And I have to say, the more I look at it, the more difficult it becomes to find the right way to save the position right now. So knight f6, knight a5 might already be too late for that. If you go bishop to e4, for example, and I think this might be, keep going, yeah, bishop to a6, bishop to e4. What do we do? Do we just give up that rook with rook takes e4? Is that the idea?
Yeah, it is. Like,
take. Okay, what do we take on b7 with?
We take with the bishop to hit the knight, and
so if I go back,
f6.
Let's say I go back to f6, knights, I go to e8,
and then I just
pick up my rook. Yeah, that's it. Beautiful tactics, and they all work in white's favor, it seems like.
Yeah, exactly. Because here white has the bishop pair and an extra pawn, so white is just winning. So yeah, knight ef6, the more I look at it, I don't think it's a move. I think Cheparinov has to play the move knight df6. You could make an argument for, I think he should play knight d6. You could make an argument for knight df6, but if you play this, now Hikaru has the additional option to go knight e5. And after knight d6 here I can get the bishop pair, and white definitely has something to work with.
Oh, yeah. No, these are very unpleasant positions. I remember analyzing them for black for various reasons in my career. And whenever you have the C file, and the two bishops for white, it becomes very, very difficult to keep it together as black. So definitely not something that Ivan Cheparinov should be striving for in this position. I think bishop g6 was just a misstep. It looks natural. It looks like a good move, but it's just simply a misstep. You're just one tempo down. You don't get to cement your position after the move knight to a5, stabilize it, and that's problematic. In fact, for example, if you have the rook on e8, that's a completely different story, because the bishop on e7 is protected, and you can defend the pawn on b7 with the queen. For example, something like queen to c8, right? That's a completely different story. You don't have this knight to c6 in certain occasions, so it's a much better situation for black. You don't have those options right now. You're just one tempo too late, and Cheparinov is sweating right now. You can see it. I can see it on his pores, right? Look at him. He's sweating. He's thinking, what did I do? How did I go wrong in this one? I thought the Petrov should be a draw all the time.
Yeah, no, he definitely looks slightly concerned. And I guess, like I said, he is realizing that knight d6, the move that he probably intended, or knight ef6, the move he probably intended, is not good, because of the move knight a5 that we pointed out, and white has got all these nice tactical shots. So here's the thing. You can basically do two things here. Basically realize your mistake and be like, okay, I can't go knight ef6, the move I intended, because of knight a5, and just go knight e6. But you can also try to double down on it and be like, hey, I really want to make these lines work, right? Knight ef6, knight a5, rook b8. Okay, yes, there's bishop a6. But do I maybe have a counterpunch? Maybe something like, I don't know, c5, hitting the knight. I mean, you take here, but you're really a little bit stuck here. But it seems like all of these lines do work out for white. And because that, it just seems better for him to bite the bullet and play knight d6, which seems to be the best move. I mean, you don't want to play a move like f5. This really weakens the position. So he's spending a lot of time here, which is in Hikaru's favor.
Yeah, and I just saw a very funny comment. Cheparinov looks like Batur Jobava on steroids.
What?
He does look like a more buff version of Jobava. Jobava is a very skinny, very skinny guy. Cheparinov does look a little bit like that. A little bit of a buff version of Jobava. I can see it. I'm seeing it. Yes. Do you see it?
I don't see it, no. But
that was a very funny comment.
Yeah, the chatters are always there, to provide some fun in the chat. All right, but I do like Hikaru's chances right now. He's up 6 minutes on the clock, whereas before he was down, I think, 20, because Cheparinov was still in his preparation. And hey, we still have a long way to go until the time control. Let's update Fabiano's game. we have
Sure.
a lot of moves here. So we left off after knight e3, I believe, queen e8. Now h3 was played, creating some luft for the king and potentially, but really for the bishop. h5 by Deck, a typical move, queen b3, eyeing the pawn on f7, and Deck just decides to castle. A very double-edged game here. All of the pieces still on the board. This one can really go either way.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's all going to go down to the wire in this one and to the clock as well. Because I know Bogdan is very prone to getting down to his last few minutes. And he's a very interesting guy. He's doing something that I don't see anybody else doing. Whenever he has a minute, 30 seconds sometimes on his clock, whenever he plays on increment, he gets up from the board. Have you seen him doing that? He gets up from the board with like 30 seconds
I
on his
can
clock.
tell you a story.
And I'm like, what in the world are you doing? How are you operating like that? What's your system? Your operating system looking like if you do this? I mean, it's just incredible. And by the way, he makes the best moves. He makes the best moves in time trouble situation and very often gets winning chances. But it's just ridiculous. I've never seen anybody do that.
Yeah, no, it's funny. I actually played him once in a tournament, and that's exactly what happened. He got low on time, and then he got up from the board, pacing back and forth. He didn't want to sit there, even though he had a minute, or maybe even he makes a move with 1 second, has 31 seconds on the clock, and starts pacing back and forth.
That's crazy.
I don't know. I would just stay seated, but that's how some players, like you said, like to operate.
No. I don't think it's some players. I think he's the only one. I mean, I see some players pacing with 5 minutes on the clock. Yeah, and I can understand 3 minutes on the clock, and I can understand that. But he does this in complicated positions with 30 seconds on the clock. Like not in simple positions, in actually complicated positions. And then he spends like 5 seconds to come back to the board. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, no. But I've seen other players do this as well. I think Nihal, he also still gets up from the board when he's low on time. And I think a lot of players just do this because they're nervous. You know, they want to escape the tension zone, the board, so to speak. And actually, when I played Sam Sevian this year in the Spring Chess Classic, at some point, he had 2.5 minutes on the clock, and he just left the room. He had to go to the bathroom. And so the thing that was that his next moves were pretty clear, pretty obvious. We were in an endgame. And, you know, I didn't want to... At some point, I had decided on my move, so I just played it, and I was like, well, you know, I don't really expect him to flag, but you never know, right? But he did come back with like a minute and a half on his clock.
Well, maybe he just had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah,
I mean, sometimes it happens, right? You drink too much water, and then you go down to your last few minutes, and you just simply don't have those extra couple of minutes to go do your thing. But that's at the St. Louis Chess Club. Generally, the bathrooms are pretty close to the play zone, so that's helpful. Yes, very complicated position in this one, I have to say. And by the way, you won that tournament, didn't you?
I won the Spring Classic. Yeah,
indeed. Yeah. You did quite well. You started off slowly. I think you lost the game, but then you bounced back furiously. Something similar to Vidit. And speaking of Vidit, let's go to that game because I want to point out an interesting fact. After the move Queen to A1, he spent, I believe, something along the lines of 40 minutes, Esipenko, that is. And he played this move Rook to B8, after which Queen to B2 came immediately by Vidit. Look at the time difference, Bach. I mean, an hour and 33 minutes for Vidit, 37 minutes right now for Esipenko. This is some serious pressure happening right now from Vidit.
Yeah, I checked. He spent 53 minutes. 53
Holy
minutes
smokes.
to move a rook over once. Like, I don't know, to me, it's definitely not good to spend that much time on a single move. I think it's just the nerves. Again, for players like Vidit, Esipenko is leading the tournament. He knows that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him to qualify for the candidates. But yeah, here's the thing. You can perhaps justify spending a lot of time in a very complicated position, but in a position like this, where you just make one rook move to spend 53 minutes, is not a good idea, because that really sets you on the back, because Vidit now has the pressure on the board and on the clock. So I don't like the position, the situation, so to speak, for Esipenko right now.
Yeah, no, definitely a lot of pressure coming from Vidit. Again, I have to say, Vidit has been impressing with his composure after losing the first game against Irvin Lamy, a low 2600 if we go by the ratings, right? One of the lower rated players in this event, and he bounced back with tremendous play after that. Scored 6 out of 7, and with 2 draws, no losses in those 6 games. And right now he's 7 games, and right now he's doing amazing against Esipenko. Definitely got the type of position, the type of play that he wanted out of the opening. Slight pressure, doesn't have any weaknesses in the position, and he can just slowly turn the temperature up. He can slowly cook in the position. That's exactly what he's looking to do.
Exactly. And he won a really nice game against Hans Moke Niemann a few rounds ago in the same variation. So he knows how to play these. He knows how to squeeze the opponent. And like I said, he knows how to turn up the heat. So I like Vidit's chances a lot. Okay, so Fabiano's game pretty complicated. Vidit has a nice edge. Chiparinov, by the way, still in the tank. Wow, how long is he thinking already? Like 20 minutes?
He's thinking for a while, but you were mentioning Fabiano's game. It's blunder alert. It seems like Fabiano might have blundered with the last move, or perhaps just played too slowly on that side, because right now G4, at least according to the engine that chess.com offers, G4 is looking quite prime in the position.
Yeah, G4. Yeah, here's the thing. Fabiano is making all these moves on the queen side, so he's really asking for a counterpunch on the other side of the board. And G4, it looks like the time is right. Okay, so let's say we go knight h2. I guess Deck just goes queen to G5, and I like Black's position. I mean, you have a lot of pieces here on the king side. Also, king G7, rook h8 is an idea. B5 doesn't really concern you, although, well, it could, because here's the thing. If you take, this opens up the a file. This is annoying for Black. And if you go knight ce7 to hit the bishop, now white can take on a6. You can recapture as that leaves your rook hanging. So I think that is what Fabiano is going for.
Yes.
Does it work, though? I mean, maybe you can take on d5 first, and after takes... Oh, but if you take, you hang this, so...
Can I take on... Wait. Can we go back after knight takes d5? Is it worth considering taking on b7 right now?
Yes, the Schwiesenzug. And now you win a pawn. I guess that's what Fabian has in mind.
Are you swearing at me, Bach?
No, that's a German word. It means in between move.
Ah, okay. For a second, I thought we were gonna throw virtual.
It's an actual word. Yeah.
Okay. Nice one. Yeah, knight takes d5. Looking good. Looking good. But can we go back? Go back for a second. Go back for a second. Yeah, keep going. So b5. Can we do something else?
Yes, you can also go here.
Can I sacrifice a piece is what I'm asking, and try to go for the checkmate with knight f4? I have knight e2. You see what I'm doing?
Yeah. If I take, I guess you want to give a check and move the king over.
Maybe.
And either you take here or you... Yeah, but
I'll take on c6 first.
And if I take, you still have another...
I still have another tempo.
Yep. Rook b8 hitting the queen. Another Schwiesenzug, an in-between move, which is not a swear word.
You got to stop saying that word. I mean, I don't know how to feel about it. I mean, I feel attacked every time you say it. Yes.
It's a normal word.
Schwiesenzug. All right. No, I like it. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful word, especially coming out of your mouth.
I mean, Zugzwang is also like a normal word, and it's not too different from that one. But Chiparinov keeps burning clock. He keeps burning clock, and he's now down 15 minutes, which is definitely a good sign for Hikaru.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right. We're next. I mean, by the way, yeah, this is a crazy game. Likely going to be a crazy game if Bogdan Daniel deck goes for these crazy
Mhm.
complications. We don't know whether, I mean, look, these are not easy to calculate, right? G4, commit to Queen G5, and then commit to Knight to F4. These are definitely crazy calculations that right now Bogdan Daniel deck is going to take some time to think about and try to make them work in his vision, in his mind. Crazy
Mhm.
position, difficult position for both sides, but Bogdan Daniel deck definitely feeling good, must be feeling good out of the opening phase.
Yeah. All right, and yeah, I think Hikaru said in the broadcast the other day that Fabiano actually wanted to get out of this tournament because he is already qualified for the candidates. Do you know by any chance if that is true? And if so, what is his motivation for this one? Or is
Sorry,
it just another tournament and he just wants to, play well and try to win it?
which player?
Fabiano.
Oh, Fabiano. Well, definitely his motivation is not qualify. He qualified already. He wants to play a good tournament. I think he enjoys staying active, especially leading up to what is going to be a very contentious candidates tournament. A lot of very strong players, and he didn't do very well in the last one. He does not want to repeat those type of performances. He wants to be in tune, and you gotta hit iron while it's hot. And right now, he's definitely hot. He's a hot player. He's back 2,800. He's playing very, very good chess. He wants to get as much confidence as possible leading up to those candidates, and he wants to keep his form hot. And that's why he's playing so much. That's why he's being so active. And he's been an active player always, Fabiano. He never shied away, never tried to withdraw from tournaments in general. And, it's one of those tournaments in which you get to test yourself against maybe players that you don't generally play against, 2700s, 2650s. Are you able to outplay those guys? Are you able to do what he did to Bakro, right? There's always a way to gauge the shape, the form that you're into. If you are able to put the pressure, slowly cook them, cook these 2650, these 2700s, then you're in tremendous shape. You're going to go with a lot of confidence into what is going to be a critical tournament, the candidates.
Mm-hmm.
Especially critical with Ding. Where's Ding?
Yeah.
Where's Ding,
Ding,
Benjamin?
Yeah, well, Ding, actually, we received word a couple days ago that Ding was doing commentary on Chinese national television. So he's coming for us. He's coming for, our jobs.
Oh my
He took
goodness.
our jobs. Do you know South Park? Do you know that episode? Well, never mind. But there's that. Yeah. Anyway,
I probably know it, but it just doesn't come to my mind right now.
Anyway, so yeah, well, the thing for a lot of these players is that right now Magnus is out of the way. He stepped away from the World Championship. So if you qualify, you have a real chance of winning, because before it's like, okay, you have to make it all the way through the candidates, and then there's that guy Magnus at the end. So you make all of this effort and you'll probably lose anyway. Even though in 2018 there was a very, very close match between Fabiano and Magnus, and also 2016 was also extremely close, and Magnus almost lost that one.
He almost lost that one against Carjacking. Carjacking.
Yeah. Anyway, we have a move by Chipperino. He plays 96, a good move, but it took him a long time.
Yeah. Knight to d6, probably a good move. Just stay close to that pawn on b7. But again, there's always trade-offs. This knight on d6 is going to hinder the action of the bishop on e7. There's not that much control over the c5 square right now. The knight is not coming to d5 on that important square. You only have one more knight to come to d5. The problem is, once you move the knight from d7, you give me those two squares, those two critical squares, e5 and c5. So it does seem like Hikaru right now has a nice position, a nice opportunity to massage his opponent. Just play bishop to f4, rook to c1, slowly increase the pressure, increase the temperature in the position.
Yeah. Also, Hikaru way up on time now, up 18 minutes. So yeah, he must have expected to move 96. He could have thought a little bit on Chipperino's time. So let's see what our big man is going to do here. I expect a move like bishop f4, bring the bishop into the game. And the question will always be, will Hikaru trade on g6 himself, or will he keep allowing Cheparinov to trade? I mean, I don't know. This pawn structure is very solid, but it also sometimes gives white some options against the black king. So it will be interesting to see what Hikaru will decide on.
Oh, there's the side that you were talking about. Did you see him?
Yeah.
It's like he's squeezing something. He's squeezing something with his eyesight. Very interesting technique. Maybe we'll ask him about it. Yeah, bishop to f4, rook to c1. Things are looking good. Things are looking sharp, and especially on the clock. And especially when we're looking on the clock, it's easy for us to kind of understand who's more comfortable in the position. And in the last few moves, definitely Hikaru has been in a more comfortable situation because Ivan Cheparinov has been spending a lot of time and his clock is dwindling down. This is only move 14. This is a very slow-paced game. So it's likely that we're going to see some time trouble situations.
Yeah, no, for sure. So yeah, I think Hikaru just has to keep up the pressure. Just keep developing. Bishop f4 looks pretty logical. The knight on b3, it looked a little bit off earlier, but it can always jump to the c5 square where it's kind of annoying, putting pressure on b7. And also knight a5, as we discussed earlier, is also an idea. So I think
the menu.
Yeah. So I think we've discussed it before. Hikaru, he just has to keep up the pressure. And if he does, I think he's got excellent chances to win this one, also because of the time. So Christian, is there perhaps another game that we should look at? I don't see anything right away.
Not that much has happened in a lot of the other games. Should we check Parham versus Serrano also, or Ali Reza? Maybe we can go to Ali Reza's game.
Yeah, let's have a look here. So we left off after rook h3. Knight d7 was played, e5. Now with e5, you weaken the d5 square, but you deny the knight on d7 to go to the f6 square. Bishop d7 was played, bishop d3, and king h8. And the computer is saying that this is a blunder. All right. I guess it's just a little bit too slow. And Ali Reza very quickly goes bishop e3. And again, white is very easy play here. Now he wants to go queen e2 and sack. And what do you do? I don't know, honestly.
Yeah, no, this is looking good for Ali Reza. Sack it on h6, and it's going to be, again, you have so much firepower aimed at that king, the bishop on d3, the bishop on e3, the queen coming on that c1, h6 diagonal, the rook swinging to a g3. The knight at some point is going to jump to g5, right? So it's very difficult for me to see the way black is going to get out of this, especially as you just mentioned. How do you defend that pawn on h6? I mean, queen to d2 is coming. I guess rook to e8 followed, or rook to g8 followed by bishop to f8. Perhaps that's one way, or rook to g8 followed by queen to f8. It looks passive, and it looks one move away from resigning. If I manage to successfully sacrifice that bishop on h6, then it's resignation time. So very dire situation for Aravind in this one.
Yeah, no, like I said, maybe, yeah, rook g8 followed by bishop f8 or queen f8, but it all looks really passive. And how do you ever crawl out, right? Like, let's make some moves on the board. Rook g8, queen e2, queen f8.
Maybe, yeah.
And now what? Like, what do you do afterwards? And actually, the attack doesn't stop. What about this? G4, and Ali Reza can really let him cook here with g5 coming next. Aravind goes for f5, also a pretty typical move to blunt the diagonal of this bishop. Now you can take en passant, but now you recapture with the bishop. The bishop is a very nice defender, holding the king side. However, the move f5 weakens the e6 pawn. So what about this move? Bishop c4 hitting this. I mean, bishop d5 is a move, but it looks kind of sad. And this is
once I have that pawn on e5, beautiful pawn on e5. This is just a simple advantage for white, right? A long-term nice advantage for white. Sure, black is going to dream that at some point you're going to get a knight to e6, but it's not as easy, especially because of the move that you just made. This move, queen to b3, is very difficult to defend that pawn on d5. If you would have the rook on e8 and you would be ready to go knight f8, knight e6, it would be a completely different story, but you're just simply not in time.
Exactly. Yeah, no, and another idea here for Ali Reza Firouzja. I've said it before, Ali Reza.
Ali Reza, yes.
Is still,
I
cannot be the only one. That's made Ali Ruja. Yeah. Huh. If he, he's talking about fashion. If Ali Reza ever launches his own fashion brand, he should call it Ali Ruja. What do you think?
Yes, it's great.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I think it's too early to come up with those solutions. Yeah.
Mhm.
Looking good. Let's take a look at Hans versus the Iceman.
Yeah, that's how they call him, because he's so
He's
so
pale.
cold blooded. He
He's a
never
little
shows
bit
any
pale,
emotion.
he doesn't show any emotion. I think they
Mhm.
came up with the Iceman
I think
when he
Simon
won.
Williams coined that one, right?
Okay, okay.
In
Yeah.
Gibraltar many years ago.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. In Gibraltar, when he won it, when he won Gibraltar,
Yeah. Hmm.
I believe he beat Nigel Short in the tie breaks or something like that. But yes, he won Gibraltar. Tremendous player, very very good player. I played him in Gibraltar, not in that tournament, in a different edition of the Gibraltar tournament. And yeah, he's cold. He's very good, very very good player. How are
Hmm.
we feeling about this one?
Yeah, very complicated position. What I do like for him really here is the fact that he's up, what is it, 35 minutes on the clock. So Hans taking his sweet time, but I like it for Vichuku. They have a very double-edged game. The pawn structure has really shaken up a lot,
Mm-hmm.
and I think he can definitely create some winning chances here.
Yeah, no, a very imbalanced winning chances for both sides, right? Obviously, White could potentially be looking at some sort of an initiative on the king side, and that's why we see that queen on g6. He's transferring another defender on that side, and you can see the exclamation mark attached to that last move, queen to g6. A good move, good transition, try to solidify, stabilize position on the king side. Vitico is finding the right moves, putting some pressure on White. At the same time, White, Hans, has not created any weaknesses. There is an opportunity for White to overextend, right? And at some point have problems with that pawn on e5, perhaps that pawn on a2 in an endgame as well, especially if we exchange the light square bishops after bishop to e6. But at the same time, still very complicated battle. And this one is going to go down to the wire, is going to go down to the clock as well. And you nicely pointed out, Hans is taking his sweet time in this one.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. So we can say the same about Hikaru. He's spending like, what is it, 9 minutes, 10 minutes or something at this point. I think he should just move, right? He spent 8 minutes on Rookie 1, 96, the expected response. To be fair, though, the one thing you can say is that if he wants to take on G6, he should do that sooner rather than later, because otherwise Cheparinov has the option to take on D3. So he takes on G6. Now Cheparinov is going to recapture with the H pawn. Taking the F pawn, yes, it opens up the file for your rook, but you really weaken some squares, and knight C5 already is a serious option, trying to jump in with knight E6. Queen B3 ideas are there as well. So pawn takes G6, or sorry, H takes G6 without any thought is on the board. So what do you think Hikaru is going to do here? Just bishop F4 and develop?
Yep, no, absolutely. H takes g6, bishop to f4, rook to c1. Again, it's all about slowly improving your position. That bishop belongs to f4. It doesn't belong to e3 because it just cuts the action of the rook on e1, and the pawn on d4 is already extremely well protected. Black is not going to try any shenanigans against pawn on d4. It's all about increasing the pressure on the weak spots in Black's position. One of those weak spots is c7, and that's the way to do it. Bishop to f4, rook to c1, maybe queen to c2 at the right moment. Try to make life a bit more difficult for Black. I like White's position for the simple fact that you have easy moves. While it's not as easy for Black to find the right plan, you still have to worry about knight e5, knight c5, maybe something swinging on the third rank as well. You mentioned when we were discussing this trade on g6 that, it looks stable for Black. But if the bishop goes off from this diagonal, from the bishop on e7, I mean, goes off, let's say, to f8, right? Get closer to the king, then ideas of knight e5, rook e3, rook h3, and swing the queen on the h file as well could potentially create some dangers in Black's position. So a lot of things to consider in this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I don't like the fact that Hikaru is thinking again. Again, he thought about 10 minutes for bishop takes g6. H takes g6, really the only move you have to consider for black. And he's back in the tank. I think he just has to keep the pressure on Chaparinov. Again, a move like bishop f4 looks natural. You could maybe think about knight c5 as well, but I feel like it would be nice to keep pieces on the board for now and not show your hand too early.
Yeah. Keep the pieces on the board. Keep the options open. Critical ideas. He played the move knight to a5. Okay, all right.
But what does that even do? Because b7 is protected.
That's the problem. I mean, obviously, this is in connection with the next move, which is going to be bishop to f4, most likely. Knight to a5, bishop to f4. He's still trying to pile up the pressure on that pawn on b7. And I guess he's trying to coax black into playing the move c6. And I think he's saying that if you play c6, you don't actually threaten anything, because the bishop on e7 is not protected after queen takes a5. So I think c6 is going to be met with a simple bishop to f4. Perhaps this is his idea.
Indeed, yeah, because if you take here, and black looks to be losing as both knights are hanging. So yeah, that's not an option. All right. So here's the thing that and that's sort of what I was saying. He is showing his hand a little bit early with knight a5. I would have liked to see a move like bishop f4, because you keep all of these ideas in the position. Knight a5, knight c5. So very often the threat is stronger than the execution, because let's say you go knight a5 here. Here it's actually quite awkward to deal with, as bishop takes d6 is a real threat. But now Chaparinov has the time, and maybe what he can do is play something like knight b6 and meet bishop f4 with queen d7, so that in case you take, you can recapture the pawn and defend this. But you do, I mean, there's knight e5 perhaps.
There's knight e5 ideas. But all of these things, they have to be calculated by Chaparinov, because queen to b5, you allow some pressure on the e file, right? You have some knight takes g6 ideas that you need to keep into consideration. Obviously not at this point, because you're losing material if you do take on g6. But there are these discovery attacks that you need to keep in mind. So complicated position in this one. Can we take a glance at Fabiano versus Bogdan Daniel Deac in that one? Because Deac found the right way of continuation with that queen to g5, crazy explosive way of allowing the move b5 and tying everything to the fact that knight f4 is coming. King to g7 followed by rook to h8 and some pressure on the h file is coming. You have to be very careful, because you might get checkmated.
Yeah, no, for sure. I feel like black can easily build up a big attack here with king g7 or rook h8 coming next. And I don't know. I mean, Fabiano is up 10 minutes on the clock. The thing is also, sometimes in these tournaments, what you can do is pull the brakes and offer a draw. But here, that's not possible. You cannot offer a draw before move 30. So we might be in for an upset here. You know, what a shocking result that would be. And then all of a sudden, Deac would be very close to qualifying to the candidate tournament, you know, with two rounds to go. And it's looking scary for white. King g7 coming next, rook h8, knight f4, and this bishop on a7. It's tucked away pretty far, but it can easily do a lot of damage on that diagonal.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely huge damage. And you were pointing out the fact that, for example, let's say you go something like king g7. Let's just make a funny move in the position, which is actually a very decent move. But leave the rook on a1.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry. Just go b5. Just go b5. That's fine. Just go b5. For a second, I thought this black's move for whatever reason. I don't know why. Take, and knight e7. You have ideas of b6. And that's exactly the point that you were making. Kill that bishop on a7, right? The bishop on a7 is a tremendous piece, beautiful action. And right now you have the opportunity of just killing that bishop, maybe even queen to b5. No more b5, no more opening of that bishop, and then you will have some problems on the a file. So these are the type of ideas that Fabiano probably is thinking about. The problem is that after b5, I can just ignore you, play the move knight to f4, create my own counter chances in the position. So very double-edged position, but I have to say it's looking good for black. That's what I'm worried about whenever I play ideas of bishop to g5, bishop to h4, allowing this expansion with h6, g5. It's a very double-edged position, but black gets a lot of attacking chances. And that's what Daniel Deac is looking to build upon on in this game. And what a tremendous opportunity that would be for the young Romanian superstar. I mean, if he manages to qualify the candidates, that's going to be a tough one, but such a success for himself and for Romanian chess. And, you know, Bogdan is sort of 2,700 and around that for quite some time. Maybe this is the tournament he makes his next breakthrough. Maybe this is the tournament he goes to that coveted 27-20, 27-30, getting close to that, getting close to the elite level players. But definitely looking to have some good chances in this one.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely possible. He's shown that he is capable of putting such results together. And yeah, like I said, perhaps this is his shot. You know, but in the meantime, we have b5 on the board by Fabiano. Lots of complications are going to rise now. Like I said, pawn takes b5 is not going to happen. As white recaptures, there's a lot of pressure on this bishop on a7, which is a crucial piece, and there's also ideas of b6. So I feel like he's either going to move the knight right here back to e7. There's knight a5 as well, hitting the queen, but the knight is somewhat off here. Maybe we just move the queen back to d1, hitting this pawn over here. Yes, black can win a pawn by taking on e3 twice, but we go bishop f2, and here I feel like we've although, you know, have we really taken the sting out of black's attack? I mean, black can still go king g7 and rook h8. This still looks unpleasant.
Yeah, no, g3, queen to e2, bishop to e3. There's some compensation. I understand it looks unpleasant. You are a pawn up as black, but at least I took away that sting that you were mentioning, that bishop on a7, that knight on a5, knights on rim, you know the story. Queen to e2, bishop to e3. I see some ideas of tension on the dark squares specifically, and that's what I believe is going to give me enough compensation for the pawn. I believe this would be something that Fabiano would encourage. He would like to see this type of situations, this type of imbalances in the position. What he's worried about right now, I believe he's worried about getting checkmated. I'm not going to lie, king g7, rook h8, put the queen on the h file as well. It's looking threatening in the position. And we've seen a lot of the lines in which those type of situations can arise on the board. It's not that much fun right now for Fabiano. And as you were mentioning, pull the brakes somehow. You cannot offer a draw. Find a way to pull the brakes. Find a way to stabilize the position. The problem is Fabi is not that type of player. He's just simply not that type of player. He always looks to create complications, to outplay his opponents, and he's going to continue doing so against Bogdan Daniel Deac.
And I think you have to try to create counterplay as quickly as possible, because if you sit passively, black's attack is just gonna roll on the king side, and I think you're just gonna get checkmated. So b5, good move by him. I also like the fact that he's playing it quickly. Deac, he also often gets low on time. We've seen the move knight a5, perhaps somewhat of a miss. So now let's see, the queen is under attack. We can go to b4, but I don't know, even if you take the knight, your queen can sometimes get trapped over here. And perhaps here again, your idea of knight f4 is possible with all sorts of threats. So I like the move queen d1. That's perhaps a little bit more pulling the brakes. You sack a pawn here, but you bring your queen back to defense. And you know, like after all of this, right? You sack a pawn, you go g3. And I feel like this actually does stop black's attack somewhat, as we can go queen e2 and bishop e3. And defend the knight on h2. It's no longer as easy for black to checkmate white on the h file. And you know what else I like, Christian, is the fact that Chaparinov keeps thinking he's back in the tank, and Hikaru again up 17 minutes.
Absolutely. No, that's a huge time advantage that Hikaru is building on the clock, especially after the way this game started. Hikaru was down almost 20 minutes, I believe, on the clock at one point. Right now, up almost 20 minutes on the clock. So definitely the trend, and we talk about the trend very often in chess, the trend of the last few moves, the last sequence of this game is definitely in Hikaru's favor. We traded off on a g6. Now I have this annoying, nagging pressure on b7. You're on the defensive. And it shows, it portrays that on his clock, on his time expenditure for Ivan Chaparinov. Not comfortable in the position. We can see him sweating right now on the camera, and Hikaru is enjoying what he has to work with in this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. We're sitting with queen c2 by Fabiano. Somewhat of a surprise. Is he perhaps aiming to meet takes with queen f2? I guess so, right?
Okay.
I mean, black
okay.
is forced
What
to
is
take,
this?
because otherwise, I mean, you hang f7, and white is the one getting a crushing attack. And, you could quickly double up the rooks. I think this is what Fabiano has in mind.
Okay, let's keep it going. So you're trying to hit that pawn on f7, right? And take advantage of the fact that bishop to e6 allows me to trade and take on g4. You need that light square bishop on c8 to defend the pawn on g4. You cannot use it to defend the pawn on f7. But can we take a page out of Hans Moke Niemann's book and defend that with the knight on h8?
I guess are you referring to the, wait, did he do that against Sam or
No, against
Sevian?
Fabi. Against Fabi.
Oh, yeah, that game. Yeah, no, yeah.
Knight h8. Okay, that was too deep. Yeah, knight h8.
By the way, there's one game I really want to go to. By the way, first things first, the game between Bakro and Pretka ended in a draw. So let's see how we had let's go through this real quick. We had a selling for knights going into a Sveshnikov. You see some exchanges, yada, yada, yada. And at some point, the players go back and forth, and they go back to their hotel preparing for the next game. Anyway, the move I wanted to go to is this game. Look at this. This started off as a Queen's Gambit accepted. Keimer, as always, in his prep. Looking pretty normal, right? Maybe white's a bit better. Who knows what's going on. But all of a sudden here,
whoa,
Nihal decides to sack his queen.
Excuse me, what?
But how does he ever have enough compensation? I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. Nihal, man, come on. Queens are queens.
I'm sure
nice
he didn't
Botas gambit, but
yeah,
it's probably not a Botas gambit. It's probably just a sacrifice, but and perhaps he felt compelled to do it after the move knight to d4.
Yeah,
it's just simply not enough compensation. Bishop to d8 and rook to c7 is a very good move because the only source of counterplay for black is the pawn on a4. If I manage to push the pawn down to a2, keep it protected by the bishop on d5, then I have tremendous chances for full compensation, maybe even more than that, right? But rook to c7, you cannot castle because you lose the bishop on e7. So you gotta get away from that first. Rook to e7, by the way, as you are nicely pointing out, is a threat in the position. So for example, if you go a3, I just take on e7, rook takes e7, queen takes b4, and this is pretty much a winning position. Let's go back.
Yep.
And if you go bishop to d8, then I go rook to a7. And maybe this is what he missed. Maybe this is what he missed. Exactly. Show it. Show it to them. Show it to them.
Yeah.
Show it to them.
Yeah. And in case you go knight c6, forking the queen and the rook, there's queen takes d5. You give back the queen, but this is completely lost. This is completely lost. White just up the exchange. a4 is going to drop. So Keimer is just going to win this game. And I'm really surprised that the position looked fine for Nihal up to this point. Bishop d5, perhaps already a slight mistake. Knight takes d4. Now, white is significantly better, but apparently he felt like he needed to sack the queen. And I guess he felt like he needed to do that because otherwise bishop e3 is going to come, eyeing the queen like, I don't even know what move to... Let's say you castle, the normal move. You go bishop e3 with white, hitting the queen, and queen g4. And I guess he didn't want to get into this at all. White has an attack pretty much for free. King h8, queen h5 also looks devastating. But sacking the queen for two minor pieces, I don't know. I'm not buying it. And I think Keimer's just going to win this one.
He's not buying it either. Keimer is not buying it either. He's saying, show me the money. Show me the money. Yep. I'm taking the full point home in this one, Keimer. That is. And I believe this is a bounce back victory. He did lose the last game, didn't he?
Yes, to Esipenko. That was a very exciting game where Esipenko sacrificed the
that sacrifice with knight takes e5.
For the big pawn center. Yeah.
That's beautiful. That was preparation, by the way, tremendous preparation by Esipenko. So yes, this one is looking good for Keimer. I think he's going to take down Nihal.
And we have another move by Chaparino, a pretty logical one, but it did take him quite a while to play it. He played the move knight to b6. All right, so now I do expect bishop f4 from Hikaru, putting some pressure on the knight, creating the threat of bishop takes d6, followed by knight takes b7. But I think that black can just deal with it by going queen to d7. And then I wonder what exactly Hikaru has in mind.
Yeah, the problem with queen d7 is that you're always getting hit by the knight coming to e5, right? So this is something that he needs to worry about as well. Let's make some natural moves. How are you going to start with? What are you going to start with?
With black, I'll start with queen d7 again.
So you're not worried. You're not worried about this knight d5 at all. You're like, okay,
no, I think queen b5 works out quite well for black. So maybe white should start with a move like queen b3.
Okay, I like that. Yeah. What do you do now?
Good
and
question.
By the way, queen to b3 also sets up this idea of knight to e5. And if you try to stay close to the bishop on d7, I have knight takes g6.
Yeah. Here, I guess the good thing is that the queen can come out to f5. So let's say you play a move, I don't know, like rook here or something. Knight e5, queen f5 still seems to be all right for black. You hit the bishop. This is protected. And although what happens? Let's say we take anyway. Because if you take, we can take here. How does this all play out? Why
maybe you have knight f5, right? Knight f5, knight takes d4. Everything with tempo.
Knight take. And there's just a lot of stuff hanging, yeah?
There's too many things hanging. Yeah, all the geometry in the position definitely works in black's favor. The reconciliation, it's a bit disconnected, right? White's pieces are a bit disconnected right now. That knight on a5, queen on b3, everything is doing a different job. And that just simply doesn't work.
Yeah. All right, so I think Hikaru's got to slowly but surely try to nurture his advantage here. It's not much, but he's got a slight initiative. So let's see how he's going to do it. All right, so by the way, let's update the viewers real quick about what happened in Firouzja's game, because we do have some moves there. After f5, Firouzja did play bishop c4, hitting the pawn, and Arvind played bishop e4, or no, sorry, queen e8. So maybe in case of takes, he wanted to go check. And, you go down a pawn, but at least you have good control over the light squares. So Firouzja attacked the pawn once again, queen here, bishop b4, rook c1.
Okay, decline the taking of that pawn. Can you finally take it right now?
I guess you can.
How's
Maybe
that?
Again,
Let's
check.
move. Let's go to f1.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he can take, yeah.
Yeah, interesting. No, I think he can just simply take that, as you mentioned, just take that pawn. And I believe this is a worse version than what we've seen previously, because you do have control. For example, you go a4, I take on b4, and you take on e6. You do have control over dark squares, but right now, with this expansion of a5, a4, I can solidify my control over dark squares as well with the move a3. That queen on b4 is really nice. It really controls a lot of squares. Not only that, but you do have, with the inclusion of a5, a4, a weakness on b6 as well. That pawn on b6 is no longer protected. So I'm seeing this as a better version for white than just simply taking on e6 first. So I think Firouzja is definitely in the driver's seat in this one.
Yeah. All right. There's one game I wanted to show real quick, which is the game of my good friend Nicholas Theodoru.
Yeah.
This one is
your teammate.
Exactly. But actually, wait, let's update the viewers real quick. Hikaru did play the move bishop f4, a logical one, threatening bishop takes d6, followed by knight takes b7. Chaparinov back in the tank, but queen e7 looks very logical. But let's show that game real quick, my good friend and teammate, Nicholas Theodoru. This started out as a French.
How is he doing in the tournament?
He's on -1. He lost the first game against Sam Sevian, and I think he's made draws ever since. So
okay, that's solid.
Anyway, yeah, I think Hike has always been a d4 player, but in this game he opens up with e4 and the French by Nicholas. Okay, so we see the advance, queen c7, a bit of an odd move, and it starts out, and here it all becomes very complicated. Queen takes b2, taking a pawn, taking another one. We have a very and wow, white sex piece, so who knows what's going to happen here.
Ooh. No, this is this is looking crazy. What do you think, by the way, of Hike's rise in the last few months? He's been around 2670, 2680 for a very long time. Now he finally broke through that 2700 barrier. And you've been close. You know that struggle. You know the grind to try to get 2700. What did you feel like is the most difficult part of trying to break through that upper echelon?
I think you just need to be very consistent. You know, you just need to have consistent results. Make sure you don't do anything stupid, so to
Mm.
speak. You know, make sure you don't blunder. Make sure you don't get into time pressure unnecessarily. I feel like if you do that for a consistent period, then you know you have a good chance of getting there. But you know, a lot of people they do do stupid things a lot. So I think that that's really important. Just be consistent and yeah, just keep grinding, keep working, and trust in the process.
Consistency, yeah, and that's a difficult thing to maintain over a long period of time, as you pointed out, because that 2650 range, 2650 to 2700, it's a pool full of sharks. I mean, these guys are good. These guys spend 8, 10 hours a day on chess. They breathe, they eat chess every single day. And you know, you're a student, for example, you do other things outside of chess, right? But most of the 2650s, 2700s, they're professional chess players. 100%. That's what they do. They play all the time, they train all the time. So it's very, very difficult to fight against those guys. Definitely an important step for Haik right now, 2700, above 2700, I think, on the live rating lists. But as you just pointed out, a very complicated battle in this one. We're going to see who's going to come out on top.
Yep. All right. So yeah, bishop 4 on the board by Hikaru. Chiperinov back in the tank. I think there's a real chance he can end up in time pressure because let's go back a couple of, or well, we can't see the timestamps, but let me see if I can pull it up. All right. So Chiperinov, he really started getting into the tank right around here. Like he still played 97 quickly. I don't know how much time he had exactly, but for bishop e7, he spent 14 minutes. Then on 96, 28. And now he's already spending 4, and with only 33 minutes left, another 24 minutes to make, he's got to speed up. So we're going to take on a short break, but don't go anywhere, and we will see you all in just a few. And welcome back, everyone, to round 9 of the FIDE I was going to say Grand Prix, Grand Swiss at the Isle of Man. Christian, we have another move, and it is a blunder.
Blunder alert, Mr. Brock. Yes, knight to f5 was played under tremendous pressure, as you can see on the clock, for Ivan Cheparinov. Only 27 minutes left against 53. Knight to f5, just simply giving up the pawn on b7. And to be honest, what if I take it?
I don't know. Like, I think you can just take perhaps something he's missed is after queen e5, you have knight c5 takes and rook e5. Do you think he missed this?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's the problem. I think this is what he missed. Queen to d5. Okay, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Queen to d5 makes the most sense, right? From a practical perspective, I don't think he's looking at queen b8 ideas or some crazy stuff like that. No way, right?
Here you're just down a pawn. So and Hikaru is already reaching for the pawn, so that's a good sign. Yeah, what do you even do?
Let's try to analyze his body language. He's giving him even more
like, what
than
are you
doing,
dude?
That's
what are
even
you doing?
More than a side eye. That's the side look. You're just like looking. You're not even looking at the position. It's not even the side eye. It's like a combination of the side eye and side look. This is very powerful stuff. Very powerful body language from Hikaru, and he takes on b7.
Let's go. And queen d5 on the board by Cheparinov, hitting the knight. Okay, knight c5. The only score for the knight, you can go to e5 as the bishop is protected and it's already on the board. Okay, so what Cheparinov, by the way, can do perhaps is this move, knight takes d4, but it's quite sad that all of these positions, you just take an e7, black can take here in between with a check and take here, but you're just down a pawn and this is just suffering.
That's no. This is really bad, really bad stuff. I mean, not only that you're suffering, but any endgame, rook and bishop against rook and knight, that's not a tremendous situation to be in if you are Cheparinov right now. Just a pawn down, no compensation. I believe he missed knight to c5 and rook to e5, and perhaps after this move, knight to c5 just landed. It did just land on board, didn't it? Yes, yep. I believe right now we will see a disappointed side from Cheparinov, perhaps realizing that rook to e5 is an option.
Yeah, well, it seems like he's keeping his emotions to himself, so to speak. He's not really expressing anything, but he must realize that he's gone wrong, especially the fact that he's not playing quickly here is a clear indication that he's missed something. And actually, in case black takes, maybe we can even just recapture. I mean, takes rook c1. This also looks very good for white. Like, why would you go from this position to where everything is solid, nicely defended, to this one, where everything is loose? So Cheparinov clearly realizing that something has gone wrong.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's somewhat strange. Maybe he was, again, this is a great option as well. Rook to e5, sure, maybe you don't see that, but this is a very simple option as well. Preserves my extra pawn potentially, but also the domination of the dark square bishop, opening up in the position with so many weaknesses in black's camp. c7, a7 as well later on is going to be a weakness, and you don't get your pawn back. This is looking tremendous for Hikaru right now.
Yeah, and it's looking great. I think he's just on his way to win. Look at the clock also. He's not only putting pressure on Cheparinov on the board, but also on the clock. Up 30 minutes. And with 25 minutes for another 22 moves to make, this is looking very problematic for Cheparinov.
No, yeah. And you nicely pointed it out at the beginning of the show. This feels like a must-win for Hikaru if he wants to punch his ticket to the candidate in this tournament. Don't wait until January. Don't give Ali Reza an opportunity to come back in that rating list. Just punch your ticket in this tournament. Get one of the two, maybe 3 spots available for the candidates 3, because maybe Fabiano is going to make one of the top 2, and then the top 3 are going to make the candidates. So Hikaru is definitely looking in prime position to do so if he manages to win today.
And I think he will. Again, he's up a pawn here. He's up on the clock. The good thing is, though, that if Hikaru qualifies through this tournament, then Ali Reza, he's in a very good spot to qualify by rating. Then all of a sudden, he would have a 16-point cushion over Wesley. And let's say Hikaru qualifies, right? And do you see? I mean, we've talked about this before. I guess Ferrugia, he's just going to play the Grandchester, right? He's already committed to doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would just not be a good look for to drop out, because again, the Grandchester are very prestigious a series of events, a lot of prize money at stake. I think it would
he's
be.
not going out.
I think it would just be a mistake to
he's not
drop
pulling
out.
out. He's not pulling out. No way he's pulling
Yeah.
out. And by the way, Hikaru, if he wins this one, and let's say he doesn't qualify through the tournament in itself, but a victory today, it's more rating points. Even more rating points, and creating even more of a cushion between himself and Ali Reza. So this is a crucial game for Hikaru, for his chances to qualify to the candidates via multiple avenues, one of them being this tournament, the other being the rating separation between himself and Ali Reza. So definitely a good opportunity. If he wins this one, he's looking really, really good to qualify for the candidates. I'm going to call it right now.
Yeah. All right. So let's have a look at what's happening at the other board. So we have Fabiano Caruana against Deac. They went down that variation. Queen C2 was played by Fabiano. Deac takes queen F2 to block. And we go into this endgame, which looks pretty good for Deac. King G7 has been played. And in case of Rook AF1, you can now meet that with the move F6. The pawn is no longer pinned. And it is protected. And, Fabiano definitely has compensation here. But is it enough?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. And I cannot really give you a clear answer to that. Maybe not to hurry with the move Rook to F1. Maybe start with the move Knight to F1. What do you think of that? Try to put the knight on a better square on E3.
I like it.
To target. I'm still going to continue targeting this pawn on G4, but also looking at ideas of knight to F5, maybe knight to C4 in some cases, and ask you, okay, you are a pawn up. I understand that, but how do you continue in the position? Where is your active plan in the position to improve your situation as black? And also with this move knight to F1, if he plays it, knight to E7 is not going to come with as much impact against the bishop on D5, because I can just simply defend it with the move knight to E3, and that trade is in fact going to be very good for white. I'm giving you the light square bishop, but I'm gaining a lot in return, especially a knight in the center. Then full control over dark squares as well. Bishop H4, Bishop F6 might come in the position with tremendous consequences. So now you have to start paying attention and start trying to equalize as black. I think you're in trouble if you do take that bishop on D5. So these are the type of transitions that definitely Hikaru, sorry, I was going to say Fabiano Hikaru or something like Hikaru Caruana.
Hikaru Caruana,
that's a monstrous player for sure. But definitely good chances to maybe keep the position intact and equalize and have enough compensation for Fabiano. He plays knight F1.
Yeah, now I think objectively Deac is better, but Fabian has still very good chances to hold. It's only a pawn he seems to have good compensation. And Cheparinov, he keeps burning clock. He is down 33 minutes. So I think Hikaru is going to win this game between Fabiano and Deac. I'd say probably a draw. Let's see how Vidit is doing. Vidit, we liked this position earlier, and he's still better. So we left off here. I think after where is it? Queen B2, Bishop D8. Another interesting maneuver by Esipenko. I guess he wants to go knight E7 to G6, H3, H6, Queen B3, A5. Vidit took. The queen dropped back. B6. C6. Rook B2. Threatening A4. Rook A8. I mean, white is a little bit better here. Also up 33 minutes on the clock, but is it enough? It's unpleasant though. This knight on A5 doesn't really have any good squares to go to. And the time situation is also somewhat concerning for Esipenko. So Vidit definitely trying to squeeze something out here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely trying to squeeze. It's all about that clock situation. He has improved it a little bit, Andriy Esipenko. At the same time, you're fighting against some pressure in the position, and you're fighting on the clock as well. Some pressure from Vidit, definitely looking good. Still, Esipenko is a tremendous defender, as well. He's showed it in a lot of instances in this tournament also against Fabi. I felt like Espenko was under some pressure and defended well in that one. So definitely a good defender, but the clock is dwindling down, and this is only move 24. Still 17 moves for Espenko to complete before the time control. It's not going to be easy. Some pressure from Vidit.
For sure. All right, so let's have a look around the horn. We also have some other exciting games going on. We have this game between Fedosseev and Arjun, a lot of developments here. So we left off after rook d1, b5 was played before kicking the knight. Although the knight can go forward, but the knight went back. Bishop d3, bishop b7, which apparently is a mistake, but it looks quite natural. a5, takes, bishop drop back, queen a5, c3, c4, and I feel like Fedosseev has a slight edge here. If you recapture with a rook, there's some pressure on pawn on d5. You cannot take that leaves your knight on d7 hanging. So Fedosseev can perhaps also get some chances here.
Yes, absolutely. And he doesn't risk much in the position. It's kind of play on one goal at this point. I really doubt that White can ever lose this position. White has the pressure. Still, the material is limited. So I think Arjun will still be able to make a draw in this one. But good chances for Fedosseev. By the way, is that the actual move that we see in Fabi's game? He played d4.
Wow, d4 breaking open the center. I mean, also makes some sense, putting some pressure here. But we have another move by Cheparinov. He played the move bishop to d6. It makes some sense, making sure the bishop is no longer hanging, attacking this one. And in case you take, you can now recapture with the pawn, attacking the knight. But I don't think you have enough compensation. Maybe just take knight e4 to c3. And yeah, someone said in the chat, the move king to a5, king a5 made Cheparinov blunder. I don't see the move king a5 being played in the game.
King a5. Yeah, that's a funny one for sure. No, but knight to a5, we understand what the chat meant. You know, sometimes the chat is wrong as well. Sometimes, not very often, but sometimes the chat makes mistakes.
Just a quick notation lesson. I mean, the king has the k in front of it, and so the knight gets the n, because k is already given to the king. All right, anyway, so bishop d6 on the board by Cheparinov. Personally, I would just take on d6, followed by knight e4 and knight c3. It looks very clean. You stay up a pawn. What do you think Hikaru is going to do?
Well, the thing is, bishop to d6 is also an admission. An admission that you just simply lost a pawn. Now you're worse. Now you're going to have to defend for the remainder of the game. It's an admission that you're not happy. You're saying, okay, I have a depressing position. I'm not going to be happy. Also, by his time expenditure, only 18 minutes left on his clock. And this is an even more dire situation than Espenko has, because take a look at how many moves he still has to complete. This is not even move 20. This is move, what is it, like 19?
19, yeah.
This is move 19. So at move 19, with 21 moves to go before you make time trouble, make the next time control, you only have 18 minutes and 45 seconds plus a pawn less.
Increment. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, exactly, yeah. Like you said, Espenko is also a little bit low on time, but he's a little bit worse. Whereas Cheparinov is just a full pawn without any compensation, it looks like. So he's definitely in a very, very tough spot here. And yeah, you know, like I've played Hikaru a lot in Blitz, and when you have a position like this against him in Blitz, you're like, oh, I'm gonna lose, you know, like I'm just gonna lose, you know. So wonder what Cheparinov feels like here in yeah, it must also not feel good in classical, because Hikaru, his technique is pretty good. He's always very accurate until the end.
Oh yeah, and you can see behind Korobov is taking his stroll, taking a look, gander at Hikaru's situation. He's like, okay, it looks good. It looks good. I see what you're doing, Hikaru. I see you cooking. I see you trying. There's former world champion Ruslan Ponomaryov. Who else? Oh, there's Bogdan Daniel Dak. That means he made a move. Yep.
Exactly. We also earlier saw Taboy pacing by. Taboy, yeah.
Taboy, yes, he's around. He's definitely around. a defeated opponent of Hikaru. You know, after
Someone
you
who bit
defeat an
the dust.
opponent, you kind of have to go like Musashi. You kind of stop
Mhm.
caring about the defeated opponents. You're like, okay, that's in the back. I've
Yeah.
killed that guy. It's gone. It's gone.
All right. And we also, yeah, so let's have a look at Fabiano's game. So d4 was played, bishop to d7 by Deck, putting some pressure on the pawn. I guess Fabiano's going to go rook b1 to defend it. And here, what does black do? It's not 100% obvious to me, but there can never be worse. He is, although, even though I say that, this knight on a5 is off. So if he is not accurate, Fabiano could potentially, although I think it's still very far away, he could potentially take over the advantage here.
Really? Interesting. Very interesting the way you put it. Who do you think is more comfortable in the position right now?
A good question. I assume Deak. He's played his last couple of moves quickly. Bishop d7 came quickly on the board. He is up a pawn, and the onus is on Fabiano. Fabiano needs to prove the compensation here, so otherwise you're just down a pawn, and hey, you might just slowly but surely lose the game. So I think Deak will probably be feeling a little bit better. In the meantime, Hikaru is in thoughts. Which move do you think he's gonna go for?
Yeah, he's deep in thoughts. Let's see. Let's go back to that one.
Oh, we have a good request here in the chat. The game started early, which was very mean from the organizers. So let's show everyone real quick that's just tuning in how we got here. So started off as a Petrov. Hikaru did not get much initially. C4, bit of a sideline. And Cheparinov was in his prep for a long time. Castles, bishop f5, knight b3, knight d7, bishop b7, bishop g6, perhaps a first inaccuracy. But the first real mistake was made right here with the move knight f5, just giving up a pawn, and he doesn't have enough compensation. So that's how we got here. But Christian, take it away. How would you proceed?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm looking at that e5 square. I see I have a lot of control over the e5 square, so I'm probably going to shy away from immediately exchanging on d6. I don't want that. I feel like that's giving too much, not necessarily compensation, but too much power to stabilize the position for black. Maybe even take with the c pawn, which is going to control those key important squares e5 and c5 for white. So I'm going to try to continue maintaining the pressure over those squares, and I'm going to go bishop to e5. I'm going to try to coax you into playing the move f6, creating even more weakness around the king, try to gain control over that e5 square. You want to get that e5 square from me, you have to give me e6 so that I can shuffle my knights around it, especially as you are pointing out with knight to e6, knight c7. You have to deal with that as well. You're creating more weaknesses, so definitely bishop to e5 is something that's on my mind.
Yeah, bishop e5 definitely looks like a nice move as well. I think black indeed is not in a rush whatsoever to go f6 because it weakens all of these squares. So yeah, let's see what Hikaru is going to do. It looks great. I mean, if you would tell him like, hey, after 19 moves, you will have an extra half an hour on the clock, you're up a pawn, he'd be like, oh yeah, I'd happily sign for that,
Yeah.
But he still has to finish it off. That being said, I guess his chance to win are very good right now.
Are tremendous. Yes, no,
Yeah.
absolutely. Look, this is the ideal situation that you want to be in at move 20 with the white pieces. You made use of your white pieces. You got the advantage out of the opening. Right now, you just have to finish it off. This is part of the game that whenever you win games, you will always have to go through this phase, through the phase of just converting your advantage. It's never going to be smoothly a 20 move game miniature. Yeah, you're going to checkmate your opponent out of the opening without having to go through the conversion phase. That's not happening. I mean, it maybe happens every 100 games at this level, right? You have one of those games in which you just demolish your opponent out of the opening. It's not happening. These players are used to that phase of the game. They enjoy squeezing water out of stone. Hikaru is no exception, and definitely going to be enjoying the remainder of the game.
Yeah. So, and he has taken on d6. And actually, Christian, this game reminds me somewhat of that game against Fabiano in the last round of Norway chess, right? Hikaru was up one pawn or maybe even two out of the opening. And it was just all about converting. It took a long time. Fabiano was very resilient, but at the end, he managed to get the job done. And I feel like we might see something similar here.
Oh yeah, I remember vividly that game. Vividly, that was a painful game. Obviously, I was there with Fabi as his second in the tournament. He had a tremendous tournament, and it was all about just the simple task or of making a draw with the black pieces on demand. And yeah, unfortunately for him, he just simply wasn't able to do so. Tremendous preparation from Hikaru, good practical decision to play what he played, the fried liver, and yeah, he got the dub.
Exactly. Yep. Right. So bishop takes d6 on the board. Chibarino's thinking again, but I think you want to take with the pawn here and kick the knight away. You could make an argument taking with the queen. You keep more pressure on the pawn on d4, but the knight stays on a nice outpost, and the c7 pawn remains weak. Chaparinov in the tank again, though, so he really needs to be careful, because if he also gets super low on time, then I don't see him holding the game. I don't see the game lasting beyond move 40. He might just collapse before that point.
And okay, we've been talking about this bishop takes d6 maybe not being our move in the position, our recommended move. But if you start thinking about it from a practical perspective, you're giving your opponent one more decision to make, one more option to choose from. He can take with the c pawn, changing the structure. He can take with the knight. He can even take with the queen on d6. So you have a lot of options. You're going to have to go through that, and you're going to have to consider and ponder over those options. And just as I was saying that, Chaparinov did play c takes d6. So from a practical perspective, I liked that move, bishop takes d6. You made your opponent spend an additional 2 minutes on the clock, down from 19 to 17 minutes right now, still 20 moves to go. Not an easy situation for Chaparinov.
Yep, and I think Hikaru is going to move his knight back to e4. You could also make an argument for, let's say, knight a4, or even knight a6, threatening a fork on c7. The thing what I don't like about knight a4, knight a4 though, is that after this trade, the black queen remains on d5, right? A really nice and active square. You can perhaps try to put some pressure along the b file. And that's what I like about knight e4. You want to go knight c3 to kick that knight, to kick the queen away and get more control in the center yourself. So I think that's the one Hikaru is going for.
And it's all about the quality of the pieces. And if we go through that knight a4 variation that you just mentioned, maybe we can show it on the board once again. If you do trade the knights from b6 with the knight on e4 right now, maybe you can show that, Benjamin, on the board.
Sorry, wait, knight where?
The variation that you just showed. Yes.
Knight a4?
Yes. Now we are left with the knights on f3 and f5. The quality is pretty obvious in black's favor. Knight on f5 is a much better knight than the knight on f3, which is a good defensive piece, but that's about it. It's just a defensive piece. You're defending the pawn on d4. You don't have any prospects to attack the black king. You also don't have any prospects to dislodge that queen from d5. And that's kind of the key of this position. You have to dislodge that queen from d5. That's why I think Hikaru is not even considering the move knight to a4. I think he's going to drop back to e4. Just try to go back to c3, dislodge the queen from d5, and just p a pawn up.
Yep, knight e4 makes a lot of sense. Just trying to go knight to c3. I like it. I think Hikaru sees it as well. And he's just overthinking it a little bit, perhaps. I mean, this is his natural move. He would play it in a blitz game or a bullet game even. So let's hope he can just keep up the pressure, because he's got a good position on the board. And the clock is looking good as well. But I've seen him do this in quite a few games where he has a big time advantage, and then he drops low on time as well, right? And I feel like that would be nice to. It would be nice if he can avoid doing that.
Yes, no, absolutely. It's nice, but this conversion phase is critical. If you get it right, you win. So you have to get it right. If you allow your opponent back in the game, then, despite the fact that you're going to play fast, if your opponent gets back into the game, objectively, it's not going to be a good decision. It's not an equal position in which you can just focus on putting pressure on the clock. This is a much better borderline technically winning position for white. So if you make the right moves, that's what you have to prioritize, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. You have to prioritize quality of the moves over speed of execution, because if the quality is right, you win this game. In an equal position, if the quality is right, sure, your opponent still has the option of keeping the position balanced. But if you put pressure on the clock, then you have more practical chances. Right now, Hikaru is focusing on the quality of his moves.
Yeah. No, I think, again, I think he's just overthinking it a little bit. He knows, or he must feel like knight e4 is a nice move. Again, you can make an argument for knight e6, trying to go knight c7, or knight b4. You know, I guess you could make a case for this move, because let's have a look. Let's say black goes here. Now you can go knight b4, hitting the queen, and maybe, although d5, the pawn can also become a little bit weak. You know, this is an idea as well. But knight e4, to me, I like it more because it's more central. It feels very safe.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right, where should we go after this one? Should we go swing back around the first few boards and take a gander and see what happened there?
Yeah, so Fabiano's still in. Oh, no, wait. Knight f1 was played. He did not defend the pawn. He's sacrificing another one. Wow. So let's say black takes, or let's say takes, and takes again. Knight e3, hitting this and trying to jump in. Let's say you go back, defending this. Aha, there's rook here, hitting the knight, which you cannot defend with b6.
No,
so
you
maybe
cannot.
you have to go c6 in between to hit the bishop, because if the bishop moves, I don't even know where, though. Actually, the bishop cannot move, because you can take. So you have to take. You have to take over here. But this looks fine for white. You get a pawn back. This is weak. So I don't know. Maybe Dek has to improve on this variation. But he's also getting somewhat long time with 19 minutes.
Not a new thing for Dek. This is very typical of him. Knight to f1. Definitely Fabiano putting some pressure on his opponent's clock as well. So that's a good sign for Fabiano. Things are getting interesting in this one. Still, to my eyes, I feel the position is simplified enough so that both players will be able to maintain the balance, and at some point somebody's going to pull the brakes. I think this one is headed towards a draw, but still some play left. What about Vidit?
Yep, let's have a look at that one. Vidit. Okay, Esipenko down at 20 minutes. Okay, we left off. I think here, rook b4. Bishop c7 was played. Vidit regains the pawn, put some pressure along the a file. I like his position. I mean, white's bishop is a little bit more active because all of these pawns are committed to the light squares. These pawns are committed to the dark squares. So white's bishop can move in between the pawns, whereas black's bishop is staring at its own pawns. This knight on b7 is somewhat awkward for the moment, but that might just be temporary. You can swing it back with knight c5 to e6, but you know, Vidit also having some pressure here on these open files. So I like Vidit's position, and he's up 22 minutes on the clock. Will it be enough to win, though? That's the big question.
Knight to c5 was just played by Esipenko, so definitely feeling the sting of the time dwindling down, nevertheless keeping his composure. 27 moves have been played, 13 moves left for Esipenko, and he's speeding things up. 20 minutes on the clock. Very balanced position, but we know white is always going to have a slight edge in this one. Knight to e2, knight g3, knight f5 as a possible plan in the position. Try to focus on the king side as well. So this one, intriguing. We're going to let the players think. What about, we haven't looked at this game in a while, Parham versus Sarana. Parham Maksudlu versus Sarana. What do we think of this one? And Maksudlu, by the way, on one of those steady ascensions towards 2740. Right now, I think he's 2735 or something along those lines in the live rating lists. He stabilized at some point around 2700, 2710, and he wasn't making any big strides. But in the last few months, he's definitely has been upping the tempo, and his rating has been on a beautiful ascent. 2735 again, knocking on the door of the elite level players.
Yeah, like you said, I think right now I just had a quick look. His rating is 2740. So
2740 already. Oh
Yeah,
my
because
goodness. That's
he
significant.
started the tournament at 2707. I think he gained some rating in some other ones, but let's see, have a look what happened. So queen a6, rook d2. We see a trade, queen a5, bishop c3, queen drop back. I feel like this game should be approximately even. White has the bishop pair, but as we discussed before, black has a lot of pressure on these hanging pawns on d4 and c4. It's the better pawn structure. So I think it's just even. Also surrounded up 15 minutes on the clock. So I think both players can be, cannot be unhappy about the position they have on the board.
Absolutely, absolutely. And what about, okay, Keimer seems to be winning. I don't think anything has happened since that queen sacrifice, Bote's gambit, however you want to call it. Yeah, just pick up the pawn. I don't want to call it hopeless, but it's not looking good.
Yeah. Oh, and someone in the chat just called it, could we have a game in the queen tech? Well, that was this one, but it doesn't look like it's working out in Nihal's favor. All right, so let's have a look. So
Hans Smoke Neiman.
Yeah,
he
let's
just
check back
made a
in.
draw. He just made a draw.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Okay, we'll draw. All right. Anyway, so let's have a look. So Fabiano and Deak, they're on 6. Vidit and Esipenko as well. Then we have Hikaru, Chaparinov, Fedoseev, and Arjun. Like a lot of games. I think Kuzubov and Sevian, those guys are on 5.5 as well. So if one of them wins, they will. I don't know if they will join the leaders, but they will really move up to the top. And we have this move here, Bishop f1 by Kuzubov. White would be happy if this trade takes place, as now you have a knight against the bishop. Black here only controls one color complex, whereas in the current position with the bishop pair, black controls 2 color complexes, and Savian comes up with a clever move. He goes bishop to f6. Now you can take the bishop, but then he's going to take on c3, and with the opposite color bishops, this is probably headed for a draw. I mean, especially after the queen trade. After the queen trade, you might as well just shake hands.
Yeah, no. This one, I feel the material is quite limited. I feel this one is going to go towards a draw, and perhaps both players are happy with that result. Especially, both of the players are coming off tremendous victories. We know Sam Sevier defeated Ali Reza Firuza, Gucci Reza Firuza. Go back to Paris, go back to the fashion world. Ali Reza, you're not making it to the candidates. That's what Sam Sevian told him after the defeat yesterday. We know that from very certain sources. But yes, this one looking like it's going to be a draw. And I do believe Hikaru has made a move. Can we go back to that one?
Yeah. So Hikaru, after pawn takes c6, played knight e4, rook fe8 by Chaparinov, queen d3 to defend the knight. And here the move knight to a4, hitting the pawn on b2. And I think what Chaparinov is going for, actually he has a few ideas, but perhaps after b3, he can go for this weird... No, actually he can't. I was going to say knight b2, hitting the queen, with the idea in case rook, queen c2 is rook c8, because if you take, you can take, but it loses, because there's knight c3, hitting the queen, and your knight is just gonna be lost. Like if you go to a5 to keep an eye on the knight, now you take here, deflecting the rook, and you take here. But actually, Christian, there's a funny variation. Let's say you take an e1 first, and now you go queen a5. So okay, I'm hitting the knight. Now you take, let's say black takes, you take, check, and I don't know if you get checkmated. You don't get checkmated right away because there's still this, but this is lost.
I was going to do a check on e8 first with the queen on c3.
Aha, but I think the king still moves up.
Yes, but I have the queen maybe to try to checkmate you somehow. Yes. So knight g5, knight takes f7. If you go to h5, queen e2, and if you go to h7, I have rook h8.
Yeah.
Or queen takes c3. That's
exactly. Yeah.
That's just rook h8 mate. Yeah.
Okay, so b3 on the board by Hikaru. Okay, so knight b2 just loses. Knight b2 loses. I think you have to play knight c5, a tricky move. You cannot take with the pawn, as that hangs your queen. So what Hikaru has to do here is take with the knight. Now you have to take with the pawn. If you take on e1 first, then we recapture and there's rook e5. You win a second pawn, and that's over. That's it at this level.
Game over.
So you have to take with the pawn. And here the problem is, though, that we can take and go queen b5. Look at this, creating a double attack on the rook and the pawn. And it, again, looks problematic for
And if you go rook c8, then I can go b4.
But
Can I go
yeah, but
before?
that
Maybe
hangs
knight
the
takes d4. Never mind.
pawn.
I got too excited about that. No, just take on c5.
I think we have to take.
Just
Yeah.
take on c5 and just be much better, potentially winning in this
Yeah,
one.
exactly. You have to take with the queen. Because here again, if you take with the rook, then again there's check. And this knight g5 check is so nasty and it forces you to give up your queen.
Yeah. No, this is nice. This is nice. And take a look at this. We've been talking about the triangle. Take a look at this triangle with the queen, right? Queen b5, queen e8, beautiful triangles designed by Hikaru.
The mathematician Hikaru Nakamura. Yeah.
Yeah, nice design in
The
this one for
Nakamuran
sure.
theorem, you know? Okay,
All right.
so on a more serious note, Chaparino will have to recapture with the queen. Okay, I think here we just trade and now play a move like rook d1. And the problems continue in the endgame. Again, black would love to play a move like rook c3, hitting the pawns, but again, check and knight g5. We all know this by now. And black is getting obliterated. You cannot do this. So I think what you have to do after rook d1 is play a move like f6. But now another move I have on my sleeve is always the move g4 to kick your knight away.
Yeah, g4, rook d7 is coming. This one is juicy, baby. Juicy. Oh, this is a nice endgame. All right. Yeah. What else do and by the way, that game Yuri Kuzubov or Sam Sevian is headed exactly for that line you mentioned. And that's it. Yeah, queen takes c3. Let's exchange. Let's make a draw.
Yeah. We have more moves. Chaparinov did play knight c5. Hikaru quickly captured the knight, and now black recaptured. So I think Hikaru is going to go down the line by taking on e8, followed by queen b5, hitting the rook, and opponent c5.
Yes, Mr. Bach. Yeah. yes. That's right. All right. Who do we have right now? Some juicy games. Do you have some juicy games for us?
Let's have well, the moves are flying in here, so let's stay with this one. Queen b5 hitting the rook. Rook c8 only move. You have to defend the because look at this. I mean, you can go, I just wanted to point out real quick. If you go rook d8 and sack this pawn, there's no back rank checkmate as we have queen f1 at the end. So rook c8 is already on the board by Chaparinov, and I think Hikaru has to take as the pawn on d4, otherwise it's just going to drop. And I think the next couple moves are just forced takes. You have to recapture, again, taking on the rook loses due to queen e8 and knight g5. And so we're going into this endgame up a pawn, still lots of threats. This should be a technical win for Hikaru.
Clean, baby. Clean. Yeah, rook d1, f6 is probably forced at this point, and then you have these ideas of doing g4 at the right moment, just taking more space and creating the luft in the position, safeguarding the king. Absolutely dominant right now from Hikaru. This is going to be a clean conversion. He's looking primed to join the leaders, potentially join the leaders if both of those games, the one between Caruana and Dak, and the one between Vidit and Esipenko, finish in a draw.
So is that how you pronounce it, Dak?
Dak, yes.
Like you. Because everyone says Dayak, but I guess it's like Dak. Yeah, you say it
Dak.
In one go.
Dak. Yeah.
Dak. Okay.
Dak. Yeah.
So let's see how Dak is doing. We have some moves here. So knight f1 takes. Dak does not take the pawn. c6 takes. And the bishop drops all the way back to a2. I like Dak's position, but he is down 30 minutes on the clock. I don't know. What do you make of this situation right here?
I think it's probably going to fizzle out into an equal position. If I would be in Dak's shoes, I would try to find the way to simplify the position as fast as possible with the clock dwindling down. And I do understand that there's some strategical potential pitfalls in the position, especially if I manage to get a pawn back, knight e3, rook f1, a lot of pressure on g4 and f7 combined with the action of the two bishops. It could make things unpleasant for black, despite the fact that you're a pawn up. So just look for ideas to simplify the position at this point and make a draw. Pull the brakes, as they say. Pull the brakes. You're a pawn up with black pieces. You managed to weather the storm against the only other 2800 in the live rating lists outside of Magnus. So I would call that a success and make a draw with black. Try to find that in the position.
Yep. All right. So let's see. So yeah, bishop a2. I think this game can still go either way. I think objectively, Deak shouldn't have much to worry about. He is up a pawn. Hikaru deep in thought, but right now he has an only move. He has to take on c5, right? Otherwise, you lose the pawn on d4, and the game is probably just headed for a draw. This is the only move you can play to keep your extra pawn. I guess he's just thinking like what to do here in this endgame. But generally speaking, it's better to make these moves on the board and then think when you get to this endgame.
Well, it's not actually the only move, right? I mean, you can also go rook to d1. So maybe this is something that he's pondering. I'm not saying it's a good move.
Right. But actually, black is a nice tactic here. You can take on d4, and now you can utilize this pin with, maybe rook d8 or something.
Oh, that's nice. And you cannot take with a rook on d4 because, in fact, I take with a pawn on d4 and queen takes d5. That's a checkmate. Nice, yep. Nice. Okay, so rook to d1, knight takes d4 is the key idea in the position. You can, in fact, take that pawn, and that's going to be simplified towards the draw. I like it.
Yeah, so pawn takes c5, really the only move.
He should take on c5 soon. He's probably thinking about the end game. He's thinking about this rook to d1. It's not going to take him a long time to realize that rook to d1, knight takes d4 is an opportunity for black, and then he's going to take, and go
check, and mate.
Take, and checkmate. Yeah, that's good.
Yep. All right. So now he just has to take. I mean, come on, Hikaru. It's the only move to keep the advantage. You keep your extra pawn. But he's spending 4 minutes, so you gotta go. Anyway, talking about that, I think, Christian, we are gonna go on a short break, but don't go anywhere. Keep sending in your energy. Hikaru is doing great so far. It has been working, and let's hope he can win this game and punch his ticket to the candidates. We will see you all in just a few. And welcome back, everyone, to round 9 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. Christian, while we were on break, some more moves have been played, and they went down that exact variation that we showed earlier. Hikaru took on c5, Chaperino recaptured, takes rook d1, threatening a check, followed by knight g5, and so f6 was played by Chaperino.
No, absolutely. Hikaru spent some time at the critical juncture in the position, understood the fact that he has that detail, that minuscule detail, a g4 at the right moment, creating the luft, kicking the knight away from f5 and making space for my pieces to maneuver around. That's going to be enough for a decisive advantage, a technical decisive advantage in the end game. Hikaru knows that. He went for it after understanding that rook to d1 was not the right solution. Took, or takes on c5, and that's where we are right now.
Exactly. Yeah. So he's up a pawn here. He has a good position, but he still has to finish it off.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see how he will do so. Rook d8 is always in a position, so there's no rush to play that just yet. Black is gonna go rook c3 though, and you cannot prevent that by going rook d3, as that will allow check mate on the back rank. There is the move g4 to consider, because look at this. In case you go rook c3 and you're like, okay, well, I take the knight, and a lot of us have hanging, we take and we actually threaten checkmate, which gives us an important tempo. So after g4, I assume the knight is going to have to jump back, maybe, but where? You can go to h6, but now I don't like this knight at all, and we can always defend against this by, I think, giving a check first, and then knight d4.
Yeah, and I guess his question is whether do I have to give a check first on d8 and then go g4, or go g4 first? Let's try to understand those differences. So let's try to compare this, what you have on the position after g4 in this particular case, with rook to d8 first.
So what is the difference, right? Like, let's say I go g4. Where do you go with your knight? Like, let's say...
So I go knight h6. But perhaps after g4, rook to d8, maybe I can go king h7 now.
So...
And now rook to c3.
And I guess with the king on f7, there's rook d7 check.
Oh, for sure. Yes.
Right. Because I guess if we go down that variation, like, let's say you go rook d8 check, right? I mean, here you could also make an argument for king to h7, but let's say you go king f7. I guess we go g4. And here after rook c3, maybe we can just give up this pawn by going king g2. Yes, you can take, but I'll give a check, and I'll pick up the a pawn.
That a pawn is running.
Yeah, and that's not the only problem. Like, also the compromised pawn structure on the king side. I mean, knight d4 to e6 is in the air. Knight h4 is a nasty move. So I think those factors combined makes this position unholdable for black.
Yes, no, this is no, I don't want to call the game over, but it's not looking good. So let's go back. Instead of king to f7, maybe king to h7, and understand why this is a better position, better situation for white compared to the one that we had previously. Do we still go g4 right now, or do we have other solutions?
Yeah, I think the drawback of g4 is that often it leaves pawns hanging, right? And we can often meet rook c3 with knight e2. But if we do that here, if we go g4 and h3, now rook c3, in case we go knight e2, it hangs this. Maybe this is still good after f3, as black's pieces are somewhat trapped, but, you know, this is something you have to consider, right? Whereas, let's say we play something more solid, maybe a move like, I don't know, g3. Now we can meet rook c3 with knight e2, and your king is a little bit off over here. That being said, you know, still work to be done.
Yes, still work to be done, but now the pawn on g3 controls the position very well. You don't get any sort of counter chances with knight to h4, knight to f3, none of that. I have the pawn on g3 protecting against all these entry squares. It's protecting my position very, very well. And the king on h7 is out of play. Still work to be done. At the same time, from a technical perspective, this feels like a victory for white.
Yeah. No, white is definitely technically winning, but the technical job is difficult. You know, black is going to try to resist, hang in there. And now the time has evened up. You know, before Hikaru was up, what is it, 30 minutes on the clock or something, but he spent 5 minutes on pawn takes c5, another 5 on rook d1, and now he's spending time again. So, you know,
but it doesn't matter anymore.
Right, he's
Doesn't
got the
matter
winning
anymore.
position.
Not only
True.
that, but
No,
it's not an easy but simplified position, right? So the time situation with how many moves do we have left in the position? 11
11
moves,
more.
something like that, right?
Yeah.
11 more moves before time control. It's a simplified position. You don't need to put pressure on the clock anymore because most likely black is going to have straightforward moves. He doesn't have as much to calculate with only the rook and the knight and the pawns on the board. But right now, once again, it's all about the quality. You have to prioritize the quality of your moves over the practicality of speed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Hikaru looks a little bit annoyed with something. I don't quite know what it is. I guess he might be a little bit annoyed with the fact that yes, he is winning, but there is still quite a bit of work to be done. And he goes for the move G4, which seems like it's perhaps a bit of an inaccuracy.
Okay, so let's keep going. I wouldn't say sure inaccuracy, but let's keep going. Knight h6, right? You're probably going to go knight h6. I don't see any other alternatives. Knight e7 is getting hit by rook to d7. That's a double attack. You're going to lose something. So you're not,
Right.
don't go. Knight h6 feels almost like a forced move at this point.
I guess, though, after rook d7, maybe you can go knight d5, sacrifice another pawn, but the knight, oh, actually, you can give this check right away.
That's a perpetual, right?
I guess, yeah, also with g5 coming, black is surviving here.
Yeah, don't go king h4, g5, king h5.
Nope.
That would be a bit problematic. Mate with the knight by itself. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of a funny situation. Yeah. Okay. So I retract. Knight h6 is not the only move, not a forced move in the position. Maybe knight e7 is a potential as well.
Yep.
What do you
let's see
think
which one is. I think knight e7. I think he's going to go knight e7. It looks tempting to go for that f4 square. That's my prediction. I think he's going to do that because he can also cement the knight there with the move pawn to g5. So I predict here, whereas with knight h6, your knight can really be off there.
Yeah. No, I tend to agree with you. All right, so we're going to let our good friend Cheparinov take his time right now, figure things out, decide between these two moves that we've discussed, and we'll get back to it shortly. What's happening in the other games as we approach time travel situation?
Yeah, let's have a look at what's happening in Fabiano's game. So we left off after bishop a2. There dropped his knight back to b7, rook b1 hitting the knight, knight d8. A nice reroute of the knight, knight e3, rook e3, rook b3. Derek's still better, but down to 7 minutes, and it's not that easy, as you cannot play knight e6 easily because of knight f5, and you lose the d6 pawn. It's uncomfortable to allow the knight to get there. So, I feel like this one can still go either way, even though Fabiano's down a pawn.
So what if we take on b3? Let's try to find a way to simplify the position for, well, I guess both sides. And now f6.
Well, but now I guess there's bishop d1, and or what about this? Rook a2. And
oh, my
this
goodness.
is looking scary.
Yeah, it's a pawn up, but you don't have a way to get your pieces on the right position.
Yep, we have a move by Cheparinov. He played knight to h6, hitting the pawn on g4. Okay, so now it's not as easy. We would love to play the move h3, but again, now black goes rook c3, hitting the knight, hitting this. And again, if we, let's say, give a check and go knight e4, we hang the pawn on h3. So no easy decisions here for Hikaru. What he can do, though, is play the move rook to d4, defending the pawn, and meet rook c3 with knight e2, keeping everything together.
Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely an opportunity right here, but still a technical task ahead for Hikaru. I'm trying to find some games that could
maybe
spike
the fitted game
that could spike our cortisol levels. Something exciting.
Let's see how
okay.
fitted this do.
Vincent completely demolished. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go to that one in a second. But Vidit seems to have lost his advantage somewhat. I like this position around here. Knight e4 seems to be a step in the wrong direction. Knight e6, because Your knight is just off. I like your maneuver much better with the knight at g3 and f5. I feel like now Esipenko is doing fine. The time situation isn't as bad anymore. He's at 11 minutes, but Vidit also only has 22 on the clock. So I predict a draw here, and let's pull it up. Vincent, you said it, completely destroyed Nihal, and Nihal just resigned.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Game over on that one. What about Ali Reza? Ali Reza, is he bouncing back after a difficult loss yesterday?
Let's see. So
he's
Ali...
right under Hans Moak Niemann, just under him.
Aha, here. Yeah, okay,
yes,
wow,
yes.
Let's see what's going on. Okay, so a5 was played. Bishop d2, a4, queen b5, bishop a3, hitting the rook, rook d1, bishop drop back, king stepped over. Okay, they don't trade the bishops. Wait, now it takes. I mean, inviting Ali Reza to go for sacrifices like this is really, you're really asking for it.
Oh, yes. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. By the way, I have a feeling something like bishop takes g7 is coming as well later on in this game. You got to be careful. Rook to g3 is a threat in the position. Okay, what did he do? Oh, that's the position, yeah? He hasn't played since.
Are you talking about Hikaru or Ali Reza?
No. Ali Reza, the position we have on the board.
Yeah. Yep, this is the position on the board. Again, you cannot take the bishop because of check, and you get checkmated very quickly, or rook g3 and rook g7. So that's not an option. I think you said it. You have to strengthen that g7 point, perhaps with a move like rook f7. I like this move best, as knight f8 can join the defense as well. But your pieces are a little bit all over the place. The rook and a6 is off. Your king is somewhat defending on its own. So I think Ali Reza is going to win. So let's hope Hikaru will win as well to keep that nice cushion over Firouzja.
Absolutely. And we mean not the cushion necessarily in the standings, but the cushion on the rating list as well. Because Ali Reza winning against Aravin is basically the same amount of points that Hikaru is going to get with a victory against Cheparinov. So those wins, those rating points wins will get canceled more or less.
Yep. No. So let's have a look. Hikaru is still deep in thought, which again, he still has plenty of time. We are in an endgame, but there's still many more decisions ahead, right? And it's not easy. It's not easy to convert this one just yet. It's only a pawn. It's only a pawn, and your pawns are a little bit loose on the king side. So let's have a look. He could also throw in this check right now, but I guess Cheparinov is going to go to that h7 square. Again, if you go to f7, maybe you can just pick up the pawn here right away.
Pick up the pawn.
But at the very least, that idea is always in the position, which is annoying.
Yeah, and I can throw in a rook to d7 first, just so that you don't have rook to c7 to defend the 7th rank. So just give you a check, king f8. I don't even have to take the pawn on a7. I can now go h3, right?
Right.
And no more rook c7. This is not looking good. By the way, Bogdan, if we can go to back to that game for just a second, he did take on b3. We were saying that's becoming dangerous, and he did, well, spend a lot of time. He has not played the move f6, but 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 40 seconds. How are we feeling about this? Are the tides turning in this one with a potential even victory for Fabiano?
Yeah, that would be quite a comeback. He was down a pawn for some compensation, but it felt like Deac should not lose. But now, with the time situation, Fabiano's pieces becoming more active with every single move. I think Deac could lose here, and that would be good for Hikaru. Again, it would be good if Fabiano wins the tournament, as then number 3 will qualify as well.
Yes, and by winning against Deac, he throws him out of the contention. A little bit. He throws Deac out of contention for those candidate spots. So that frees up another potential spot for Hikaru, who
people are
seems
saying
like he's going to be winning his game.
People are saying in the chat that Aravin blundered. He played the move queen to c8. Can we sack now? Takes, but what is the follow-up? As the king
queen g5
might just run away. Okay, queen g5. I think we have to go here. King of 7.
h6.
h6 threatening check, and I guess this.
Yes.
Rook g8.
Check.
I guess you just check, and the h pawn is just
H7.
extremely strong.
Then knight g5. I
With
don't
the
know, man. You're
check,
not.
because I would like to use the knight in the.
Okay, let's use it. Let's use it. Yeah, let's use it. Let's go knight e1 now. Now that your
91.
queen is off the 8th rank, I feel like I have some opportunities with queen g5, queen d8 ideas.
Perhaps
G5.
this.
Oh no,
no,
queen
but
g5, never mind.
yeah.
I cannot do that.
That is a Botez gambit, yeah. And
yes, that would be terrible. Queen g6, okay.
Yeah. So I feel like perhaps this works, but it's very difficult to calculate. So I wouldn't be shocked at all if Alireza does not go for it. Also, 6 minutes on the clock. That's not a whole lot of time to calculate all of this. He might also just perhaps move the queen.
How many moves? How many moves?
Sorry. 13 moves to reach the time. Yeah, he's in time pressure again. 13 moves to reach the time control.
Interesting. Yeah. Bishop takes a g7. Big move right now. A big opportunity for Alireza, and he's definitely be looking at that. But he needs to calculate it in time. While we were discussing, there's been a few moves in Hikaru's game. Let's take a look.
Check, king h7. Yeah, Chaparinov defending well here, avoiding any immediate threats and staying in this game. Okay, so let's say we go h3. I guess black is going to go rook c3, hit this. Can we go knight d4? With the idea that in case you take, maybe again f3, and the rook is somewhat trapped. I wonder if we trap it right away, though. But how's black ever getting? I guess here's the thing. Your rook might not get lost, but it's just stuck in a dryer. Like, let's say you go g5, you go here, and now we go for our own plans and ideas for rook d7 and knight d6.
And I have a
black
feeling
is getting pounded.
Pound town, yes. Pound town population, Ivan Chaparinov. All right, let's go back to f5 because we need to put some pressure on those pawns as fast as possible. Instead of g5, f5. G5.
Oh, knight e6. Look at this.
Oh, you have knight g5 as well. I was thinking g5 and then knight e6 with knight f8, but this is even better, stronger.
Yeah, and here once again you're on a one-way trip to Pound Town. No, this looks over. Okay, rook d4 though by Hikaru, defending the pawn, and now rook c3 can be met with knight e2. Perhaps he rejected h3 and knight d4. There's knight f7, a clever in-between move. The knight is jumping.
Yeah.
Okay, so rook d4 was played.
This is over. This is over if you play this. But he played rook to d4. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rook c3 and knight d2.
Sure.
Make sure knight is not hanging and defending the pawn on b3.
I believe this is on the board, in fact.
So now I would probably play knight f7, followed by knight e5 or knight g5. It's the move I expect from Chaparinov. And you know, you are up a pawn, but for the moment you are a little bit stuck here with the knight that has to defend the pawn. Also, the rook is a little bit stuck because if you move it, let's say you go rook a4, you might allow rook d3, and then
d3.
Yeah, maybe this works, but yeah, b3 starts hanging.
Yeah, no. After knight f7, I think what you want to prioritize once again is strengthening the position of the king. Maybe king to g2. Knight e5, and now maybe I can even try to keep that king on the h file and not allow you to go g5. h4, why not?
I love this move. Very nice touch. Yeah, indeed. Because if black could get in g5, then the knight can always swing around to g6, f4, or h4. So perhaps what black should do is play the move g5 sooner rather than later. But, you know, so this wastes some more time, and maybe now can go for these types of operations.
Can I play h4? Instead of king g2, in fact.
Wait, my bad.
So maybe h4 here. But now you have g5. Okay, yeah.
But I feel like this structure is better than the one with the pawn on h2 or h3. So let's see. So I'm wondering, after h4, rook h3, it might be a move, but again, your rook is kind of like, you shouldn't do this. You pick up a pawn.
Trap. I mean, it is.
But you're stuck, and your queen side collapses.
no, this is game over. Yeah. This is a funny position, actually. You go knight e5, we exchange, and then the rook is not coming back anytime soon. Yeah, no, this is game over. All right.
Yeah.
So we like what Hikaru, by the way, what Chaparinov still hasn't played after the move knight to d2. This is move 33. So 8 moves for Chaparinov, only 7 for Hikaru with 10 minutes, but a simplified position. Simplified position in which most likely white has a bunch of moves that are going to create the same problems for black. White has to improve the position slowly but surely. King to g2 or king to f1, king to e2. That's an idea as well. Get king closer to the center and cancel this threat of rook to d3 in case I go hunting for that a7 pawn. Defend the knight on d2. That's an option. King to g2 as well, with a potential attack or expansion on the king side with the move h4. Try to keep the black pieces in place right there. Keep the king cornered on h7, h8 around that side of the board. So a lot of opportunities for white, looking good for Hikaru.
Yeah, no, for sure. So yeah, after 92, perhaps what Chaparinov should do is play then move g5 sooner rather than later. Before Hikaru freezes him with the move h4. And we're gonna have to see how Hikaru will try to convert this one. He's got good chances, but a lot of work still to be done. I guess bring the king to the center, as you pointed out, makes a lot of sense. But the moment you move your king there, black might get ideas to go pawn hunting on the king side. So let's see what's going to happen. In the meantime, let's have a look around. Okay, so bishop e6 is the move Deak settled on. A good move, indeed.
Good move by Deak, pulling the brakes. He knows that right now he needs to pull the brakes. Okay, you've been a pawn up for pretty much the last 15 moves or so. You've been pressing, but right now, unfortunately, you got outplayed in the last few moves, and you only have 2 minutes on the clock. You need to make time control, and you need to make the time control intact, because you could easily slip and break a few bones along the way.
Yeah. All right.
And
now,
by bones,
Fabiano...
I mean lose a few pieces. You're not actually breaking any bones.
Probably like, okay, I've had it with you there. Like, I'm breaking your bones here. But no, like, let's say he takes an e6, you can give a check or take here, but it feels like black should be doing fine here one way or another. It's also nice to trade off some pieces and alleviate some of the pressure. So I do think that this game will somehow end in a draw. Like 2 minutes and 40 seconds, it's not the most time, but we are in an end game and only 7 more moves to make for Deak. In the meantime, Chaparinov has settled on the move knight to f7. So let's see if Hikaru will play then move h4, or if he will just bring his king to the center right away. We have more developments in this game between Fedasave and Origin. Lots of moves. I don't really feel like going through them in depth. It feels like we're just... I mean, maybe white is a touch better, but probably just a draw.
Yeah. Again, we were kind of anticipating this. We understood this play on one goal, but we also understood that it's very, very close to just an equal position because of the limited material present on the board.
Yeah. We also have more moves in Vidit's game. We left off, I forgot where, right around here. Yeah, Queen E8 was played.
There.
The queens got off, d5, the bishops were traded.
Yeah, now it's starting to feel very, very close to equality. Just too many pieces are getting traded.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say this one also probably headed for a draw. h4 on the board by Hikaru, okay. Nice little touch, making it difficult for Chaparinov to move the pawns. Although, you could go g5 right here. And in case white takes, then your knight becomes active right away. I feel like that makes sense, because if you go knight e5, and let's say we go king up, now g5 is no longer as desirable as we give black a double isolated pawn. So I think Chaparinov is going to go for this one. And, even though we're up a pawn, it remains difficult to actually convert this into a full point.
But now, and this is what Hikaru is trying to do, and perhaps that's why Chaparinov is not going to be happy from a human perspective. If you do get rid of the h and g pawns, if you do exchange the pawns after g5, now the king is not stuck to the defense of the H pawn. So rook H3, rook takes H2 never comes on the board. I have a free hand to just go king to F1, king to E2, defend the knight on D2, and play with the majority on the queen side, played with the extra pawn on the queen side. So from a human perspective, I completely understand this last move, H5 from Hikaru.
Yep. No, I like it. So let's see what Cheparinov is going to do here. I do expect G5. Looks good to force Hikaru to make a decision right away. Okay, then we have Parham against Sarana. I like the transition in the pawn structure here. We left off right around here. And look at this. Parham has this isolated A pawn. So what does he do? He goes A4 and A5, because now he's getting rid of his own isolated pawn, and he's giving Sarana one on the B6 square. Parham getting a little bit low on time, though, but I think these developments are definitely in his favor.
Yeah, no, absolutely looking a great-ish for Parham. How, by the way, how do you say his last name?
Maksudlu, I would say.
Maksudlu, okay. I like to say Maksudlu. I don't know. It's probably not Maksudlu, but you know, S and H in Iranian. I thought for whatever reason that is shu, but nobody knows. We should ask him.
Yeah.
Maksudlu.
Yeah, Maksudlu. Yeah, something along those lines. All right, so let's see. Parham is also on 5.5. So if he wins, he will join the leaders. This game between Kuzubov and Sevian, it's been a while since we left off. So takes Kuzubov, keeping the queens on the board. He picks up a pawn, but is it enough to win, though? I'm going to say no. I think, actually, there was once an Olympiad, I believe, in 2014. And there was a game between Magnus and Levon. It was something very similar, and it ended in a draw after not too many adventures. I don't really see a plan here for White to
You're not pushing the C-pawn. You're not pushing the C-pawn.
Yep.
You're not getting to C6. The queen is going to stay on C5. If you do connect the bishop pawn E8 with the queen on the 7th, then I'm going to defend with the bishop pawn E7, as we have already seen in this game. They shuffled through that position already. You just simply don't have enough. And yeah, it's going to be an easy draw for Sam.
Yep, no, I think so as well. All right, so let's check what else we have. In the meantime, okay, so
a few more moves. I think Cheparinov did play the move G5 as you were prescribing in that one.
Yeah, he is fanning quite tenaciously. Let's go back. Like right here, I think after this move Queen E5, I thought he was just going to collapse. But ever since, he's been playing almost perfect defense, right? He's really increased the time or his pace. Because right here, he was down to like 19 minutes. Now he has 11, right? Even though like, what is it, 10, 15 moves have been played. But yeah, he's been playing well. He got to this end game. And, you know, Hikaru is still up a pawn. It's definitely better, but not easy to convert whatsoever.
And sometimes that's the case, right? You play the middle game position and you don't really know what your goal is. And then you get outplayed. And then suddenly you have a goal in mind, survival, right? And this is his only goal in the position. He needs to make the best moves, not to get a better position, but just to survive. Having that goal definitely helps center your moves, center your reasoning about the position. And that's exactly why we see all these very accurate defensive tasks being completed by Cheparinov. At the same time, it is still a pawn up. I'm going to take on G5. I'm going to go King F1, King E2. I'm going to improve my position, and I'm going to get closer and closer to freeing up my rook to go hunt for that A7 pawn. That's the target.
Yep.
That's what I'm looking at. I want to get to that A7 pawn. Yes, this is the position H takes G5 just played by White, by Hikaru. We're expecting knight takes G5.
Yeah,
I don't think we're going to see anything else.
Activating knight and keeping the pawn structure intact. And now I expect King F1 by Hikaru, bringing the king to the center where it can defend the knight. And then your rook is a little bit more free to move. And I wonder what exactly Cheparinov has in mind there. So let's see. So like King F1.
Ideas of knight e6, right?
Yeah. The thing you can always do here is you can go knight f3 and go into a rook endgame. But White does keep their extra pawn with rook b4. I think rook b4 is needed. I think if you go rook a4 and go into this one, I think this one is a draw because black
It
gets
should be a
enough
draw.
counterplay with king h6, g6, and king g5. So I think you have to go rook b4, and you can do something similar. You can go a5 and now a4. But look at
But
this.
can I
White
go
can
king
gain.
e2?
That's a nice move. Yes, because look at this. If you take, we take, and white is just in time to stop the pawn, and the a pawn will decide the game. Also, you only have one move here. You have to go, or maybe you have rook f4. You cannot go to h3. If you go here, check, forcing the rook trade, and once again, the pawn in game is losing. So you might have to go here, rook c3.
But then I
So
can
king
continue
e2.
following and rook f.
Yeah. And here's the thing. We can take and give black this pawn. Now, you might think, like, why would you ever do that? Why would you give yourself double pawns and give our opponent one of the pawns on the king side? Well, these double pawns are actually quite useful, as you can push one pawn and use the other pawn as a shield if the rook gets behind.
They're fast. They're fast. King c3, I think, I don't see the way out.
Yeah. Right. And what do you make of Hikaru right now on the camera? He looks slightly uneasy. Maybe he's calculating this endgame.
He is calculating this endgame. He is. That's why he's nodding, because he's trying to calculate move by move. Oh yes, I'm catching that pawn. I'm in the corner. I can actually catch that pawn before promotion, pawn on b3 that we were discussing. King to e2, that critical variation he's definitely looking at. And he's doing all of this nodding because he needs to speed things up. That's the way for him to center his attention, center his focus, and find the right way. He's nodding, head bobbing, nodding,
but
head bobbing.
I think you have to go king f1, right? King g2 doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I don't see where you're going with the king from there.
No king f1.
So it makes a lot of sense to just go for king f1 and just sort of trust yourself that the rook endgame is winning. And it's a tough decision for Chaparinov, right? After knight f3, there is no way back. I think this trade is really not a problem for white whatsoever. And he just has to go for, because now he is falling behind on the clock, whereas before he was up 30 minutes.
Absolutely. 5 more moves to go for Hikaru with less than right now 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 59 seconds and counting. Needs to make a few moves to not go down too much on the clock.
Yeah. All right, so I like king of one. Again, you cannot really move the rook. You cannot move the knight at all because now there's a fork. So let's hope he picks up the pace. Still 5 moves to make until the time control. Right now, it looks like there's not much happening, but a problem can always appear out of nowhere. And then you wish you had more time on the clock. So Hikaru, just make a move. In the meantime, let's see what's happening in Firouzja's. Wow, we have a lot of developments. He did sack, takes, check. The king moved, check, king moved. Here, check, king e8. And apparently this is a mistake by Firouzja, who's down to 4 minutes.
Mistake. But it still looks great, doesn't it?
I don't know. It looks super complicated.
For white. At the same time, you are a rook down.
You're down a rook.
That's a full rook. Okay. Yeah, that's a full rook. 96, rook to g8, I guess.
Yeah, rook g8 makes sense. Hitting this, and then what do you do? Like,
don't allow queen takes g2. So you probably have to defend that. Question is how? Do you offer the rook trade with rook g3? Is the h pawn going to be decisive at that point?
Good question. Hikaru is still in the tank. He looks like he's about to move, but 2.5 minutes. He's got to move here. Okay, anyway, let's look at some variations. So let's say you give a check and you pick up the... you just recapture maybe, or even
maybe
queen
takes g2.
Yeah, I guess this one is fine.
Right.
Check, because here, check. Hikaru, gotta move. Gotta move, bro.
Let's go back to Hikaru, just because this is much more consequential for the standings. And just to give you an update, Fabiano and Bogdan have made the time control, and the position is very, very equal. So we don't even have to go to that one. I guess we can. Just to...
Yeah, let's show everyone real quick. Yeah, just headed for a draw. And one game that has already ended in a draw is the game between Vidi and Esipenko. Very even. Okay, Hikaru, you gotta go. 90.
King G2. Blunder alert. What do we think of this move? Why is this a blunder?
Well, it doesn't do anything. Like, you need your king in the center, and you might lose valuable time here.
Yeah, because again, the main idea was to get the king to e2, defend the knight on d2, and then go pawn hunting for the pawn on a7. But first, you have to defend that knight on d2. So that's why king to g2 just simply loses some crucial tempos because you're not getting close to the knight.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see what Chaparinov is going to do. Knight e6 is the move hitting the rook, trying to get into the f4 square, but perhaps we can just move over to e4, hitting the knight, and if it jumps back, we go to e3, and here we get to stabilize a little bit. Kick the rook from the third rank, where it is super annoying. And now, let's say you go here, now our knight is free to move, and this is all of a sudden looking pretty good. Chaparinov has 10 minutes on his clock. Let's see what he's going to come up with. An idea he has is the move a5 to try to go, perhaps just move past the move to Hikaru, right? Like, what do you do here? Maybe a4, but you don't have knight c4 available.
Well, not only past the move, but very often we were looking at those variations in which black can play the move a4. So, for example, if you go something like rook to d5, I even have ideas of a4. I don't know whether I would play them, but I have ideas of a4 and transition into this endgame, which, by the way, still looks very scary for black with that a pawn fighting against that a pawn. I can go a5, then try to go for knight to c4. You're probably not going to allow me, and that's the key. If you go a4, I think a5, excuse me, I think I will have ideas of connecting knight to e6 and knight to f4 ideas with rook to a4 and putting a lot of pressure on the g4 pawn as well. So yes, the more I look at it, the more unpleasant and difficult to make use of the extra pawn it becomes. That's why a5 is a good move. But it's not an easy move. It's not an easy practical move. The problem right now for Hikaru is that, okay, a5 we understand is a good move, but what else can Chaparinov do? How else can Chaparinov improve his position?
The thing is, Chaparinov really sped up over the last 15 moves or so, but that's also because a lot of his moves were somewhat forced, right? Let's go back. Like here, pawn takes d6 is forced. Okay, well, he did play rook e8 and knight a4 quickly, but here knight c5 is forced, takes is forced, this is forced, this is forced, this is forced, this is forced. To his credit, though, he found like knight h6 and king h7 quite quickly, hanging into the game, and he made sure that Hikaru's advantage did not become bigger, and right now it's only, we have this position on the board, and now we see him spending some time. He must realize, like, hey, I actually have decent compensation here, whereas before he was probably just lost. And he finds the move a5. This man is playing some really good defense right now.
He played the move
a5. Why is he leaving the board?
That's a good question.
Okay, he's back.
He's back. No. He just went to look at the other results because we've seen that Vidit finished his game. He probably wanted to see how that transpired. He wanted to see the result in that one. And he was looking at Fabiano's game as well, seeing what he has to work with in terms of results. And he played a5. I mean, look, Chaparinov is really playing some good moves right now, I have to say. a5 was a good move. f3 on the board.
But what does that even do? Like, okay, let's see what
f3
I mean now.
f3 on the board. Does that allow a4?
I think it does. If you take it to rook, there might be some rook d3.
Yes,
although it's not easy. You do give white two connected passes, so it's somewhat no,
but this is
double-edged.
I think that's a draw, right?
But how?
I was going to take on f3.
Perhaps, but you do give white two connected passers, which can push down the board. So maybe you can do this, but not easy. Not an easy decision to make. You can also go knight e6, attacking the rook. Now, before there was rook e4 in here, I guess now you go, let's say, rook d6.
You don't have rook a4 anymore because of rook c2.
Yes,
and there's no more coming back to d5 to protect the knight on d2. That's why f3 weakened your position a little bit, right?
Yep. Okay, so f3. Okay, so let's see what Chaparino is going to do. Well, this is what I was saying earlier. He had to play a little bit faster, as he has an endgame up a pawn, right? You might think, okay, nothing bad can happen, but you still have to convert it into a full point, and that's why we see him making some inaccuracies right here.
I'm a little bit concerned about knight e6.
Okay, so let's say I go here to d6 to hit your knight. Like,
c5.
I guess but then there's
you go
rook
b4,
c6.
yeah. You go rook c6, and rook c2 just king g3, I guess.
Not king g3 because of this, and here you lose.
Oh, sorry, king h3. Or where
Right,
do you put the king? Actually, where do you put the king? Take
but
rook
now
d3.
we could get into this one, which
But this is a draw, right?
know. I don't.
I want to
think
say
so,
this
but
is a
I'm not
draw
even
to
sure.
g5. G5? No,
I guess
this
so.
must be a draw.
Anyway, knight e6 on the board. Okay, maybe rook d6 here. Gotta go. 3 more moves to make until the time control.
A minute and 25 seconds. And we were saying that it's going to be easy to make the time control with the simplified position. But it's not that easy. It's actually not that easy. There are some difficult decisions to make, even with limited material on the board.
Yep, rook d6. Okay, let's see where the knight is going to go. c5, the move that you pointed out, looks very logical. You hit b3. There's no good way to defend it. And I think we might have to go into that rook endgame. Let's check in how Firouzja is.
Oh, Firouzja. So
wow, what do we have here? Look at
made a
this.
draw. Firouzja. Whoa. That's
b5. Okay, rook c7, queen b8. Okay, takes and so white gets the queen for a rook, 2 rooks and a knight, which is a lot of material. But white has a lot of pawns, and look at these pawns in the middle. But black is pushing their own pawn down. This is a 3-result game. This can really go either way. And Firouzja 3 minutes for his last move before the time control.
These pawns definitely look very scary, especially the pawn on b4. That could easily become a queen in the next few moves. You got to find your own counterplay as white.
Yeah. I don't know what white is supposed to do here. This b pawn pushes really quickly. Again, this can go either way. Alireza might lose this one. If Alireza loses this one, even if Hikaru draws, then I mean the cushion is so big that he shouldn't give that one away.
That's good. Yeah. No, for sure. That's really good. Yeah, I have to say, definitely some chances on the horizon for Aravind in this particular game. Let's go back to Hikaru.
Yep. All right, so rook d6 on the board. Let's see where the knight is going to go. It can go back to g5, can still go to c5 or f4. So Chaparino pondering his options here. He has to make another 3 moves to reach the time control. It seemed for a long time like he was going to be the one to end up in time pressure, but right now it's Hikaru with 1 minute and 45 seconds, which, he's not going to produce a losing blunder here. But
no.
He might not capitalize on a chance if it arises due to the time situation. So let's see where he's gonna go. I think you might be right. He might go for this one, as it's kind of straightforward. And we do end up in that rook endgame, which you were pretty confident that it has to be a draw.
So let's keep going. Is it forced to get into that position? Knight to c5, you go rook to c6, right?
Well, I was just wondering, can we go b4?
Let's look at this. b4. Okay. So if I take on b4, you take on b4, and let's say I go knight to d3. How is that position? Now you push, and your pawn is actually going to b6, from where it's going to be protected by the knight coming to c4. It seems like on the 6th rank, you're a bit too close to promotion. You're a bit too close. I feel something bad is going to happen with that pawn on b6. I don't want it to see it so far advanced. So let's go back. Maybe knight to d3 after b4.
Okay, so I assume I have to take. Then you take an a3.
If you go a6, if you push it too far, now I can attack it with the knight to c5. You cannot defend it with your own knight. So that's going to allow me to establish the material balance once again. That's going to be a draw.
Yeah. This looks very close to a draw. The a pawn is kind of weak. It's not easy to defend it. If you go knight c4, then there's always tricks with knight e1. So tough. But Cheparinov getting down to 3, getting below 4 minutes. He still has some more moves to make, and it might be okay. He played knight f4 check. Okay, so let's see where Hikaru is gonna go with the king. I guess. Where would you go? I would think maybe this, maybe king of 1. To avoid the knight from jumping into d3 with check. Because if you go here, now there's check, and you get to c1, and that should be a draw.
Yeah, I think that's a draw.
So
I think that's a draw.
And king of 1 on the board, best move.
King to f1. Okay, and now what is he going to do now? Is he going? And you know what the problem is? Knight to d3. I'm seeing this move, and I'm starting to get worried. For the simple fact that you don't have the very natural move rook to d5 to attack that pawn on a5 after knight d3 because of rook c1, knight f4, and picking up the rook. That would be a huge blunder. That's one way to lose the game with white after knight d3. Do not go knight to d3, rook to d5.
Yeah.
But once you put the knight on f4, it does kind of seem like you're going to follow up with knight d3, right? It's knight d3, knight c1, the idea.
Yeah, so let's see what is going to happen. Okay, Hikaru needs to make one more move to reach a time control, so he can basically think to his last second before the 40th move, then make it, because he will get an additional 15 minutes on the clock. And I think it's going to be decided in the next couple of moves. If Hikaru emerges with a big advantage from the time scramble, he's going to win. But if he's going to let it slip, I think it will just end in a draw, because the players will get so much extra time after that 40th move. So let's see what Cheparinov is going to do. He's going to have to avoid
So let's go knight d3.
I like that one.
And the problem is, I'll show you one problem that I see in the position. You can get tempted by the move rook to a6. But the problem is rook to a6. I go knight c5. Can we put that on the board?
Wait, sorry, where do you go? Wait. Everyone is yelling. Let's go to Ali. Everyone's yelling Ali Reza. Let's go there real quick.
Okay, it's not a huge blunder. It's just going to be a draw. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. People saw the two question marks. I'm picking up all your pawns. I don't think white is going to lose this one, right?
Yeah, I don't think so either. But let's stick with Hikaru's game. Okay, so go ahead. Okay, so a4. What were you gonna say? Go ahead.
Right. Okay, so he didn't play rook a6. That's good. That's good news. That's good news, because if you go rook a6, knight c5, rook a5, knight b3, it's easy to forget that after knight b3, I'm not forced to take on b3. I can intermezzo by taking the pawn on f3, take advantage of the fact that the king is on f1, then pick up the knight on b3, and that's it, right? That's a draw.
Yeah, that's a draw. So a4. Okay, so now in case of knight 5 here, I do like rook c6, pinning the knight.
Now you can go rook c1, knight takes b3.
Yes, that's a nice tactic. Yeah. Okay, that's very important. Okay, so knight c5, rook b6 though to defend the pawn, and then the rook comes down to b5. Okay, so still some problems for Cheparinov to solve here. You can go knight c1, which is very annoying, as now it's difficult to move the king up. But rook b6 defending the pawn. I don't know. Is it enough to win?
This is the situation right now, but. What if I
go a really good move here? Wait, for Ruja losing?
What? Whoa! What? How did that happen?
I mean, okay, well, he is worse, but losing is
okay. You're listening to the chat.
Yeah, well,
you're making a very typical mistake. You're listening to the chat.
Yeah. Actually, that's where I had that blunder from, because chat always says it when the evil bar shifts just an inch. Aravind is better here. We could see Firouzja losing. Knight c1. Cheparinov is playing such good defense. It's really impressive. Knight c1, the best move, hitting the pawn. And you know what's annoying, Christian? Is that here after rook b6, we would love to go king e1, and kick the knight away. But black has rook e3, and we're stuck. We cannot move the knight. You cannot go king up. Rook b6 on the board by Hikaru. Okay, just please don't play rook e3. But what do we do in case black does? We cannot move the knight. We hang f3 and b3. We cannot move the king. Rook e2. We can move the rook one square. But then
Sure.
what? After king
And then what?
g6, again,
Yeah.
we cannot take. Knight b3 is an instant draw.
Okay. So
Or
how do you
wait
make
1
any
second.
progress?
What if I do this? And what if I go king f? Oh, look at
Rook
this. I thought king
d3.
f2.
Oh,
There's takes and this.
oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Time control, mate. We see your coach there in the back.
The
Big
coach.
Varusian, big coach, Varusian Akobian, playing his own tournament as well. How is Varusian doing?
Varuzan, let me check. He also lost some games in the beginning, but he managed to come back. Let me check. How is Var made a draw today? Okay, so Var, he's made 5 draws in a row. And actually now he's gaining rating. He drew against Abasov.
Okay, all right. That's not bad. The candidate.
Yeah.
Abasov, the candidate.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, for sure. Rook to
Exactly. And also,
b6. Yeah, go ahead.
okay. Oh yeah, just one thing I wanted to point out is the fact that all right, yeah, let's there's still some games heating up.
What about your
Let's
friend
see.
Theodoru? Well, how did
Uh,
that play out? Because that one was a
yeah.
crazy piece sacrifice.
Yeah. I think on pretty much all of the boards they've made the time control, but let's go to Theodoru's game. That one was pretty wild for sure. Let's see how Nico is doing. So he was winning, but I saw the position. I don't know where we left off. It was pretty wild. I think right around here.
When he sacrificed the piece.
Okay. Sacked another one. Wow.
What a game.
Apparently he was winning.
These two pieces
That,
up. Something has to give, right?
but she threw. I mean, I feel like you just give a. It just wastes valuable time. I think you just had to consolidate.
That's right.
Okay. He's G4
Still winning.
apparently was the move.
What
Check.
a crazy game.
Here. Trades of the rooks. But here's the thing. White has quite a few pawns, so I'm not quite sure that it's going to be enough to win. White's got 1, 2 pawns. I think probably a draw, and they've just reached the time control.
Yeah, probably a draw, but at the same time, he's still pressing. He's still the one doing all the pressing. King to f8, we expect something like queen to h3, start looking at that h7 pawn, start looking at queen h6 and queen f5 ideas as well. Close to equality, but still not there yet for white. So your buddy Theodore still with some decent chances.
Yep. All right, so we have reached the time control. The players are going to go for a long think here. Hikaru still has chances to win, but he has lost some of his advantage. Keep sending in that energy. He can still get the win here, but he needs you more than ever in this game, and we will see you all in just
Give us the energy. Give us the energy. Give Hikaru.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 9 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. Christian, we have another move by Chaparinov, but it is once again the best move in the position. He found the move Rook E3.
Yeah, absolutely. He did find it, and you can see that reaction from Hikaru on the screen as well. He was shaking his head. He sort of understands the fact that this move, Rook to E3, sort of freezes his position, freezes the king where it is on F1. You cannot go on the second rank because of Rook to E2. If you move the Rook off the B rank of the B file, then Knight takes B3 is going to come, and that's going to lead to an equal endgame. So Rook to E3, very good move found by Chaparinov. I have to say, Chaparinov has been displaying ridiculous defense, absolutely ridiculous in the last 15 to 20 moves since he lost the pawn, since he got into a perhaps technically losing endgame. He just played the best moves in the position, and that resilience has been rewarded right now.
Yep. All right, so Rook E3. Let's see what Hikaru should do. I think Rook B5 makes a lot of sense, hitting this pawn on A5. And I guess Black is just going to step the king up, because look at this. If you go King H6, now we have ideas of, let's say, taking. And after Knight takes B3, maybe now we can go King F2, because if you take on D2, with the idea that in case it takes you have here, we have the Schwiesenzug, a new word.
You're swearing. You're swearing
no,
me again.
It's not.
What are you saying about my dog, Benj?
I'm not saying anything about your dog.
I don't even have a dog.
Anyway, Black has the Schwiesenzug, Rook takes F3 check, and now you the material remains even. Maybe White still some chances here, but I guess objectively you draw. Actually, what we could do though is maybe a check here first, and now King F2. But the Rook moves over. Let's say to C3. We have the straight. And is this a win or a draw? I would say probably a draw.
Really?
But not sure.
I don't think you're getting G5 is the problem. So let's go Rook to A5 now.
Rook A5. Yeah.
What do you do now?
Okay, so let's say I put the Rook behind.
Right now, I want to get my King to F4. So I go first King to G3, King F4. Not allowing you to go King F7, G5 first.
Okay, so I like my Rook on E3 as it's eyeing this pawn over here.
All right.
Black actually... Yeah, Black has a really nice move here. This one is quite genius. The move F5. Look at this. You take with the Rook.
F5? No, this is...
F2.
Yes, this is good. This is good for you.
And if you take with the pawn, now go King G5. And you're kind of stuck. Like, the more pawns I get traded off, the better that is for me. If you move your Rook anywhere, you hang this. If you move along the fifth rank, you hang the A pawn. And if you move your king back, now there's King F4. And Black, again, is a drawing.
Yes.
But all of this is very hypothetical. Again, keep in mind, Black in this position is probably just going to play the move King G6. And moving the king up.
That's right.
And what do we do now?
And it sort of makes sense, right? I mean, okay, I understand. King H6, you have this Rook H5, beautiful idea.
Schwiesenzug.
Right. But King G6, it just feels much more natural, right? King to G6, there's no more Rook to H5 ideas. I'm just putting my king on a very safe square, and then at the right moment, I'm going to transfer that king on the other side via the F7 square. Again, it's not even about me trying to find ways to improve my position. It's about you as white trying to find ways to improve yours. And it just simply doesn't seem like... And this is the geometry that you've showed it. In the last few variations. Rook to A5, Knight takes B3, and unfortunately, you don't have ideas of King to F2 to defend the pawn on F3. And this is crucial, because if you do go Rook A5, Knight takes B3, Knight takes B3. Let's put that position on the board just
sorry, wait, Rook where?
Rook takes A5, Knight takes B3,
yeah.
and Knight takes B3 instead of King to F2. Now there is Rook takes F3. With the king on F1. And that's the problem with the king on F1. And exactly. Look at Hikaru. He's like...
Threw so hard.
He
threw this game.
He knows he had it. I mean, look, he really had it in the back. He knows that he doesn't miss this type of opportunities in general, but it just wasn't meant to be in this one. And kudos to Chaparinov. He did make life very difficult for Hikaru after he lost that pawn, after he got outplayed, because he did get outplayed. Hikaru outplayed Cheparinov, but that conversion phase, man, it's never easy.
Yeah, no, for sure. There's a saying, the hardest game to win is a won game. I don't 100% agree with that. I think the hardest game to win is a losing position.
Yeah, that's a
we
bit of a
have
silly saying.
we have more moves in Faruja's game. Okay, so we left off after rook queen c5 rook here, knight f7 a little bit off. Okay, check, take. I'd say this game is probably gonna end in a draw. I feel like the pawns should compensate for the two rooks and the knight. Black shouldn't lose this one, but I also don't really see Arvind winning.
Yeah. You only have a pawn. That's the problem. You only have a pawn, and the king is too weak. At some point, I will find some sort of a perpetual coupled with the idea to exchange the last pawn on the board for black pawn on the f file. I think those type of ideas in cooperation are just simply going to be too much for black to hold together and hold winning chances in the position. Even though, I mean, imagine Alireza loses 2 in a row. That's going to be basically a lock for Hikaru in terms of rating spot. If Alireza loses this one, that's a lock for Hikaru. That's almost 20 points. Not going to happen. Sorry. I don't think Firouzja is going to win 20 rating points at the Singapore Cup. So it's almost a lock if Firouzja loses this one. If he doesn't, then we're still in an interesting situation. But as Hikaru pointed it out at the beginning of the broadcast of this tournament about round 2 or round 3, said, if I'm building up a rating advantage in those last few rounds, I'm not even taking any big chances to try to qualify for candidates. I make 2 draws and bounce, leave town. Leave the Isle of Man. Get out of there. Just go to the beach, have some fun, go back to streaming, go back to your day job.
Exactly. Yeah. No, he it would be great though if he can still get some wins here at the end of the tournament, especially this one. He must be kicking himself that he is in this position right now from what he had, again, up half an hour on the clock, up a pawn, but it seems like Chaparinov is getting close to draw. He's not quite there yet though. I mean, don't make no mistake about it. Hikaru is definitely still pushing, still some work to be done for black, but the real question is, how does white improve, right? We said it before. After, let's say, a move like King G6, which looks quite logical here.
Yeah, it's a big question, and maybe we can go back to that game. Yes, there we go. Back to that game. King to G6, Rook to B5 was played. Yes, we should see King to G6. I really don't see any other moves for black. Maybe King to G8 again. It's all about taking that king off the H file. Move it to the G file so that you don't get hit by this Rook H5 Zwischenzug.
Yep.
Yes. Whoa.
All right. A blunder by Chaparinov. Wow, look at this. 93. Wait, we're back in this. The energy is working. Okay, so let's see what Hikaru can do here. Okay, so we have some moves. So let's say we take an A5. Chaparinov's idea is to give a check, king up, check here, and take. But now we have, wait, look at this. I thought rook, wait. Was G3 the right square? I think so. We have to move rook D5. Oh, so wait, sorry, here. To pin the knight to the rook. But you do have check. And then you win the rook right back. But how is this? So you take here, maybe king up. King up. I assume this has to be a draw, right? Somehow, right?
Somehow, yeah, but it's white who's playing for a win for sure, right? Because with the knight on D5, it's so difficult to get to my F3 pawn. So you will probably have to stay with the knight close to the pawns on the queen side. At the same time, I have a couple of pawns on the queen side, and you will need to use both the knight and the king to stop them. In the meantime, yes, I see the moves. Yeah, those are good moves. Those are really good moves.
Yeah.
You're juggling with the idea of picking up some pawns, but also staying close to the promotion squares on the queen side. Yes, that's good. That's good. But you need to be very precise, and you need to calculate all of those things from here. You need to make that decision, which is not an easy one.
Yeah, no, definitely not easy to make. All right, so I think he's not going to take an a5. Okay, so what else can Hikaru do, right? Rook e1 and rook e2 is a threat. He could play the move knight c4, hitting the rook. Okay, so let's look at this. Black can take. Now we go king e2, and look at this. There's rook g3 going after this pawn, but hey, we get two connected passers. Black might get two connected passers as well once they take here, but white should be faster as our pawns are further advanced. So this is definitely a big opportunity here for Hikaru.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's make some normal moves. Let's say knight d5, right?
Knight e5, a very logical move hitting this, but again, we can move our knight anywhere, like, you know, maybe knight b. I would have loved to move it here, but I can't, right? Knight c6, that would perfectly support the pawn. What I can do, by the way, which is quite interesting, is to move knight c4, offering you the trade of knights, and I think you should take it, because if you go knight takes g4, your knight is off, and I think my pawn is much too fast. So I think you should take, I take, you take here, hitting my pawn, I go king d3, and again, is black holding here? I don't know, but it's definitely white pushing for the win here. By the way, someone made a comment in the chat. Someone said, if Hikaru wins, Bach should start dancing. Well, how about no? I'm not a clown. I'm a commentator.
Start dancing. That's a funny one. Yeah. All right. So king to d. No, this, look, I don't know what the objective assessment is of this position, but with those two pawns supported by both the rook and the king, yeah, that's, yeah. From a practical perspective, and especially looking at it from afar, this is not good. I don't think black is going to go for that.
Yeah. All right. So here's the thing: rook takes a5. Even though it is a possibility, and it is, you know, it has some potential. First of all, like, you have to calculate this long variation. Is this even an option at all, right? Maybe if you miscalculate, you could also lose here, as you do sacrifice a piece. So I don't really see Hikaru doing this. So rook takes a5 is a move, but objectively it seems to be a draw. I like knight c4. I like it a lot. Just give up this pawn and go all out on the queen side with these two connected passers, and I think white has real chances to win here.
Yeah. No, and the thing is, real chances to win, and you don't actually give any chances to lose, because 95, knight c4, you're just too much ahead in terms of speed.
Oh, he's reaching with knight c4. Let's go. It's on the board.
On the board. On the board. Okay. All right. Now there's something to play for. I'm starting to like his chances right now. Knight to c4. Great move by Hikaru.
Okay, so let's see what Chaparino is going to do. I think he's going to take the pawn. You could also give a check over here, but king g2. And now what you could try to do, by the way, is go rook e2 check, king g3, and now a very sneaky move, the move g5. Because if you take, there might be knight f4, and all of a sudden you get yourself checkmated.
That's a mate.
So how do you... Oh, you do this. Rook d5 and rook back. And that way you get out of the dryer.
Yes. Not only that, but you're picking up an extra pawn next move with knight takes a5 if black doesn't exchange on d2, which would be just game over. No, looking good. If Hikaru calculates perfectly, which he has more than enough time to do so, or at least try to do so, this one is looking good, and I don't see Chaparinov going into that endgame. Rook takes g4 and knight to c4 exchanging, and allowing those two pawns to run down the board so fast. That's just not practical. I think he's going to get afraid of that. I think he's going to see the speed at which the white pawns move down the board, and he's going to shy away from it.
Yeah, so big mistake by Chaparinov to go knight d3 back, because actually Hikaru was a little bit stuck there with his pieces, but now he's allowing him to come out. So I think he's going to have to take here. He's going to have to take an f3. King e2 looks like the most logical move. You could go to g2, but then there's even check. So I like king e2, because this way you hit the rook and the knight. So you have to move along the third rank, probably to g3 to eye this pawn. And it's better to take with the knight, because if you take the rook, there's always knight c1 check. You lose this, but with knight takes a5, now you have it protected twice. And just to remind everybody, you cannot take on g4 right away, as that hangs knight. That's game over. You could give a check on f4 and now take on g4, but after king f3, this is somewhat awkward. Your rook is under attack. You have to go here. And again, your pieces are awkwardly placed. And white, again, can go knight c6, a5, a6, a7. And the opponent is pushing up the board very quickly.
So, all right, hypothetically speaking, let's say Hikaru wins this one. He moves on to 6.5, goes and joins Fabiano, Bogdan, Daniel, Deak, Vidit, and Esipenko so far.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean in terms of standings? What does that mean in terms of pairings? And we're getting ahead of ourselves right now.
Yeah.
Hypothetically speaking, Hikaru wins this game, right?
If Hikaru wins this
final
game,
round, what do we have? Well, what in terms of pairings? What do we have in terms of final round?
Well, there's still 2 more rounds after this one.
Oh, 2 more rounds,
right? So
yes,
yeah.
Next
but
round.
For tomorrow's round, I think there's a good chance that Hikaru will play Deak, as Deak has had the black pieces today. Today Hikaru has white, so it would work out with the colors. But we'll just have to wait and see. But a win would be big. A win would be big for his chances. And I don't really see. I mean, maybe Parham can join the leaders. Fedoshev and Arjun already drew. Kuzubov and Savian are in that point group as well, but I think that game is just going to end in a draw. But Parham, let's go to that game. He's got real... I mean, if anyone, he has chances to win. He's got the bishop pair. B6 is weak. I think he can squeeze out a win here.
Yes. So it's probably Bogdan Deak versus Hikaru Nakamura in the next round, and Fabiano with the black pieces is going to be meeting most likely Vidit, because Vidit and Fabiano haven't played against each other. That's a big matchup as well. Who's changing colors?
Yeah,
who's changing colors in that one?
But yeah,
it's my question for you. Who's changing colors?
Who's changing colors?
Yes.
From what I understand in the rating system is that the rating favorite, has priority to switch colors. So Fabiano and Hikaru should switch colors before the others do. So I'm pretty sure Hikaru will play with the black pieces tomorrow, unless unless he draws and he floats up, But that's not going to happen. He's going to win.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Vidit had double white. Seems like it was the case at one point.
So Vidit will get will get black for sure tomorrow. Yeah.
So that means Fabi is going to get white, double white against Vidit. Those could be the pairings. Yes. Dak versus Hikaru. If Hikaru wins again, we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but that's our job as well. We're making predictions as well. So yes, if he wins, Dak versus Hikaru, Fabi versus Vidit, and Esipenko is going to drop to the 6 points group and then take the highest rated from that.
Yeah. So we'll just have to wait and see. There's still ongoing, still many things that can can happen.
Whoa! Fabi had double white also.
Wait, what? Did he?
Oh yeah, that's true. Fabi had white against Bakro and Deak. So then what are the pairings? Fabi might.
We'll have to wait and see. I'm not a mathematician. We'll just wait and see. But Hikaru Hikaru's got the chances here to win this one. I think Chaparinov, as some people are asking in the chat, I think he is going to take an f3. It looks very logical just to take. I don't really see him doing anything else. All right, so let's have a look around the horn. We also have this game between Wojtasek and Aronian. I predict a draw here. White has the extra exchange, but black has 2 pawns. Should be enough. But let's look at Firouzja's game, because this game is really the game of the day, I would say. Firouzja has the queen against the 2 rooks and the knight. But I assume probably a draw, right? Or who would you rather be here? Would you rather play with white or with black in this position?
Oh, well, black for sure. Sure. Yeah. I don't see there's any reason why you would ever be better as white, right? That just doesn't happen because that knight on f7 controls the h pawn. That's the critical idea behind why I'm saying what I'm saying. Is that knight on f7 controls the h pawn. If the knight would be somewhere else, if the knight would be on b7, then white would be better. right? But the knight is just simply too close to that pawn.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, the thing is, though, I mean, the f5 pawn is also a little bit weak, and you have to watch out for the h pawn, and the a pawn. You know, so I don't really see Aravind winning here. I do, however, perhaps see Firouzja winning if he can somehow pick up the f pawn, but it's difficult. I think most likely this game is going to end in a draw, unless Firouzja, maybe he can overpush. You never know.
Yeah. No, for sure. And he just played this move a4. Okay. What if we take on d5? What if we take a pawn?
Yeah. Maybe he will just keep pushing, or go g3 and create a safe square for his king. Let's say you push, rook check, king up. I don't know. Probably a draw, but who knows what's we'll just wait. We'll just wait what's going to happen. And we are waiting for Chiparinov to make a move, who, they reach a time control, they get a lot of extra time, but already 15 of those minutes have been burned.
No, absolutely. And again, after knight to c4, perhaps Chiparinov starting to realize that things are not that easy. Not that easy. We're going to see a transition. You're probably going to re-establish the material balance. You're going to take on f3, then on g4. But at the same time, I'm picking up the a5 pawn, and my a pawn is running. My a pawn is going down the board quickly. So now it's becoming a race, something that perhaps Chaparinov did not want to see in this one.
Yep. All right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I do expect him to take, but we're just gonna have to wait. Okay, so Parham is pushing. Parham down on the clock, though. Kuzubov against Sevian. It's been a while, but oh, never mind. We're just headed for a draw here. The only move you can try is to take on g6, because if you take Black's bishop, Black takes here, and it's just over. But I assume that Sevian has all of this calculated. Bishop takes g6 on the board, though, threatening this. King takes. Now, you do not want to take with the pawn. So white takes here, so king takes. And now, in case you take here, I assume he has something like check and queen f5. Threatening this, defending against this.
And there's no queen g5, yeah. And this is just, you have enough squares to give me the perpetual. Very nicely calculated, yeah. Queen to e4 is key, and then queen to b1, queen f5, queen e4. Those are the 3 squares that finish the game, more or less.
Yeah, so very strong defense by Sevian, who's going to hold. Okay, so Kuzubov and Sevian will move to 6 out of 9. They're right behind the leaders, but they're not quite in the lead. And is anyone from the players on 5 out of 8 gonna move up? The answer is yes. Keimer is gonna move up, who's just won his game. Firouzja is on 4.5, right? So he's not making moves just yet.
What about our boy Anish? What's he doing? What's he doing?
I was just about to. He made a lot of draws in a row, but he's pushing. He has the bishops here against the 2 knights. And this pawn is somewhat weak. Is it enough to win, though?
Anish has been making a lot of draws.
He won 1 game in round number 2, so I thought, like, okay, pretty decent start, 1.5 out of 2, but then he made all draws from there. So let's hope he can get another win right here. As Anish is not going to qualify by rating, he's not going to qualify through this tournament, but he does still have a chance, or he has very good chances, through the FIDE circuit. He's in 2nd or 3rd place.
Yeah,
but he just needs one good event. Yes, but Anish just needs one good event.
And by the way, Gukesh, unfortunately for him, is not going to be very happy after this tournament, because he's definitely not doing great in this one. He's losing a bunch of rating, doing quite poorly. But also, he cannot use this as a tournament for his Grand Prix points. And Wesley, playing with his cats at home, he's going to be quite happy about Gukesh's fall in this tournament. And in particular, in the last couple of events, Qatar Masters wasn't bright for Gukesh either. So Wesley, he's petting his cats at home, just chilling, just waiting for his opponents to make the mistakes. And it seems like that's what's happening.
Yep. Yeah, I'm surprised that Wesley is not playing in this one. You'd really think for players of his caliber, it's an event you want to play, another chance to qualify for the candidates, but he decided not to. He will be playing in the Sinkfield Cup, though, so that is an opportunity for him to get a good result, gain some circuit points, to qualify. But yeah, the spots are running out. You have to take your chance sooner or than later.
Well, that's the thing. He's betting on his cats. He's
Uh-huh.
just betting on staying at home, petting the cats, and just waiting to qualify via the Grand Prix points. He's betting on a +2 at the Sinquefield Cup, a decent result, something along those lines, and just take that spot. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, that's Wesley. That's Wesley right there.
That's
Yeah,
Wesley
yeah,
doing
yeah,
right. Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Exactly. All right. Okay, so let's see if Wesley will make it. It's yeah, the players we have in the candidates, they're great, but it would be really nice to see really the top 8 in the candidates. So let's say Fabiano, Hikaru, Nepo, Ferrugia, Wesley, and Anish. I think that would be a great field. But of course, players like Abasov and Prag, they're very deserving to be there, and it will be exciting to see how they will do. Chiparinov still in the tank, just dropped below 30 minutes. All right, and here's the thing: he's calculating all of these variations, but the lines are so long. There's so many options for both sides that it's almost impossible to navigate exactly what is going to happen if you go into that race.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let's get back to analysis. Back to analysis. All right. What do we have? Knight c4 still thinking. Rook takes f3. Rook to e1. What do we think he's going to go for?
I think he's going to take. I mean, check is a move, but king g2, and I don't really see what you do afterwards, right? Whereas white has very clear plan of picking everything up on that side of the board. That being said, maybe a check, because again, king g3, there's g5 with this idea, rook e2 and checkmate. So maybe you go king f2 first. Oh, sorry. King f2 first, check, and now back. Now you have a check, though the king goes here, but I don't see exactly what you get, and white does get 2 connected passers. So I would think rook takes f3 to at least give himself some passed pawns.
Let's go to that one. So rook to f3.
King up,
e2.
rook g3, I would think, to hit the pawn.
Sure.
Take with the knight.
Yes.
And now, one thing though, Christian, we're not really threatening to move the knight. You might have time for a move like king g6, because if you go knight c6, there is a check here on the king, and that pawn is going to be gone.
Okay, so king f2, what do you take with?
I think with a rook, and this should just be a draw.
Yeah, that's just a draw. That's just a
now,
draw.
There's a funny line. You can go king d2.
And I saw somebody was talking in the chat that I'm not a cat person.
Oh, that's it. Oh. Wait, what is that? Is that... Oh, you have a cat as well? It feels like a lot of people have cat. Oh, wow.
I have 3 of them. Yes.
Wow. Fabi also has a cat, right? Like, what is the thing about cats? Anyway, but here's a funny line, Christian.
Yes.
After knight c1, king d2, knight takes b3, king c2, the knight is actually somewhat trapped. If you go to a1, we go king b2, the knight is trapped. Now, you might think like, hey, I can take here, snap off this pawn as well, but here we go, I guess, rook b4. We save the pawn, and the knight is gone.
And you have to go... you have to go rook to g1. But that's just,
now
you're basically locked in. Yeah.
You're locked in, but not in the way you want to be locked in, right?
Yeah.
Now here's the thing: you have to move knight c1, because if you take check and you regain the knight, and I assume, even though this is not over yet, this should be a draw.
Are we sure? a5?
No, but I feel like I mean, I don't say it is a draw, but I'm saying like it should be a draw, right?
Let's see. The thing is, I cannot exchange and I cannot create my passer as black. It's just impossible to create my passer. I need like 10 moves. I need king f7, g6, king e6, f5, and finally I create some sort of a passer. The problem is you have to keep the rook on a6, and then when you get the king to e6, rook b6 comes and you resign.
Yeah. But I just had a funny idea. This would be good content. So you have a cat. Okay. Fabiano has a cat. Why don't you make the 2 cats play chess? Now that might be very difficult, but like, just make the cat kind of move with its paw and just be like, okay, well, this is kind of the move it wants to make, and just go from there. Is that good content?
Well, there's logistical issues with that. The cat, Fabi's cat, is in Spain. My cat is in the United States. So my cats are in the United States. I guess I can make my cats play against one another. That could be
yeah, you can have the cats play against each other, you know.
Yes, my cat's here. Yeah, I don't know. Hand and brain with the cats, hand and paw. I guess that's
hand and paw. Yeah. Well, I think
no.
cat versus cat would be more fun. Or, you know, invite Wesley and then have your cat play against his cat.
Yes, that. Even though I have a feeling, I mean, Wesley probably has a very solid cat, cat understanding.
Plays the Berlin, you know, knows all the
Yes.
theories.
Yes, very solid cat understanding. Yeah, interesting. All right.
Anyway, so
I think we're entering our 5th hour of commentary, and the cat situation, you know, it's starting to evolve. Or we're finishing our 5th hour of commentary, I believe. But yes, cats. It's all about cats.
Yep. Okay, so let's see what's happening in the games. Chaparinov in the tank just dropped below 23 minutes. There is a chance that he will end up in time pressure once again. Let's see. Parham just moved his king up, so he's anticipating that at some point Serrano might play king b8, and then his king is already better positioned. If white king can get all the way to d6, white would be winning, but that's not easy to do at all. All right. In the meantime, Kuzubov against Savian seems headed for a draw.
He's trying, but there's no way to escape. There's just simply
question though.
It's a very nice construction, actually.
Is this a try, or is it just hopeless? Like, let's say you do this.
I think it's hopeless. I just move my king. I don't even have to do that. I can let you go to h4, I think. I can go king g6,
right.
king f6, right? King g6,
and you just
sit. You just sit, yeah. I think this it's too easy.
Okay, that happens. Okay, Levon, this is just gonna be a draw. Yeah, don't really see anything happening here. Levon, and Keimer wins. Is there another game, perhaps on a lower board, that you want to go to?
Ricci, let's see what the Ricci is saying. Gotta go with my fellow Romanians.
I don't wait. He's
right there. Yeah.
Here. Yeah.
Yes, there it is. There he is.
He's losing once again.
Oh no, my boy Ricci.
Yeah.
What are you doing, man? Oh no, this is a bad tournament for Ricci. It does seem like he just lost against Hans Moke Niemann. He lost yesterday, I think, as well. I don't remember exactly who he lost
to. Serrano.
And now he's losing again against Samvel Tersahakian. Yeah, not looking good.
No,
not looking good.
Yeah, the thing is, like, most of the there are a lot of these players in the tournament that a lot of our viewers have not heard of, but they're very strong. They're very capable of beating the best players in the world, and we see that play out in this event. So it's tough. Like, you lose a game and you get another very tough 2600, 2650 opponent. And Richie probably feels like he has to win. He might take a little bit too much risk, and he loses again. All right. So
he's the type of player that, when things go wrong, especially in an open event in which him as the rating favorite by sometimes right now 150 rating points about that, he feels like he needs to win. He will take unnecessary risks, and then sometimes accidents happen.
Exactly. Okay, so I see here my boy Jordan made a draw against Aryan Chopra. All right, and we also have more Dutch chess players. We have Erwin Lamy, who had a great start, then lost some games, but he might come back here with another victory. And if he wins this game, he's still having a good event.
So why is this last move, king to b4, a big blunder? Like, what was he supposed to do?
Apparently you just push, because in case white takes, now I guess you go d3 and the king walks in. So king b4 is just
that's kind of crazy, right? Like, playing b4 in this position is kind of crazy. I don't know.
Yes, it's
such a strange looking move, right?
Well, I guess the thing is, you just pass and make white But here's the thing. With b4 after takes d3, now there's no king c3. That is the whole point.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Mistake by Chiprinov. Blunder! Oh, wait.
He played it.
Rookie.
He played something. He played rookie 1.
Okay, king up, only move. I bet Chad $1,000 that Hikaru is going to play king g2 here.
I bet him $10,000 that he's going to play king g2.
Yeah.
Anybody going to take that? I'll give you 1,000 to 1 odds. 10 million for you if he doesn't play king g2. The chance of a lifetime. You will never see better odds.
Yesterday we had a viewer. I don't know if you saw how Hikaru's game ended, right? With the repetition. Did you see that?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, anyway, it ended with a repetition. And a few moves before that happened, a viewer was like, there's no way Hikaru is going to take a draw there. If he does, I'm betting my PC. And hey, that guy lost his PC,
Who did he bet it against?
Against Hikaru, but hey, you should know that you should never bet against the house.
So he's going to send his PC to Hikaru?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, so it's just a matter of time now. Hikaru's away from the board, probably refilling his coffee cup or something. But king g2 is going to be played. It's the only move. And even if Chiprinov offered a draw here, which is, unlikely as you're down a pawn here defending, Hikaru's, of course, not going to take it.
There's Parham in the back trying to calculate this situation right here. And I do think that we just saw the super IM pass by. Was that him? Was that guy? That guy right there that just passed. Who's that?
Yeah.
Ramazan.
Yeah, Parmesan. Let's see how did he actually do yesterday? Yes, he was very close to locking in his GM norm, but I don't think he has it just yet, right? Let me actually check. How did he do yesterday? Yesterday he made a draw, so he should have his GM norm by now. Yeah.
Yes. By the way, king g2 is on the board. You guys lost $10,000. Send them to my Bitcoin address.
King g2.
Thank you.
Move. Okay. Right. Very impressive find by Hikaru. Okay, so what do we expect now from Chiprinov? I guess knight f4 check, right? Because rook e2, king g3, and g5. It's too obvious what black is doing, and we have this very nice move, rook d5, hitting the knight. So that's a knight f4, rook d2, and you pretty much just win here. So I think knight f4 is a little bit trickier, but Chiprinov has lost his mojo somehow.
Yeah. It's a game of runs almost, right? We say that very often with basketball and NBA. It's a game of runs. Like you can go on a run 10, 15 points with no points answered. That kind of how this game feels as well. Hikaru really outplayed him out of the opening. Nice run by Hikaru. Then after he lost the pawn, it was all about Chiprinov. Really good, resilient moves, best moves in the position. And right now, once again, it's Hikaru who's on a run. So definitely the trend favors Hikaru right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I don't know what Chiprinov is going to do. This pawn on a5 is hanging. Now Hikaru has very straightforward play. Just pick up the pawns, push them forward, and queen. Right? Where for Chiprinov, like, what exactly is he going to do here to create a counterplay? And I think right now, before we were saying like, looks like this game might end in a draw. I think right now Hikaru is just on his way to victory. I think knight f4 is the best try though. Once again, if we go king g3, this would be a big mistake because of g5. And your king is kind of locked in. Rook e2 followed by rook g2 would be checkmate. So what we do, I think, is we go for the move king f2, hitting the rook. Now you can jump back, because if you go rook e2 here, I think we go king f1.
Yes.
And I think white's just winning. But knight e3, things still remain somewhat tricky.
Okay, so we go to a g2 right now, right?
Well, that's the position we just came from. So I think we go to
so
g3.
Let's go king g3.
Yeah. Maybe check, but here and again, I think we just pick up a pawn. Like, let's say you go here, right? Attack the pawn. Can we just take with the knight? You do have a check. King up, maybe. G5. Oh, but knight c4 comes with a tempo. That's unpleasant. And then, again, we have time to go here and rook d2.
This is the critical maneuver. Yes. Rook d5, knight f4, rook d2. Protect the second rank, and that's going to be all she wrote. Very nice.
Yeah. Because now the a pawn should just win here.
Yeah.
All right. So I don't see it for Chaparinov, and he doesn't see it either. He's down to 17 minutes, and he's probably thinking to himself, "What did I just do?" Because
But
look at
that's
this
a problem.
position, right?
I mean, he just played the move
Yeah.
rook to e1, and now you're thinking like you were supposed to be thinking before you play the move rook to e1 because king g2.
Mhm.
I mean, it was a good move. Don't get me wrong, but it was literally the only move in the position.
Yeah, no, it's somewhat surprising. But look at what he had before. In this position, white cannot move anything. You cannot move the knight, you cannot move the king, cannot move the rook. But here, white has completely crawled out. You haven't really achieved anything with your rook and knight. So he's really thrown. He plays the move g5. Aha. Interesting try. So let's say we take the pawn. I think that would be a mistake because of rook e2.
Mhm.
If you go to the back rank, check, and you keep getting checked. And if you go king up, then again, knight f4, and you actually get yourself mated. So what should we do
Maybe rook
right
d5
here?
now.
Oh,
Rook d5. Take a look at that. Knight f4,
yes.
king f2. Ooh, that would be nice. This is a
That's a nice find.
critical move, rook to d5. If he finds it, Hikaru, he has it. If he finds it, he has it.
Yeah. No, I think indeed, if he finds rook d5 would be an amazing find, like you said. It looks like we're getting ourselves into a fork with knight f4, right? But there's king f2, creating the counter threat on the rook. Black can give a Schwiesenzug on the king, but again, king f1, you keep creating contact with the rook, and black is running out of ideas. You cannot attack anything. This knight on c4 is covering so many squares, and once again, we will just pick up this one, and I suppose we just win. So rook d5, let's have a look. Let's say black check again. King g3, knight f4, rook here.
That's the key. Hikaru is not at the board right now, or at least we don't think he is at the board. That's why we're not getting his camera. He's probably somewhere. Oh, there he is. He's coming. Don't worry, chat. He's coming. He's on his way. It's okay. He played a move. He played a move after thinking for 30 seconds, and perhaps not the best move.
What the frick is rook b7? What the frick is rook b7?
I'm not sure.
Why did he blitz that out? What the?
Yeah, blitzing
Why?
was a bit strange. I guess he wants to go rook d7, and maybe that's the way he wants to get back. He wants rook d7.
But then the knight can go here. Like,
oh,
why did he not think for? He did not think. Like, if he thinks for a minute here, he sees that rook d5 is a move. You might think intuitively like that's not a move because of knight f4, but king f2.
Yeah. Rook b7 was rough. Maybe he's realizing it right now that rook to d7, knight to c5 is a problem. I think this is what he missed. Just that. Just rook d7, knight c5. Backwards move.
Yeah, now rook. Yeah, but
did he play rook d7? He did, right? Yeah, he just played it. Rook d7, it's all about that backwards move, knight to c5, which is on the board. Okay. So this is what he missed. Yeah, no, I told you that rook d5. If he would have found it, he had the point in the bag. I think after rook to d5, it would have been technically very difficult for Chaparinov to get back in the game, but it wasn't an easy one. It really wasn't. Rook to b7, I guess, was the most natural move, and rook to d7. He wanted to get on that d file, but he had to do it from a d5. And maybe
I don't get it. I don't get it. Why?
Did you see him fall in his chair? And perhaps I hope he does not realize that rook to d5 was in fact winning, because if he does, then he's going to beat himself up. If he doesn't, then at least he's still going to believe that there's still something to be played for.
It's just a dead draw now. Like, you can go rook d5, but black takes. Yes, you can take here, but this endgame is absolutely hopeless because you get into a situation like this check, and you're just stuck. You cannot play f4. Your rook is stuck.
Well, let's go to f1, right? Let's go to f1. Let's get the.
I'm shocked that he did not take a single second there to think.
Yeah.
But yeah, like king f1, I mean, maybe.
Yeah, no, no, no. That's the thing. The practicality of it was not there. Like you just have to stop and think. Maybe you're not gonna find it, but at least you stop and think. This is a sign of fatigue. No, these things always, and I mean it. I've watched and called so many tournaments. These things always multiply in numbers. These type of situations, these type of misses towards the end of the tournament, because everybody's
Hmm.
tired. Everybody's tired. Everybody is making these type of mistakes. It's a very natural thing that happens in chess tournaments.
Yeah. I mean, I think again, it was just him playing a little bit too quickly. He wanted to attack the knight, and had he thought for a minute or two, he would have realized that rook d5 is a move, and it is the move as you attack the knight. And again, knight f4, it is a fork, but we have king f2 with the counter threat, and white's just winning. So I'm shocked. I'm speechless. Like I don't know why he didn't take a second there to think.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's go to Ali
And
Reza.
now he goes king
Oh, never
f2,
mind.
but
Okay, king to f2.
now I mean there's like rook a1 or something. Like what is even happening here?
Isn't that just picking up both pawns?
Um, yes, but maybe now we can create some counter chances towards the black king.
And also, didn't this game start at like 11 a.m. for them?
11:30. Yeah.
11:30. Okay, so 11:30, that's pretty early in the morning for a lot of chess players. They like to stay up late. They like to look at variations, prepare the games beforehand, especially when it's a morning game. Usually stay a little bit late in the night and try to figure things out from a theoretical point of view. That's probably what happened. That adds to the level of fatigue that the players are experiencing today. So think about that. Think about that aspect as well.
Hmm. All right. So with all of that being said and done, we are going on a short break, but anything can still happen. Keep sending in that energy, and we will see you all in just a few.
See you.
And welcome back everyone to round 9 of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023. Question: while we were on break, some more moves have been played. After King of 2, Cheparinov played Rook to C1, Rook A7 by Hikaru, and now Cheparinov is in the tank. But judging from the camera, it seems like he's taken the pawn on B3. So what do you think Hikaru has in mind here? I think something like this, perhaps.
Yes. Did he already take on B3 or?
It
He
looks like
hasn't
this
taken
from the
yet, right?
camera, right? Well, on the camera, like if you see, there's that
Not
knight on
sure. Yeah,
C4. The other knight is just
seems to
behind
be on
it.
B3. Yeah, seems
Yeah.
to be on B3. Perhaps he already snatched that pawn off the board. Knight takes a B3. I don't think knight D6 is too worrisome. I think rook to C2 followed by knight to D4, something along those lines. You might even be worse if you don't pay attention. You gotta be like, don't go to G3. I think you have to go to E3 only move. But yeah, rook to C3 in that position, I don't think black has any problems cementing the position. What about knight to E3 though? Okay, knight to E3, right?
I like that one, as now there's no rook c2 check. Knight f5 is a big threat going for the checkmating ideas that Cheparinov try to unleash on Hikaru. Maybe you have to go knight e4 anyway, but here Hikaru can snap off a pawn. He could also go rook d7, by the way, hitting the knight. Let's say the knight jumps back, maybe we go knight f5, and rook c7, and you kick the rook away. Maybe a rook e7 to start, but then you go back. So, you know, why not just get the extra pawn and go from there?
And rook to a7 is on the board. I'm trying to understand why this is some sort of a distorted camera angle, because it does make that knight next to the white knight, black knight next to the white knight, seem like it's on b3, right? But it seems like, in fact, it's on c5. I don't think we've seen a move. I don't think we've seen a move yet. Hikaru is still not at the board. The live position still hasn't changed, and they usually change within 5 to 10 seconds of players making moves.
But here's the thing. I feel like Hikaru, he sometimes needs to stay seated a little bit more. Because we saw on the last move where Cheparinov made his move, Hikaru rushed back and quickly made a move that threw away a big chunk of the advantage. Knight takes b3, as we see now, is on the board, and knight e3 by Hikaru played quickly. So he's aiming for that f5 square, and it seems like Cheparinov has to go knight d4, right? Let's say you go a different direction. Let's say you go rook h1 to meet knight f5 with rook h7. Apparently, oh, here you win a pawn. Look at this. Check.
Yeah, check
on
d5.
Take, and you take. And the nice thing is you go knight e4, stopping knight c5 at the end. This should be winning.
That's a big problem. Yeah, stopping and not allowing the trade of the last 2 pawns on the a file. 2 versus 1, I think, would be a draw, but 3 versus 2 in this case, with the pawn still remaining on a4 and a5, this should be a win.
Yep. All right, so knight takes b3, knight e3 on the board. So I think Cheparinov, like we said, has to go knight e4, stopping knight f5. I assume we just take. And what if black goes rook e1, getting behind the passed pawn and aiming to give some checks over here? Rook a2, rook a3 would be quite annoying.
Right. So let's try to make some space for the king to move upwards down the board. So let's go knight to c4.
I like that move, because now there's also no rook a3. Let's say...
So you go rook a2, I go to e3, king e3, and I move up the board. I'm happy now.
Yeah. Now this looks good for white. So what if I go rook c1 to attack the knight once again?
Right. How can I go knight to d6?
But then rook c3.
Rook to c3 is a problem. Okay, so I cannot go knight to d6.
What you can do, by the way, is rook c5, because even though your knight is pinned, you also threaten a discovery on the rook.
So rook
maybe
c3 doesn't work because of knight d5.
Exactly. And now rook c3, knight e5, and you pick up the rook. So this would clear the way for the white pawn as well. So I like this. Maybe what Cheparinov has to do, this is not an easy move to find at all. Maybe to move rook b1 with the idea to go rook b2 and rook. Oh, but what about this? What about this, Christian?
I think we have some moves, so maybe you can refresh the board. Let's see if we got something.
Yeah, we
Let's
have
see if we
90.
got something, because it does seem like the transmission is a little bit blurry now.
Okay,
Perhaps not updating.
we have the position after 93. But I just wanted to point this out real quick. Let's say you go
Yes.
rook b1. Now we have knight f5. And I don't think you can allow this knight to stay on the board. And look at this. After takes. We've had a similar endgame before, but this one is completely winning for white. Because the rook on f5 defends the pawn on a5 and defends the pawn on f3. So now your king can walk over. The same cannot be said about the black king, because it has to remain defending the pawn on f6. So this would all of a sudden be a win for white. Now, one important detail is that after, let's say, a check over here, I think you have to go king e3. Because if you go king g3, I'm not sure that this one is winning, as your king is stuck on g3. I think this is actually just a draw. But with the king on e3,
yeah,
it might just be winning, and black cannot trade. So this should be winning. This position right here should be winning for Hikaru. So then the question is, what does Chaparinov do?
Let's refresh the board.
Yeah, okay. 93 on the board.
Knight e3 and nothing has happened. Chaparinov down to his last 8 minutes with still 12 moves to go before he gets an additional 15 minutes. That would be his last and final time control. But I have to say, the next few moves, I mean, with less than 8 minutes on the clock, this is starting to become quite dire in terms of time trouble for Chaparinov. This is not easy anymore. How did this happen? You were saying, after rook b7, it's a dead draw. What happened? Okay, let's go back.
Well,
let's go back.
I didn't say it was a dead draw, but he did throw.
Right.
I think Chaparinov, he should have gone. This was good. Why not rook a1, right? With the idea to take here and take here. But he decided, but he decided on rook c1 to always have pressure on the knight. I think that was his mistake. I think it's still a draw, but it's not easy. It's not easy. I think 94.
Yeah. No, this was not easy all along. So let's get back. Yeah.
Oh, yes, my bad. Yes, so let's take a one move at a time, right? Knight f5 is a big threat here. Does black have any alternatives besides 94?
I don't see it. I don't like rook h1, rook h7. That's just too passive. And it's easy to calculate. So I don't see that. Knight to d4 is what I'm seeing. He played it.
Yeah, so what about takes now?
Okay, so knight to d4, he played it. Let's take on a5.
Yeah.
What's the move right now? What do you play right now?
I don't know. I like rook a1, knight c4. That's an important move. And in case of rook b1, I like knight f5. And I don't see how black is holding here either. Wait, is this actually a win? Let's have a look. So let's say you take, you go rook a1, I go a5, you go rook a3. Right, so you sit here and knight pawn. So go king over.
Move the king, yeah.
King over. You sit, king over. You sit, king b2.
There's no way this is not an easy win, right?
Nah, this has to be winning. No, never mind. a6, rook a5.
Yeah, a6, yeah. No, this should be easy win. Easy win.
Okay, Hikaru, just take the pawn, but don't rush it. That's what we saw earlier. I think he moves through a little bit, and I don't see how black holds the draw after rook takes a5. To be honest,
take it. Why not? Just take it. Yeah. Of course. I mean, take it. You see this idea of knight to f5, and it's all about right now. It's starting to become also about the clock. Like, sure, we've been talking about the position having material limited and easy moves for both sides, but this is not an easy position anymore. This is very tactical. There's a lot of tactical nuances in the position. At the same time, taking the pawn, that's an easy way to just continue the game. At this particular moment, what you have to realize is that after that move, rook to a1, and I think that's the critical continuation for black. That move, knight to c4, protecting the third rank, no more knight to a4 ideas, also making space for the king to go up. That's the key. And maybe we can continue with that variation on the analysis board, just because it's so crucial.
Yeah, so takes rook a1, knight c4.
I think he's going to go rook a1. Like, I don't see anything else. that makes sense.
I think so too. Yeah, he might see knight c4 and see that there's no rook e3 and consider rook b1. But after knight f5 again, I don't see how you hold here.
And the difference is that you don't connect with the a pawn. So right now I have time to take on f5 with the rook and then push my pawn to a5. I'm not connected. My rook on b1 is not connected to the pawn on a4.
Yep. So let's show that real quick. After rook a1, knight f5 is not as strong as black can, let's say, take. And you cannot take the rook as you hang the pawn on a4. And this is a draw immediately. Okay. So just take the pawn. Again, rook d7 is the other move he's thinking about. But there is knight e6. And black is just in time to defend. Knight f5 can be met with rook c7, offering the rook trade. Now, you might spend some time on this, but you will see quite quickly that after this, take knight c6. Black is just in time with knight e6 and knight c5, and the pawn is gone. So I think he just has to take the a pawn and keep the game going and put the pressure back on Chaparino, who's down to 6.5 minutes.
Yes, that's key. That's key right now. 6.5 minutes. That's not. They go by so fast. They really do. You for a second start thinking about what you ate in the morning, and then you're down to your last 2 minutes. For a second, you blink for a second, down to your last 2 minutes, and then you panic. That's the thing. Then you panic, and once you start panicking, then you make the mistakes. That's when you make the mistakes. That's what we've seen in the game between Fabiano and Bacro yesterday. Bacro played a beautiful defensive masterpiece, I would have called it, if he wouldn't have blundered in those last few moves. But that's what happens.
I just had a look.
Yes.
Chaparinov has a draw, but it's very difficult to find.
Okay.
After knight d4, rook takes a5, there is the move rook b1. Now look at this. Again, with the idea of rook b2 and rook b3, and after knight f5, there's the move rook b4. You defend the knight, and now again, you create contact with the pawn, and after takes, white cannot get that construction anymore. And so
this is
I
a
feel
draw,
like
really?
I think so, yeah.
This is a draw. Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy because I can get my king to the 4th rank with the pawn still on e4, on a4. And that's going to allow me to pass your defense. So let's say king e3, yeah? Let's keep going with this position.
Oh, my bad. Somehow we lost our... Okay, so let's say takes, rook b1, knight f5, rook b4. So take king e3, rook b4 back.
Okay. So now I'm going to move, let's say, rook a7 or rook a8. I'm not sure. Let's go rook a8.
And I think what I'll do is I'll just give you
e4.
checks. Check. And you can go here, but then you're parting ways.
That's fine. Now I push. Now I push.
Take.
Keep pushing. Yeah.
b3. And I think black's very quick to create a passer of their own. Like king c6, f5, take. And yes, at the end of it all, you promote, but hey, black's created a bunch of counterplay in the meantime.
Yeah. You're taking the juicers off the board. It's a juicer race.
But it's difficult to find for black. Like rook b1 or rook b4, that's a very impressive... I'll be impressed if Chaparino finds that one. So I think Hikaru just has to go for it because I don't see an alternative. Just take the pawn.
Yeah. Take the pawn, make him calculate the juicer race, and if it's a draw, it's a draw. If he makes a mistake, that's when you pounce on the opportunity.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, it's all going to come down to that. Is he going to find rook b1 and rook b4? If he does, then I don't see what we can do, but I don't see an alternative besides rook takes a5 here.
Yeah. I don't see it either. I mean, rook to d7, sure. But it just feels like rook takes a5 is the way to go. Yeah. Let's go rook takes a5, rook to b1. Let's keep going.
Sorry. I by the way have an idea. I have an idea that Hikaru could consider, and it might confuse Chaparino somewhat in time pressure. It's the move knight d5. And my idea is that I want to give a check and knight f5. Like, let's make a move. Like, let's say you go rook a1. I want to, although it doesn't even, you have here, but like, let's say you go here, now you have check and you pick up the knight.
Beautiful,
but, but king h6 now here, maybe, hitting the knight. I think it has some practical value, so it might be worth consideration.
But that's some crazy talk, yeah? I mean, That's
Yeah,
some crazy stuff there, because even then
F5 is there.
you have to see rook takes a4, and then with a king on h6, now you can take on d4 and have knight f5 at the end
Mm.
of it. So it's
Yeah,
kind of like some. I think it's too much. I don't even think he's looking towards that direction.
yeah.
Like you
This,
push the king to h6, and then you have this idea of giving up the pawn and going rook d7. I don't know. I would be shocked if he goes for that.
yeah. Well, it's been a very up and down game. It's been very up and down because first it seemed like, oh, Hikaru didn't get much out of the opening. Then all of a sudden we thought, oh, he's just going to win now. Then we thought it was headed towards the draw, and then we thought he was winning again. Now it seems like the position, okay, and he's taken the pawn on a5. Good
Yes.
move,
Yes.
but it
Yes.
took him a while. Okay, so let's see if Cheparinov is going to find, I guess maybe both moves are fine, but the question, like the challenges lay further ahead.
Cheparinov either makes the perfect move in 5 seconds or he blunders, because he should have seen this. He should have calculated this. Rook a1. There you go. Rook a1 is not the
Then,
right move.
yeah, knight c4 on the board. Okay, there's still chances.
Now you're in some sort of danger. I told you, man. No, this is not. Rook b1 was not an easy move to play.
Yeah. No,
Not an easy move to play.
I think he missed that move rook b4. He might have seen like, hey, rook b1 knight f5, and I might lose because I cannot trade. But there is rook b4, which is an amazing move. Okay, rook a1, knight c4. The pressure is back on Cheparinov. 6.5 minutes and ticking down. I don't know what you do. And White's king is now breaking free.
Yep, that's the key. White's king is going. It's going up the board. Rook to a2, king to e3.
Yep.
Let's go with that.
No.
Let's go with that.
Yeah, rook a2, king e3. And where do you go with the knight, right? Like it's not maybe he has some weird counterplay like check and knight e1, but that's so difficult to find and to go for with such little time on the clock.
Yeah. No. This is not looking good. I think he probably missed knight to c4. He missed the minute details that knight to c4 as a move covers in the position. That square a3, this idea that is connected with of pushing the king up the board via king to e3. There's just too many things that this knight to c4 accomplishes, and I think, this is an educated guess, obviously, that after rook to c1, he might have missed rook to c5. The ideas, all of those ideas of check on e5. If you go rook to c3, check on e5, and that's it. Right? Game over.
You lose the rook. Now, some people in the chat are wondering, what is the point behind knight c4? Why are we so excited about it? Well, the idea is that it stops black from playing rook a3 to attack this pawn over here. And again, look at the clock, 5 minutes. Now, the thing for Cheparinov is, though, that if he makes another 10 moves, he gets an additional 15 minutes. Hikaru get back at the board.
No. This is good. This is good. Let him stew. Let him stew. No. Let him boil down to his last minute and 30 seconds. Yeah. No. Get up, Hikaru. It's okay. Just walk around. Just let him think. Let him relax. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cheparinov thingy. I would say if this was the last time control, if there was no additional time, I think Hikaru's chance to win are really good. But again, like 10 more moves and you get 15 minutes, that is a big factor for Cheparinov. Like if he gets there with a fine position, then he might save the draw. But he has a tough task ahead of him right now. 4 minutes and ticking down. Let's see what he's going to come up with. What do you think he's going to do?
Well, I think he's just going to take it easy, spend his time, just relax, you know what I mean? Just think that you're still within those drawing margins. And then get down to your last minute and realize that you're lost. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Game over. So knight to c4, I like it. I think Hikaru has it.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, let's see what Cheparinov is going to do. Rook c1 to me makes sense, hitting the knight, threatening rook c3. But there is that very nice move, rook c5, clearing the way for the a pawn, threatening knight e5. So I don't know. I think it's very difficult with 3.5 minutes on the clock and ticking down. I think Hikaru's got great chances to win here.
That's right. And I think Hikaru is somewhere. We don't see him on camera. He's hiding from us also. Make no mistake about it. He knows that we're watching. He doesn't want us to watch him right now. He doesn't want Cheparinov to see him either. He's lurking in the back somewhere. I don't know exactly where he is, but he's there. Once he makes a move, once Cheparinov makes a move, he's going to be back in his seat in 10 seconds.
Well,
10 seconds
that's the thing. That's the thing. Sometimes it takes him like a minute to get back at the board. And I think it's nerves. Like, you make your move, you thought about it, then you want to get away. Maybe just go to the restroom to make sure that you don't have to go when it's your move. But he often has lost a little bit of time being away from the board when his opponent has moved.
By the way, take a look at that. Down to his last 2 minutes and 20 seconds. He's thinking.
Yeah.
Does he realize that he passed 2 minutes on the clock? What is he doing? He needs to make a move.
But if people are saying Alireza in trouble, let's pull that up. I think not too much has happened. Has it? Or has it? Wait. Okay, I mean, it's all very subtle. But wait. Aravind has stabilized. And maybe if you can walk the king up, you can pick up this pawn. Then you can pick up this pawn and look at the clock. Also, Alireza down to less than 7 minutes.
Yeah. No, I'm seeing Aravind as having decent chances right now. Decent chances. Alireza hasn't managed to push any of his pawns past the line of no return, the point of no return, which is the 6th rank.
What?
Okay, Bob, get back to Hikaru. Draw. Nice draw.
Why did he just offer a draw? Why did he just offer a draw? Like, Black is pushing here.
Get him out of here.
Black is pushing here. You go like King G7, King H6, pick up this, then try to pick up this. White cannot do anything. What? Okay, well,
nice draw.
Very disappointing. In the meantime, Cheparinov is cooking. He's below a minute.
That's
I don't know if Hikaru is at the board.
Not yet. No. Just let him think. Let him think. He still has 30 seconds on his clock.
We had a question in the chat, by the way. Someone was asking, is there a second time control? Yes, they're in the second time control right now. But after 10 more moves, they'll get into the third time control.
That's right.
And he's not moving. What's happening? Is he gonna
he's
flag?
Blocked. He's frozen. He's frozen.
Okay.
He played the move. Did he play a move? No, he didn't play a move. No, he didn't play a move yet. Okay.
Now here's the thing: when your opponent has such little time, you have to like completely freeze at the board yourself. So he might freeze and forget about the time, and then you lost some time. Sorry.
No, but what the heck what is he doing?
Knight b3. That seems like a small inaccuracy or a blunder. Chat would say a rook up now, maybe.
He played that with 3 seconds.
What? Okay, Hikaru, go. Get back at the board. Get back. Okay, and he's back.
Hikaru is back. He was already there. It took him half a second to get back to the board.
Okay.
Took him half a second.
So here's the thing. Rook a6 is not really a move. Knight c5, double attack on the rook and the pawn. Rook a7, I guess, is an option. Try to get that checkmating construction going once again. Or rook a8. So let's see which one he's going to go for. But Cheparinov's clock is super low right now.
Yeah, no way. 33 seconds. He's not surviving this. I'm going to call it. He's going to lose before the next time control. He's going to be lost. If he's not going to resign, he's going to be completely lost before his next time control.
Okay. Well, like, these players are good. They can still find good moves under time pressure, but it really seems like...
But this is a really difficult position.
Yeah.
This is really, really difficult. This is a really difficult position. Material is limited, but it's so difficult. I can push my a pawn. You have to worry about that. You have to worry about my checkmating construction with the knight on f5 and the rook on the 7th. You have to defend against that. That's not happening either, right? Everything is in the shadows. Everything is lurking. Everything, I'm one move away, but I'm not sure if I'm going to do it or I'm going to go for the other alternative. Rook to a7.
Okay, rook a7 on the board, knight c5. Okay, now push the pawn. And then what do we do? Okay, a5 on the board. Okay, Cheparinov. Maybe you can go for like f5. Try to liquidate some pawns.
Probably you have to do that. Are you actually going to do that? Are you actually going to do that with 45 seconds on your clock?
I would be worried about rook c7. hitting the knight and threatening a little check over here. At least, you know, again, you only have so much time to think. You see f5, rook c7, do you want to go for that? Maybe I'll do something else, you know?
No, you're busted. You're busted. You're from a practical perspective, there's I don't know.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
I'm not gonna jinx it, but f5, I would be shook to the core if he plays it.
Okay,
If
well,
it
let's see,
changes
16
the
seconds.
nature
But
of the
here's the
position
thing.
with f5, it's crazy.
But if you don't do that, there's knight coming to f5. 9 seconds, he's got to go here. Is he going to panic? Maybe check or something? Check is very... Okay, 3-2. 93. Okay, blunder.
I told you, he ain't playing f5. There's no way he plays a5. No, he's going to go king e3. This is slowly turning into all she wrote.
Okay, move the
Ivan
king.
Cheparinov slowly getting closer and closer to the abyss right now.
Okay, just move the king. I guess the e3 or e2 both look fine. And then if you can get the knight at f5, it would just be over in a couple of moves. And he made that move with 2 seconds, Christian. Oh, but keep in mind, he needs to make another 7 moves to get that 15 minutes. That's so annoying, you know? If that was not the case, Hikaru would just win.
I don't think he's making there. He's not going to make it there. I mean, he's going to make it there, but he's going to be there at move 60 with a losing position after past the point of no return, and that's it.
Okay, so just move the king. Both moves look fine to me, but king e3 to me looks more intuitive because king e2 allows a check on f4, even though it's probably not a check we have to be worried about, but king e3 doesn't allow a single check.
Knight to d3, all right.
Let him cook.
All right. King e3 or king to e2? King to e3.
Okay, probably Hikaru learned from his mistake. He's probably thinking to himself, like, okay, I'm not going to blitz again. Because here's the thing. Of course, it would be nice to play move quickly, keep the pressure on Cheparinov. But if Hikaru finds the best moves, that would be the most annoying for Cheparinov to deal with 32 seconds on his clock. And like I said, if Hikaru can pose unsolvable problems here, he's just going to win before Cheparinov gets that additional 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. Yeah, no. You know, maybe try to calculate right now, lure him into a false sense of security, make him think that you're just maybe going to shuffle back and forth, maybe king g2, king f2 back, maybe we're going to make a draw, and then go king e3. And then go either king to d4. But you know what Hikaru is trying to do right now? He's trying to calculate. I'll tell you the strategy right there. He's trying to calculate a few more moves in advance. He wants to make more than one move as a sequence of moves so that he puts more pressure on his opponent, right? That's it.
Okay.
That's why he's
anyway, okay, wait. We have a move. King e3 and knight e5. Is that another blunder? Wait, take a rook a6, rook king e4. That's over.
That's over. Yeah. I told you. He's not making it. He's not making it to move 60. This is over.
I mean, this is too easy. Take rook a6, king e4. Hikaru for sure realizes that has to be a win.
Yeah. I mean, look at him. He's like, what the?
Huh?
What in the world did you just do? I mean, it's very reminiscent of his game against Taboy. I was just about to say Taboy. I was just about to say that. You cursed me, Bach. You cursed me. But yes, knight takes c5, rook a6. That's over.
Yeah. Okay. And it's pretty straightforward. Just take king e4. I guess you have to go rook a3 to eye the pawn on f3, but there's no way you're surviving that position.
Nope. You're not. No, you're not.
Come on, Hikaru, finish it off. Get the dub here. Just take an e5, rook a6, and king e4, and that should be all she wrote. I mean, that is just winning.
Yeah. That's over. The Taboy. What is the Taboy doing?
Taboy. I don't know how he's doing in the tournament.
How is he doing? He kind of disappeared. All right, let's see.
Yeah.
The Taboy. Oh, he just won. Nice.
Okay,
he just won. Oh, he's on 5 points out of 9. That's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah.
Taboy.
Okay. And the thing is also, there's no other move that really makes sense in my humble opinion, because knight c6 is in the position. Also, this pawn is often hanging. And I mean, you have to see
How
that
humble is
this
that
is winning.
opinion? How humble is that opinion?
My opinions are always very humble.
Okay.
And they also often align with the truth.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
All right. Align with the truth. So how do
Okay.
we finish him off? Let's go. Knight
Let's
takes
have a look.
e5.
Check. I
Check.
never said it was a dead draw, by the way, chatters. I said that he threw some of his advantage. Okay, so let's say we go here. Now, if you go rook e1 and then rook e3, just lose on the spot because of a check, and then you take. So I think the only chance is rook a3. Oh, wait, not there. Rook a3.
No, rook a4.
So keep an eye.
Rook a4, right?
That's a move as well.
Rook a4 and rook
that,
f4. That's what I thought that is the only way.
But here, what we do is we go. No, but you do this. You do this. You give a check. I go a6. Yes, you get the pawn back, but look at this. I go rook b7,
right,
and a7, and this is complete. Yeah,
that's it. Yeah,
bad.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That must be it. That must be it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, if you guys have a chat that I said that draw, then feel free to pull it up. But nobody's pulled it up yet. So you guys are making stuff up, taking things out of proportion. I think the only move here is rook a3 to eye the pawn. And how exactly do we win here? This has to be a win.
What if I just go rook a8, a6, a7?
Yes.
How exactly?
Yes, that has to be winning. Because look at this. I go king up. I go a6.
a6.
You go here.
And that's
I go here. And I think I can.
No. Go king d3.
No, but look at it. Okay.
No, but I'm interested in going king d3. I want to give you the pawn. You cannot take the pawn. You don't have time.
But hear me out. What if I go here?
That's fine.
And even if you sit, like let's say you make it back, we get this position, but I go king here.
Yeah.
You sit, I go king here.
Yeah.
And I move my king up.
Yeah.
We get all of this, right? And then all of a sudden I get here. You go here. I go king d. But wait, is this?
No, you go to f5. You go to f5. That's easy. Go to f5.
But I think that the instructive. Wait. But let's actually.
You want to go into the pawn endgame. You want to go into the pawn endgame, right? You want to go rook d8 or rook e8.
But is this actually winning?
It must be.
But how?
I refuse to believe that this is not winning.
Okay, but how? I don't see it.
Maybe
this might be a draw. So let's think. Okay, here's the thing. What if I go king d6? And I want to get you in this position. No, but wait. Now you have rook a3. I think you can afford to lose this pawn.
All right. I know. Go back to the king on d6. Yes. Now go rook c8. Isn't this a win?
Okay, nice. Fine.
And rook c7.
Okay, the coach. Very nice.
Yeah, this is a win.
Okay, well, but here's the thing. If you go in this position, I give you a check. And I'm basically saying, like, okay, take my pawn, be my guest, because I don't see how you win afterwards. And here you... Oh!
No, but I don't take it, yeah. But now you go king g8. No. Keep going. But king g8, now I go king c7, king b7. That wins it.
That's over.
With the king on g7, I can go just rook c8, and that's the pawn endgame we were discussing, which is always going to be a win.
And if you go here, then there's this and rook e8. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So it's not 100% straight. Okay. Let's go all the way back. Let's okay. I thought we could win methodically, but it's not that easy. Okay. So let's say check. Wait, but also you can do this.
So Bach, now we understand. This is what he was thinking about. This is what Cheparinov spent all his time on. He spent all his time and put all his chips on this rook and pawn endgame. And he said, this is a draw. And right now, Hikaru is trying to call his bluff. Trying to find a way to call his bluff. And probably he went into that variation that you were pointing out with the double pawn sacrifice, that move e4 when you get with the king on f5. And that might actually be a draw.
Oh, but what about this
crazy.
question? What if we go down this line? So a6 here, and you wanted to go
king
king
d3. Yeah.
d3?
King d3. Yeah.
And if you check me
king c4.
here.
Yeah, you cannot take because I go a7.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so what if I go king back?
You have to, yeah. But now maybe I can
here,
go.
Yes. This has to be winning. Yeah, this is winning. If you go here, rook c8.
Yeah.
Or yeah. Okay, should be a win. Okay, but I think there's no alternative. I think you take on e5, you go down this line, and then you figure it out.
Correct.
But I'm still wondering, like, let's say this position, is this a win or is this a draw? Like, I can't figure it out.
This must be a win.
I'm kind of curious.
Okay,
right?
let's go for. I'm not taking the pawn on e5. No. So this.
But let's say we get here, right? Just out of
Yes.
curiosity. So I know it is too many pieces. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I cannot check with the table base.
That's right.
But yeah, king f5 is there. But here's the thing: the engine doesn't understand, for example, that in this position right here, the engine says, okay, take on g5, go here, and it's +3. But this is a dead draw. This is a dead draw.
There should be a table base here after king takes f3.
Yeah, here there's a table base.
What does the table base say?
I don't know, but this is a draw because the pawn on a7 is not going anywhere, and the g pawn cannot dislodge the king from g7.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
All right.
Dead draw.
So I'm wondering, can you do this with the? I mean, maybe it's winning, but you're probably pretty. No, it's a draw. Never mind.
This is a draw.
Okay. I think, okay, so let's go to the current position. I think, though, we go for this line because what else are we going to do?
No.
Right?
Just take on e5. Just take on e5.
Just take on e5.
There's no way he does anything else. There's no way he goes 96. That would be silly. Let's take on e5. Okay, it has to be a win. I refuse to believe that this is not a win.
Yeah, I refuse to believe so as well. So let's look again. So check, king back, king e4. No, rook e1 is not a move, right? King f5 and you resign because there's always this check. So rook a3, the only move. Okay. What about this? What if I take, you take, I go
you move the
here.
Yes.
Oh, no, but you go here. No, wait, but I go here. And if you go here, then I go here. And that's over. And if you go here, I go here.
Correct.
And let's say you go here, I check you. There's king e8 still.
No, but now I go rook a7.
So
you cannot take because of rook h7.
But you can go here.
But now I go.
No, but this is lost. This is lost because you go here.
Yeah.
And now at some point you pick up the g pawn. Hikaru, just go for it. Just go for it. Trust in your intuition. He must feel that it's winning.
We felt that it's winning too, but I mean, we're finding a lot of ways to draw this game with black. So that's what he needs to make sure of before he enters this endgame. Because again, the strategy that Ivan has been employing in the last sequence of moves, all the way up to this move knight to e5, is very obvious. He just pushed all his chips in the middle of the table and said, I go knight e5, I'm exchanging the knights, and that rook endgame is a draw. That is his all-in moment right now. And the question is, and what Hikaru is trying to
yeah, it's envision, on the board. Let's go.
Am I calling your bluff or not? And he says, yeah, I'm calling your bluff.
Okay. Yeah, takes is on the board. I think he is probably going to go for that line with rook a6. Yeah, rook a6 on the board. Okay, what's Chipperino going to do? This should be a win now. I think Even though it's not 100% clear, at some point you'll just king e4, rook a3 the only move. Otherwise you lose on the spot.
Yeah. Rook a6, king f7, king e4. Ivan, 4 moves to go. Still a minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah. Rook a3, the only move to hang on here. There are still some traps. Like we said, with the pawn on a7, I'm not sure at all if it is actually winning. But, and with the rook on a8. But, okay, rook a3 played. Okay, still some hurdles, but I like the one with takes and rook d6. That one looked quite clean.
Yeah. That's nice. That's nice. That's the one. That's the one.
Wait, but how exactly did that go? So let's say we take, black takes. We go rook d6. Let's say you go here, hitting the pawn.
I go.
No, wait, a6, yeah. Rook, a5 check. A king d4, check. King c5. Can I take? You're just wait. Here's the thing. Your king is cut off.
You're cut. Yeah.
You're cut.
You're cut. That's nice. That's very instructional, actually. So king b7, and if you go g3, I can get the queen, and then you're just simply not in time.
Exactly. The king can never come back.
And then rook g1, and that's it.
Yeah. Okay. Finish him, Hikaru. Okay. Okay, but you know, there is some calculation required. Here's the thing. You would love to win on autopilot, but you can't. You actually have to calculate. And but I think takes in here, it's definitely findable. Is he gonna go for it? We didn't find another variation that looked super convincing, right?
Right. No, that was it. The problem is, again, the big problem that he needs to avoid, the big pitfall that he needs to avoid, is that variation in which e4 happens. You give up a second pawn, and you make a draw. Maybe let's show that once again. That's the big one that he's calculating.
Yeah, so let's say it gets down to, well, just to illustrate, if something like this happens, like you push the pawn at a7, and even if you pick up this one, I think it is a draw, as I don't see how to actually win here.
That's right. Yeah, this is a draw.
Okay, king takes c5, the best move on the board. Okay, rook takes f3. Yeah, is going to be played now. Rook e3 is a move, but you pick up a second pawn, and I'm pretty sure this is winning.
That's winning for sure.
So Chepa is going to take, and then rook d6 is the key.
Yeah. Let's see if he finds it. Let's see if he finds it. See if he finds it. He's going for it. Rook d6, I think he's on the board. By the movement of his hand, I felt that rook landed on d6.
Okay, still can't see that coffee cup is in the way. Wait.
Where did rook land?
Moment of truth.
Where did the rook land?
Because I guess you do, yeah. Rook d6 very logical. Because if you go anywhere else, like let's say you go here, then rook f4, and you lose the pawn. That's not what you want to. Even this, wait. Even this could be winning because the king always. Never mind. The king is cut, but rook d6 is a very nice touch, as we've showed.
Where did the rook land, Bach?
People are saying
it's on d6.
Let's go.
On d6. It's over. It's over. There's no coming back from this one. Rook to d6 on the board, and that's it. That's it.
Wait. Rook a3 by Chipperino, as I can tell from the camera, and yeah, it's also on the live board. And I think now
it does not matter. A6.
Wait, we go a6. Yeah, we just push.
Yeah,
and check king d4.
Just push.
It has to be win.
You can take my pawn on g4. That's the thing right now. You can take my pawn on g4, but your king is cut.
Yep.
Your g pawn doesn't matter as long as I'm getting. I'm forcing the trade of the rook for the a pawn. Your g pawn it just simply doesn't matter.
And a6 on the board. There we go. Okay. I don't see a single pitfall to. Well, you never know, but I don't see a single pitfall that he can fall for. Actually, what happens? Maybe King E7 is something Black can try. By the way, Chip
Rook
has to make one more
H6.
move to make the time control. So let's see. Even if there is like some sort of trap, he might not have the time to set it.
Yeah, no, I don't see it.
I think it's over.
I don't see it.
I never said dead draw. Nobody has sent a clip yet. I never said dead draw.
Dead draw Bach. Is that how they call you right now? Dead draw Bach. What is that? Okay. The chat is going crazy. Yeah. The chat is going crazy, but we have the song. It's over. And then if it's not over, they're gonna call me it's over, Christian Kirilla.
Yeah. All right. Oh, so let's I also didn't bet a PC. Okay, less than a minute for Chaparinov to make the last move to get an additional 15 minutes on the clock. But this is a win for Hikaru. He just has to finish it off right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I think this is it. I think this might be it. A6 on the board. Are we going to see resignation, or do you think he's going to make a move? I mean, he's going to.
I think it's too
early.
Actually,
he is going to make a move. Yeah, you should make him. You should not resign. No, just make a move.
No, exactly. It's still too early to resign. I mean, it's not obvious. The win is not obvious yet. In some positions where, let's say, you queen and then the king is stuck over here, rook a5 on the board, king d4 instantly by Hikaru. I think it soon will be over. The king is headed to the queen side, and this a pawn is gonna decide the game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, pretty obvious at this point, king to d4, and it's technical. It's technical right now. I don't think much is going to happen, to be honest.
Yeah, so Chaparinov gets an additional 15 minutes on the clock now, but it's not going to change anything. The only thing it would change is, like, without that third time control, we would have been done a lot earlier. But we'll have to wait and see which move, and there you see the 15 minutes ticking in. But it's over. He is going to lose. There's not much you can do here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so let's have a look. Hikaru is going to win. I mean, I'm pretty... Oh, and Parham won his game as well and moves to the leaders with 6.5 out of 9.
Parham. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice, Parham. Good job. Good job.
So let's talk a little bit about the standings. Right now, we have 5 leaders. We have Esipenko, Vidit, Caruana, Deak, and Parham. But Hikaru will join the leaders on 6.5. Then we have a big pack on players on 6, Predke, Kuzubov, Iragaisi, Keimer, Sevian, and Fedoseev. Is there a player that could join that pack on players on 6? And the answer is no.
I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah, no. It's gonna be a 5-way tie at the top of the standing. Sorry, 6-way tie at the top of the standing. So Parham joins as well. Parham had white. So okay. So by the way, Hikaru just won.
Chaparinov stopped the clock and he resigned.
Yep.
Let's go.
Yep, it's over. No, again, make it to move 60 and then resign. Because it's over. It's over. That's it.
Exactly. Yeah. So we'll just have to wait for Hikaru to come 60,
back. Resign. It's over. This is it. Hikaru joins the pack of leaders at 6.5 points out of 9 possible points. A big result for Hikaru. Big victory. You called it a must-win situation at the beginning of our show. It felt that way, and he got it done.
It was a very up and down game. First, he got a winning position, and then it might have seemed like it was headed for a draw. He got a good position again, and but at the end, he gets the job done and joins the leaders on 6.5 out of 9. A big win here, Christian. And also, it's pretty big for the rating list, as now he's leading Fallujah by a big margin. Oh, and Hikaru, has he already... Wait. Oh, never mind. Oh, wait, Christian...
Yes.
Christian, you're still with us, right?
Yes, I died for a second and I returned before you finished your thought. So you carried me. You carried my 15 seconds of no internet. Congrats.
Yeah. All right, it's okay. But yeah, Hikaru joins the leaders. Big win. We'll just wait for the rating calculations to come in. And yeah, he's among the leaders right now. Great stuff by him. And yeah, let's see who he's gonna get tomorrow. I think there's a good chance he'll play Deak with Black. What do you think?
Hikaru versus Deak. Yes, that seems possible. The question is, who is Fabiano going to play? Because the only other pairing that I see possible would be a Fabi versus Hikaru matchup with Hikaru doubling white. That is an option as well. But yes, I do believe that probably Dak is going to get Hikaru. Yes.
Mm-hmm. But let me try to do some quick maths. So with this game, Hikaru should pick up 3.2, something like that. So he will move up to 2784, which will give him like a 17.5 point cushion over Fallujah. He should not give that away.
Yeah. No, that's huge. That is actually huge. And I didn't want to call it for various reasons. Obviously, I don't want to jinx it. I also don't know what's going to happen in Sinkfield Cup. Maybe Fallujah is going to have the tournament of his life, win 20 rating points, and somehow manage to get back. But I felt that whoever creates actually, if Hikaru creates any more separation in this round, he has the candidate spot based on ratings. It just felt that way. Again, I don't want to call it, I don't want to jinx it, but it's a commanding lead. Is what they call a commanding lead.
Yeah,
in the business.
No, for sure.
Yeah,
and it's looking great for him. He's doing well in the tournament. Shares for first, picking up a nice chunk of rating. Fallujah way behind, so he can qualify right now, and I'm sure that is what he's hoping for. Oh, we're getting confirmation that Hikaru is here, so let's see if we can let him in for an interview. We'll just oh, he's not here just yet. Okay, so Christian, let's talk about the pairings real quick. So Fabiano today, he had white. Fabiano has already played Esipenko, so Fabiano so there's 6 leaders. Leaders.
Yes.
Fabiano has played Esipenko. He's played. Has he played Vidit? I don't think so, right?
No, Fabi has not played Vidit, so that could be a potential
both
matchup.
of them had double whites.
That's right.
Maybe what about
Hikaru, Vidit, Fabiano, and Parham? So 4 out of 6 had the white pieces in this one. Only Bogdan and Esipenko had the black pieces on this one.
Hello, what's up?
Hey, Hikaru, how's it going? Congratulations on the win.
Well, thanks. I mean, not the greatest game I've ever played, but it worked out.
Yeah, Benjamin was saying at the beginning of the round that this must have been a must-win situation for you. I said that, on the contrary, since you actually told us at the beginning of the tournament that in the case that you create some separation in terms of rating, in the last 2 rounds, just make a couple of draws, get out of town as fast as possible. Those were your words.
Sure, but I mean, obviously, you just want to play chess. I had the white piece against a player who's about 150, I guess 150. I don't even know what his rating is, to be fair, but I assume he's like 2630, 2640. So I'm playing someone who's like 140, 150 points lower with the white pieces. I mean, if I have any self-respect, I should at least see how the opening goes and not make a draw. But, obviously, this game started very early, so I didn't have a lot of time to do preparation. And then he surprised me by playing Petrov, which I was not expecting at all, of course. So I decided to play the C4 line rather than do something really silly and just like try to make a draw. Yeah, so I played C4, Bishop E7. Of course, I should have played D3, but whatever. I played D4. And I mean, I think everything's pretty normal in the game, basically.
Yep.
And did you consider King of 1 here? That's the move the engine is pointing out.
Yeah, I mean, I knew King Up 1 was the best move here, but I also was playing someone who's like blitzing every move, and Chaparinov doesn't play the Petrov at all. So suddenly he's playing an opening that he's never played before. I mean, maybe he's played it here or there in a game, but it's not an opening that I was familiar with him playing. So I thought, if he's coming in prepared, and obviously, as everybody knows, he worked with Veselin Topalov for many years. Why do I want to go into something where he's prepped and it's going to get very sharp? I mean, that's exactly the opposite of what I should be doing as the player who's much lower rated than me. I mean, because then essentially I'm giving away all the advantage that I have from the start of the game in some sense. I mean, maybe I can outcalculate him, but clearly he's the one in prep, and I just didn't want to go down that path.
Were you happy to see him play the Petrov from the perspective that he's not generally playing the Petrov and you have ways to get him out of his book? Or were you just upset about...
Well, I mean, I was pretty unhappy until knight b3 because he was still moving instantly. I'm just thinking to myself, what's going on? I mean, this guy doesn't play the Petrov and he's playing every move instantly. I mean, did he just go and download a chessable course last night and spend his whole night looking at this? I mean, what's going on? But yeah, when he started thinking after knight b3, then I started feeling good about myself because then like I started to realize it's going to be interesting. It's not simple to play. I think he went wrong very, very quickly as well. Like he took, but to be fair, also it didn't help because around the time that he played bishop f5, like I couldn't see where Fabi was, but I know Fabiano was watching my game somewhere, but I could see Anish on one side, and Anish started smirking and smiling at Fabiano. So I knew I had walked into some stupid nonsense.
Well, here's the funny thing, Hikaru. Anish had this against Fabiano in 2011.
Okay.
That's what it was about.
Okay, so...
Yeah.
Okay, so now I know. All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I thought
Anish, Anish played knight c6 here, but yeah, that explains it.
Yeah, because I saw Anish looking, and he was within my eyesight, but Fabiano was somewhere behind me, and I saw Anish literally smiling at Fabiano, so I knew something weird was going on. But yeah, he played knight d7, and I think I got a good position right away. Yeah, I played a3, bishop d3. Yeah, and bishop g6. I think this whole sequence was based on an oversight on his part. Because when I
think you wanted to do this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is playable or not, but there's this weird knight a5 idea with like knight a5, rook b8, and then bishop a6, which I think could be very dangerous for black.
Yeah. We thought he missed that.
Yeah, I thought he missed it too because he started thinking for quite a while there, which is why I think he played knight d6. But then the position gets kind of unpleasant very, very quickly. I don't know how bad it really was, by the way. But I went knight a5, which I thought was... I don't know if knight a5 or bishop f4, which one is better first. I suspect I should have left the knight on b3, so I might have a knight c5 option rather than committing to knight a5 right away. But, I mean, I did that. I played bishop f4, all good. Yeah, and now this is where I just wondered.
Yeah. Like, why not keep queen d7, for example?
I mean, I think that he just missed rook e5. I think he used a lot of time. He was unhappy, thought he was groveling a little bit worse, and I think he just missed it after. I think probably just looked at queen d5, spent a few minutes, and thought, okay, wait, I just get into this end game. I shouldn't really be worse. But after bishop c5, I don't have to take the bishop. I can throw in rook e5, and then black's just much worse.
But even if you take the bishop,
and
rook
this is
c1,
much better
what's the
for
problem
white,
with this?
right?
Yeah, that's true. This is also very, very, very good for white as well. That makes sense. So, I mean, I don't know what he missed because we obviously didn't talk much because it was a very, very long game. But yeah, at this point, I'm just thinking to myself, okay, I'm going to win the game. I'm going to have like a nice 3-hour game. I'll have a whole evening ahead of me. I'll be able to relax and enjoy myself. And then I like completely lost my mind. So when I traded,
be fair, we thought he was playing really good defense from this moment on, also because he accelerated his pace.
No, but I mean, the thing that's idiotic about this is that when I took, okay, look at the clock, go back one move. Okay. So I trade on d6, right? So he takes. Yeah, so I have 45 minutes here. Now, this position, when I used the 8 minutes to calculate knight e4, when I calculated knight e4, I saw the position that happened in the game. And yet I burned a bunch of time for no reason whatsoever. So, like, knight e4, yeah, rook e8, queen d3. I saw all this when I played knight e4, this whole queen b5 thing. I think what he did is practically the best choice, but still, I mean, this position after trade, queen b5, rook c8 takes, rook d1. I mean, that this should just be very easily winning. And yeah, he played f6, which for whatever reason I was expecting king f8, but he played f6, and then I played g4, also absolutely horrible move. I mean, if I just go like rook d8 check and g3, I think I just win this game easily. I don't think there's any doubt in my mind that I win this very easily because the king's out of play, the knight's boxed on f5. I have no weaknesses on the king side, and this should be really easy.
How did you make that decision between g4 and rook d8?
No, because because like an idiot, I was trying to go for some like study like great beautiful victory. Only problem is it doesn't work. So when I played g4, knight h6. I was going to go rook d8 check, which I guess I did in the game anyway, and I was going to play h3 here. And then rook c3, and I was going to go knight d4. And if rook h3, I have f3.
That's right.
Yep.
And if f5, I have knight e6. And if knight f7, I have rook f8 to win the knight. And it's just all very beautiful, very puzzle-like, study-like. Just, it's amazing. The only problem is that, of course, I missed rook d3 at the start here. And he doesn't have to take h3. He goes rook d3. And now, I don't know. Maybe there's still some way for the computer to prove that white's winning, but it's very, very tricky. Yeah, king g8. Oh my God. I have king f1.
Yeah, we thought that maybe what he should try is knight f7 right
I suck
here.
at chess. Oh.
Don't be too harsh on yourself, Hikaru.
Oh, I suck at chess. That is so bad. Oh, I suck.
Don't be too harsh.
That's really, really bad.
Yeah. But knight f7, we thought maybe is his best chance.
Yeah, okay, it's still, but the point is, like, why do I want this? I don't need to do this at all. Why do I want any of this in the first place? Like, I can just put the pawn on g3 and win like any sane person. But the problem is, once I went g4, then I'm just like really mad at myself already. So I'm kind of on tilt in a sense here, because I'm thinking to myself, like, what am I doing even? So we keep going. Yeah. It's still good, probably. Yeah, and then I play h4, and it's great because at this point, when I got up to go use the restroom before he played g5, I'm thinking to myself, okay, I still have an edge. It's not easy. It's not clear. If he goes g5, I'll just play h5, and I'm great. I get back to the board. I see g5 on the board, and then I think to myself, well, wait a second. I actually was very close playing h5. And I'm like, wait, but I can just take on g5 and go king f1, king e2. But of course, before I went to the bathroom, when I was thinking about the position, I realized that, of course, there was knight f3. But then when I got back to the board, I simply forgot that knight f3 existed. So I just took on g5, thinking I could get my king to e2. So I had this momentary lapse, and it cost me very dearly.
But you can still you can still do knight
go for this endgame.
a5. I don't know. Is this winning or not? Rook b5, a4. What, king e2, right? King D2. Yeah, rook rook c3, of course.
King d2.
Yeah, rook f3.
Yeah, and that's the question after you take on a4, whether you win or not.
But it's very difficult to go for this. It goes very deep. You allow like a bunch of counterplay, and I don't know. Maybe a strong engine will say this is a draw. I don't know. It's almost impossible to calculate this.
Also, to be fair, like we're still probably like 8-9 moves away from control, so I don't want to go into a rook and pawn endgame here because then all his moves become a lot easier, obviously.
Yeah.
So like I wasn't sure. I'm thinking to myself, like, why do I want to go into this endgame? It might be winning. Don't get me wrong. There's a good chance it is winning, but I wasn't sure, and so I thought, why do I want to go for this? So instead, I didn't do this. I decided to play king g2 or something ridiculous. Yeah, which is of course horrible. Yeah, a5. Yeah. Now what did I do? I played all this garbage. And he played knight f4, which I thought was good. Knight d3. Yeah, now I thought I missed. Yeah, and now I thought maybe I'd rook c4 or rook d4 instead of a4 was maybe my last chance to try and win the game. I thought it was knight c1. There's rook c4. Yeah. You're right. It still goes on. But I thought this was my last chance, and then I played a4, and then again knight c1, rook b6, and I of course missed rook e3. And as soon as he played rook e3, I'm thinking to myself, like, basically, I know the game's going to be a draw, and like I've totally wasted like 5 hours of my life for no good reason. Right. Considering the position I had, this would have been catastrophic. But after I played rook b5, he then went knight d3, which was completely insane.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask you, you reached the time control here, so both of you get a little bit of a breather. What exactly was going through your mind right here? Did you think it was a draw, or what did you think?
Yeah, of course I thought it was a draw. I pretty much wanted to go and whatever. I was not in a good mood. Let's put it that way. I was literally like yelling at myself in my head. Basically, why the fridge did you play g4 like a total idiot? That's more or less what was going through my mind.
Right. And then what do you do to pull yourself together to continue pushing for the win?
I think you sort of hope that you'll get some kind of miracle, something like that. And then he played knight d3, and then I know it's still probably a draw, but the thing is he can just sit. King g6, king h7, h6, whatever, you just sit and wait, and it's just a draw no matter what. But yeah, he went for this there are chances now?
I don't know. Like maybe you can move the rook, but like you might end up in this rook endgame, and we thought that this
this has to be a draw. No, this has to be a draw.
We thought so, yeah.
I mean, maybe it's not though. I don't know. Yeah, it's. I assume it's a draw. But I mean, who knows? So yeah, and then he played knight d3, and then when he went knight d3, I get knight c4, and now it's game on again. And at least, I mean, I can pretend. I mean, I was shocked that he played rook
we
e1.
thought he should. Yeah, we thought he should just take.
Yeah, I think he assumed that my pawns on the queen side were quicker than his pawns on the king side. But also rook e1 looks very close to look. It looks like a little box. With g5, and then of course, like again. For what, like the 5th time this game, I play rook b7 like totally brain dead, and I don't go rook d5. I mean, rook d5 just wins. And what's
about this moment, because you played it so fast. You just came back from the bathroom or from your
but what's more ridiculous is that I saw this too. If he plays rook e2 check first, if he does it in the other order, I saw rook d5.
Right. Yeah, and rook
d2,
g3,
g5, rook d5. So I saw it here, and then again, I mean, my brain just like stops working.
So what do you think happened there? Like you thought like, oh, I can't go rook d5 because of knight f4, and what do you think exactly happened?
Yeah, I think I just forgot. I was tired. I just forgot.
Like you end after one. Yeah, you think, okay, rook d5 is not a move. Knight f4, so I have to do something else. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I went brain dead. Yeah, so I played this. I mean, also to be fair though, I missed knight c5. That was the other problem. So like I didn't see knight c5 at all when I played rook b7. That was the other part of the problem. But at least now it's funny because like in his attempt to try and checkmate my king, now I'm trying to checkmate his king the same way, which is kind of funny here. After knight c5, rook a7.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering. So I assume you realize that rook b7, followed by rook d7 was a mistake. Here also, like, what did you tell yourself? Like, were you mad at yourself? What was going through your mind at this moment?
No, I think at this moment it's sort of just keep playing moves. There's still a lot of playing the position, considering how dead drawn the position was after knight c1, where I couldn't do anything, or not knight c1, but after rook e3, where I couldn't do anything. I just told myself, just keep playing moves. There's still chances, and that was all that was really in my mind at this point.
Yeah. All right, so you win knight c5 here.
But I mean, I thought I had great winning chances after king f2, like practically speaking. I mean, I'm sure it's still a draw, but the thing is, like, when Cheparinov played g5, I think he thought he was easily drawing, and now the game goes on. So it's not simple. Yeah, and I mean, I think already here I'm much better after rook a7.
Yeah, I think rook c1 is already an accuracy. I think he should have gone to a1, because then he can always check. Like rook c1, it turned out to be a loss of time.
Yeah, but it's still very dangerous. Rook a7, knight b3, knight d6.
And then I guess knight.
Because the rook guards knight on d4. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, that makes sense.
Oh, you want to go down this variation?
Something like this. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, here's also f5, but still, whatever.
Yeah, but you can also just take just take on a4 and knight on d4.
Okay, because rook c1's what I but now after knight b3, knight e3, it starts to get really tricky here suddenly, because now like I'm trying to just checkmate him with knight f5 and rook g7. So
knight d4 only move. You take rook a1.
Oh, wait,
we thought maybe the best
rook to b1 was the only move.
No, go back one move. Did I have rook d7? Oh no, the computer.
No, because of knight e6.
Yeah, because he's rook c7 at the end.
Yeah. So what you did is good. So, you took. We thought here maybe he should have gone for the move rook b1. Did you consider this?
No. What do you mean? Knight f5, game over. What do you mean?
Rook b. We thought that, but rook b4.
Oh.
Yeah, we also initially thought that knight f5 wins, but rook b4 is I think holds. So rook a1.
Okay. Wow.
But yeah, we thought very difficult to find. You might just disregard rook b1 because of knight f5. But rook a1, knight c4, nice find. And I think here he just collapsed because of the time situation.
I mean, to be honest, at this point, practically it just feels not defendable anymore.
Yeah, I mean, unless you can get f5, and somehow I just think you just lose, basically.
He had the opportunity to go f5 later on in the game. When he played the move, I believe, knight d5. Let's keep going.
Yep. All right, so knight b3 already a mistake, and then here, knight d3, knight e5. We thought.
By the way, someone asked me a question. Can you go back to that position after knight f5 just for a second, just so I can illustrate something? Yeah, like basically this endgame, like if I get this endgame, let's say rook b1, knight f5 takes. This is actually probably winning here because the rook is held by the pawn, so you can push the a pawn and run the king over. So it's because of where the rook placement is actually a winning rook and pawn endgame. So that's the reason this is so good for white if I can get it. Yeah,
Exactly.
you just run the king all the way over because the rook and the pawns all hold each other. So
and then another important point is that you don't go king g3 because now your king is boxed in, and actually now it's a dead draw. But yeah, you're 100% right. The rook defends the pawn, and you just walk the king over, and the black king cannot really follow us. Then you hang the king side.
Right. So yeah. So anyway, I just thought I'd point that out. That's the one end game that's winning. So that's also why I knew I was going to have chances, because their ideas like knight f5 always for rook and pawn end game. So anyway, keep going.
No, so knight b3.
Wow. This is...
So here, it's kind of incredible. What he has to do here is check, king up, check, and knight e1.
Knight e1. I had a feeling there was something stupid like this. Yeah, I had a feeling there was something silly like this.
But even rook to a8, I think this is still losing. Must be losing, right?
Rook a8 and just push the pawn.
Push the pawn. King d5.
Yeah, okay, a5. I mean, whew.
Knight e5.
Yeah. Alan the a pawn, just a6.
Alan
take. Rook here.
Okay, because this is the wrong setup. Okay, yeah, maybe it's still a draw. I don't know, but
no, but 91 very difficult to go for. We thought in time pressure, and I think especially with the time ticking down, he went like I think here practically with 33 seconds, you don't hold this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's impossible after rook a7. I mean, I think the rest is pretty straightforward from here on. I mean, I guess it's like I mean, maybe f5 is playable here, but there's still rook c7, and I mean, what do you you have 96 though. I
mean, maybe a check at the right moment, but it's
first, but you always have 96. Yeah.
So basically, you cannot go to e3 because of f4.
Yeah, because of f4. Yeah. I mean, very difficult to hold this over the board. 93, and now you play 95, the losing mistake, and you.
But I mean, he's still losing anyway. I think. Like I don't think he has anything better, does he? So I'm still going 96 knight f5.
Yeah, he can continue the game here. Like after 95 is just over, right? With the knights off the board. But I think practically, like I said, with 32 seconds against 20 minutes, you're just gonna lose.
Right. So yeah, I played 95, and then luckily the end game isn't too difficult to calculate. Because just check king e4. I think this is all correct, right? Yeah.
Yep. Rook d6, very nice find.
Well, I mean, more importantly is that the king's cut off. That's the most important point here, because basically, if he goes for the pawn, I'm sure you showed this, but yeah, a7.
Like this is always losing.
Yeah,
you can just queen, and the king can never support the pawn.
The king is cut by the file. So yeah.
All right, so very nice win, Hikaru. You joined the leaders with 6.5 out of 9. Like I said, it wasn't necessarily the greatest game, but you get it done. What are your thoughts going into the final 2 rounds?
Yeah, I mean, playing overall, I would say I'm playing good chess. I mean, a couple of games, my technique has been very, very, very pathetic. Or shaky. Let's put it that way. I mean, both today's game and the game against Aryan Chopra earlier in the tournament, I had to win the game multiple times. I think it was more. I'd win both games at least like 2 or 3 times. So, not super happy with my with perhaps the technique that I've shown at times, but still I'm tied for the lead, so it's pretty good. 2 more rounds to go. Obviously, just have to play good chess, and if I play good chess, good things will happen. So we'll see. We'll see what the last 2 rounds hold.
And it's all about, as you mentioned, it's all about keeping the composure. Everybody is tired. What do you prioritize going into the final 2 rounds? Are you going to be, spending 4-6 hours on preparation, or are you going to try to maintain your energy?
Well, I mean, the good thing at this point, I think everyone's done a lot of preparation. Like, I mean, I've had 4 blacks in this tournament already. 4 blacks, 5. I mean, I think everybody's done a lot of preparation. So, I mean, you just have to take it one game at a time. Obviously, I'll do some preparation probably tonight. Luckily, the one good thing about the game being early today and having the win is that now, of course, it means I get to relax a little bit more tonight. But it's still 2 games to go. Anything can happen, so just have to keep playing good chess.
Yeah, Hikaru, I just had, we don't want to keep you too much longer. Just had 2 questions. Right now, you're leading Ali Reza by 17.5 points on the rating list. And also, did you hear any fireworks today? Or what are your thoughts about the rating right now?
Well, I mean, if you play good chess, good things will happen. That's what I would say about the rating. I mean, I think I'm playing pretty good chess overall, both in Doha and here as well. So, I mean, I'm pretty happy with my play. So I think if you play well, the rating will take care of itself. I mean, in terms of being ahead of Ali Reza, not really thinking about it at this point that much, trying to win the tournament. And then as far as fireworks go, I mean, we didn't hear any fireworks, but we definitely heard like some DJ or somebody saying like hello, testing, and all this other stuff. I mean, I think if I had to put in perspective, I mean, for that to be happening when the game is already like 4.5 to 5 hours in, at least, it's just like unacceptable. I mean, really, as far as I'm concerned, they should have just put the rest day today. They should have found a way to schedule the event and had the rest day today rather than, have us play the game. But it's what it is. So that's just how it goes. But yes, I did hear some noise for sure.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess the calendar is just packed, right? So it's difficult to have this day in the middle of the tournament, with like the Qatar, all the other tournaments on the calendar.
I mean, I theoretically yes, but I mean, FIDE could have put. No, it's not so much that as much as they could have put the rest day today. Like if you I feel like with a lot of tournaments, like it's generally very hard to ensure that you have a venue like that's completely free for like 11, 12 days with nothing else going on. So normally that's why you have a rest day somewhere, as well as just giving the players a break. But so that if there is something else, some conflict, it doesn't become an issue. So that's what they should have done, obviously. But it's what it is. And as I said before, nobody else seemed to care. So it's what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, Hikaru, congratulations. Go get some rest, get some energy back, and enjoy some nice food. Enjoy the festivities, whatever is happening in Isle of Man. And
no festivities for me. I'm just back at home, and I'll probably study, rest, the usual. Do a recap.
Are you gonna? Okay,
that's the recap.
Ask you about that. Okay, I think we're gonna sign off for today. And Hikaru, I think the viewers would much rather have you have the last words of today and sign off for today.
So I guess just a big shout out to both Christian and Benjamin for their great coverage of the tournament. Obviously it's been a blast, and I guess we'll be back tomorrow for round 10, so stay tuned for my recap, and we'll call it a day, and hope everyone enjoyed the show.